Charlotte, so does it make sense?
And these apply.
Have you ever done Bluebird in their studio? Because for years they had basically a bar stool.
You see, that's my
That wobble.
bar stools for women. It's ridiculous.
It was like a Pilates class, basically. Sensitive.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you want us to go to the left?
I'm going to go. Charlotte's going to go to that. You don't have to.
I might take my breath. I think I was only standing up.
What order are we going in?
I think it's Charlotte, then me, then you.
Okay. So, I'm going last. So I'll do whatever you two do. Maybe. But if I get really comfortable,
Keep it cash,
I do quite like this chair.
But you see, for me, I've had to put my bag behind me because I'm...
Yeah, don't do that. Top 10.
Well, I have moved mine.
Can you imagine?
Right, you're fizzy or still?
I'm still...
Fizzy or still? I can't believe it.
Yeah, you go for the figures.
There you go.
I will be talking about what the MC moderating for
very marginal, and then they confidence. You can have the chocolate. You have to eat his words. It's like, it's just that random.
Morning, everybody. Would you kindly take your seats? Thank you very much. We're about to begin. Thank you. Bang on time, 10:30. On time and on budget. Love it. Well, I'm Henry Bonsu, a journalist and broadcaster, can usually be heard pontificating on Times Radio or Channel 5. Most of what we discuss leads to this subject, growth. All roads lead to growth. So let me, in that spirit, welcome you to the Centre for Progressive Policy's 2023 Inclusive Growth Conference. Thank you all for joining us. We've brought together leading economic and political voices. We're going to ask important questions to discuss progressive policies and actions for the future. Now, you don't need me to tell you that the need for economic growth is already at the heart of the next election campaign, even though the starting gun hasn't been officially fired yet. It's kind of in the air. Nobody wants to be part of Liz Truss's anti-growth coalition. There's very few members. The question is, though, given our squeezed living standards and flatlining economy, how do you generate that growth and who benefits? As Donald Kaberuka, the former president of the African Development Bank, once said to me at a conference in Ethiopia, yes, Ethiopia is growing, Ghana is growing, but you cannot get up in the morning and eat a bowl of GDP. Now, despite a YouGov poll showing a 4-point Tory bounce following last week's autumn statement, yesterday's More in Common poll confirmed that Labour really is on course to win power at the election. Now, Sir Keir Starmer and his team have homed in on 5 key missions, the first of which, and the key one, is to deliver sustained economic growth that increases productivity and delivers good jobs across the country. Now, as the leading think tank focused on inclusive economic growth, the Centre for Progressive Policy believes Labour's mission is the right one, but under tight fiscal constraints and against a still bleak economic backdrop, we know that achieving it will be a monumental challenge. Now, this year's Inclusive Growth Conference puts Labour's plans under the microscope to examine whether and how the party can deliver this mission in government. So today's conference and the sessions will ask these questions. What is fair growth? What's the prize for delivering it? And what are some of the challenges? Can Labour deliver fair growth without rebuilding or reforming public services? What does fair growth look like in action around the UK? How can we successfully, and here's a word you're going to hear a lot today, sustainably revitalise UK industry to drive fair growth? Now, delivering fair growth will cost money, yes. If you want those Swedish style levels of comfort and public services, are we going to pay Swedish level taxes? Silence in the room. Now, turning political promises into a fiscal framework, and today's closing keynote and Q&A with Ed Miliband will ask, how do we deliver fair green growth and what will it cost? Also joining us today is the Power Test podcast, and they'll be recording an episode at the end of the conference with Sam Friedman, and we're due to be joined by my Times Radio colleague, the journalist and broadcaster Aisha Hazarika. Sadly, she will not be able to join us, but Sam is here. And now, before we start, some quick housekeeping and what you can expect from today's event. Your conference program, and these are really, really good. Do have a look at them. They'll be on your chair with your tote bag. Please be sustainable and take these home with you. You see that word again? You will find a collection of CPP's recent reports on the tables at the back of the room. These are free and also available for you to take home and study at your leisure. And do chat to the CPP team who'll be here throughout the day. All the sessions will take place in this lecture hall. There's no breakout rooms going on elsewhere. The refreshments and reception will take place in the City of London rooms opposite. Toilets are downstairs, past the registration desk, and the guest Wi-Fi is #IGConf2023. Now, we're not expecting any fire alarms today, so if you hear that sound, then it is real. Please make your way calmly out of the fire exits, and the Royal Society staff will guide you out of the building. Please keep your phones on silent, but do tweet and share your experience on social media using hashtag IGConf2023 that's the handle, at Centre Pro Policy. The event will be live streamed, recorded and photographed, so hello to all the cyber people. We will be taking questions from in-person audience only, though, today. And if you wish to ask a question, raise your hand and wait for a mic. And please keep your questions relevant and concise. If you don't, then the guys up here may not respond to what you have to say. We want the dialogue to be interactive. So we've got a lot to get through today, and we'll be keeping it pacey and keeping to time. I'm just looking at the scoreboard there. Yep, all on time. Now, on that point, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the opening talks. Fair growth, what's the prize, and what are the challenges? Now, this series of opening talks will explore what fair growth means for people and places, not just in abstract, but real, and what the economic and political challenges might be for governance. 3 speakers will give 10 minutes, maybe 12. You've got a bit more time because one of you is not here. 10 to 12 minute talks exploring what is Labour's fair growth agenda and why is it needed, what makes fair growth different from levelling up, remember that term, levelling up, and can fair growth succeed where levelling up failed, what are the biggest risks and challenges to making fair growth happen, and how might these be overcome? Now, I've talked enough, so I'm delighted to welcome to the lectern our first speaker, Charlotte Alldritt, Chief Executive of the Centre for Progressive Policy. Now, Charlotte will introduce us to a framework for fair growth through public services, productivity, and places. Charlotte, the floor is yours. And please be generous. Come on, you can do better. Come on, show us some love. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henry. It's great to have you back here at CPP's. We're in our 6th year now, and you did our first CPP conference all those years ago, so it's really wonderful to have you back. Thank you so much. And whilst I'm saying thank yous, just a thank you to my team and to the Royal Society and everybody who's worked so hard to make today possible. Well, I've said we are in our 6th year as an economic think tank, and we're dedicated to spreading the opportunities and benefits of growth more fairly between people and places across the UK. We were levelling up before the term was invented. We were pursuing fair and sustainable growth long before Keir Starmer decided to make that his core mission for a prospective Labour government. Because CPP has been at the forefront in developing the theory of fair inclusive growth, asking questions such as, what does fair growth mean? How can it transform our understanding of economics as a discipline? Is fair growth even possible, or is inequality between people and places an inevitable byproduct of a successful market economy? Or how do global economic and political forces shape or counter efforts to achieve fair growth at home? Our work with local leaders then sets us apart from others in the field. Through our Inclusive Growth Network, we explore, test and learn from emerging practice on the ground, probing how local and regional government can create the conditions for businesses large and small and invest and create jobs, good jobs, and how this needs to link to national sector-level industrial strategies, how devolution and reform of local government finance can break down barriers to public sector working across institutional barriers to deliver better outcomes, and much more. The concept of inclusive growth is vast. At its core, it asks policymakers to stitch together an array of social and economic factors that impact how the economy functions, nationally and locally. It asks policymakers to think differently about governance structures, financial incentives, and funding streams. It asks policymakers to think about difficult trade-offs between growth today and fair growth tomorrow. And it compels us to ask what we want to be as a nation, a place, or a community. What values do we want to instill in the way we do business and attract inward investment? What are the institutional arrangements, local, national, and at every point in between that we need to get there? It isn't about being woke or winning buzzword bingo. Strategic, holistic, joined-up systems thinking, well, it's important, but it's even harder to do than to say. It isn't about finding the latest slogan that will instill hope that change will come, although effective political communications and some hope matters too. For fair growth to mean anything, it must be about finding practical solutions to the complex and deep-rooted economic challenges we faced after more than a decade of low growth, poor productivity, and public sector budgets being squeezed. All as inflation continues to erode the value of hard-earned taxpayers' money, the costs of ageing population are starting to hit the nation's pocketbook, and the costs of borrowing remain high. Against a political backdrop, a backdrop that's been the backdrop to my speech thus far, in which CPP's latest local economy tracker shows that people do not expect either of the two main political parties in Westminster to deliver. Most expect the Conservatives to make matters worse, and they're not sure about Labour either. The percentage of people confident that Labour will improve their local economy exactly outweighs that who expect the party, should they form the next government, to make matters worse. Ooh, what happened there? There we go. And where trust in our government institutions still remains low, the best we can say is that regional mayors are the best of a bad bunch. At CPP, the role of place is central to our model for rewiring our economy and reshaping our whole system of public policy development, delivery, and governance. Andy Burnham might ruffle Sir Keir Starmer's feathers, but his voice now matters, in some ways more now than when he was a cabinet minister. Things have moved on since I was director of the City Growth Commission in 2014, driving the rollout of mayoral combined authorities, the creation of the Northern Powerhouse, and the first devolution deals. But some things, unfortunately, remain very much the same. CPP's latest economy tracker shows that people in affluent parts of the country are positive for the future of their local economy, while those in old mining towns still feel left behind. Our insights have been right time and again. After the financial crash, after the Brexit referendum, COVID pandemic, and the current cost of living crisis, our economy just isn't working for too many people in too many places across the country. In fact, our economy is barely working at all. By 2028, CPP estimates that GDP is expected to be £1 trillion less in real terms than if pre-financial crisis trends had continued. This will amount to approximately £13,000 less in real disposable income per household. Fair, inclusive growth is about tackling the underlying causes of this poor productivity growth, locally and nationally. Part of this means investing in better health, skills, childcare, and other services that combat inequalities and open up opportunities for people to access good jobs. Part of this means helping to nurture investment and the creation of those good jobs in the first place. This map shows the sectors CPP identified as having high productivity potential in places otherwise classified as economically deprived. As you can see, all is far from lost in these so-called left-behind areas. We have huge amounts of economic potential across the UK, and this map shows just a few. Untap these, and the economic gains are huge. So, CPP calls for 4 key recommendations, of which you'll hear more about throughout the day today. The first is more devolution, particularly that which gives places single spending and investment pots to allocate resources strategically. Second, targeted public spending, which, given the tightness of UK public finances, might involve reprioritising existing spend to focus on health, skills, affordable childcare, and creating good jobs. We've done the maths. A 19 billion investment could help to generate an additional 160 billion in economic output, equivalent to about 7% of GDP. Third, we need to have fiscal rules that are based on long-term returns to growth, not just sleight of hand accounting. And fourth, we need tax reform to make the UK tax base more relevant and efficient and help close the yawning gap in our public finances that by 2030 CPP estimates will stand about 142 billion per year. So, fair growth is an ambitious agenda, but one with a big payoff if we can bring it about. It has the potential, in my mind, to go beyond mere levelling up, which was largely about narrowing the gaps between North and South, London and the rest of the UK. This itself would have been no mean feat, the task of a generation that could have been sparked by Boris Johnson's 2019 election-winning mandate. But it became an empty slogan. Even where levelling up funding streams were committed, projects have been delayed. The nation's health, the backbone of our economy, hit by the pandemic and continued dominance of acute NHS services that make a mockery of political promises to prioritise prevention and keep people well, and ideally in work. Now, pressures on defence and public and security budgets mount. The cost of servicing our national debt remains eye-watering, and taxes are already at a historic high. As a core defining mission of a prospective Labour government, Fair Growth once again attempts to tackle the underlying factors holding our economy back and, to use Sir Keir Starmer's phrase, fix the fundamentals, such that the economy is geared to work for the many, not the few. But we've heard that before in different guises. Will this time be the time that we can finally make it happen? Can Labour deliver fair growth? That is the question for today's conference, and I look forward to hearing your questions and ideas throughout the day. Tune in again later, as Henry said, to hear from the power test, which will be recorded live here this afternoon and dropped later on in the week. CPP is proud to support the podcast, and we're immensely excited to have Ed here as our keynote speaker to form the basis of that episode. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you, Charlotte, for getting us off to a great start. I was scribbling away, as I always do at conferences like this, and fixing the fundamentals, a contrast in that graph between the affluent areas of positive and keen on the future and those mining towns where people really bleak in their outlook. And the key question for me is, what do we want to be? A place or a community? And hopefully that's going to frame much of what we discuss today. All right, Charlotte, thank you for that. Our second speaker will be Kersten, the former chief executive of both Bradford Council and City of York Council. Two very different patches, if I may say so, Kersten. And you are going to talk about a fair growth agenda for all. Kersten.
Thank you very much, Henry. And it's great to be on a stage with Charlotte again, having worked with you a little bit on the Inclusive Growth Commission, which came after the Cities Growth Commission, didn't it? And yes, I'm going to offer some observations from my sector, really, around how regional and local government can play a full part in the fair growth agenda, but only if certain moves are made, some of which actually Charlotte's already alluded to, but I might dig a bit more into the kind of granular and specific moves that I think government must make to enable regional and local government to play that part. And I suppose I speak, until 6 weeks ago, I was the Chief Executive of Bradford, but as one of a number of local government chief execs, largely but not exclusively from the kind of, post-industrialised, de-industrialised, however you want to characterise us, cities and towns across this country. That's not exclusively, our domain to speak about this, but we have held the faith, I think, with the kind of central notion that the duty of care and well-being in the Local Government Act is actually to create well-being for the people of our place now, but not at the expense of the future. And actually, the best way to a long, happy, healthy life in which you don't need the state overly involved is actually to be in work and good work throughout your life, not scrabbling on the margins of poverty. So we've seen that, as Marmot does, as our first order priority. And to that extent, to some extent, we've been going against the grain of government policy since really 2010. And in doing that, in particularly having been the Chief Executive of York and then Bradford, we draw inspiration, if you like, from our 19th century kind of radical foremothers and forefathers. So if I think about Joseph Rowntree in the City of York, or indeed Titus Salt in Bradford, who were both industrialist business people, rapid industrialisation going on, really weak infrastructure, really poor health outcomes, and they moved with the business community into civic leadership and created much of the infrastructure that we're still reliant on, actually, in our northern cities and towns, hence why some of it is crumbling. But not just Joseph Rowntree, Titus Salt, people like Margaret Macmillan, who pioneered early years education, school baths. My kids learnt to swim in the first school bath in the country, school dinners, things like that. Forster, who introduced education boards throughout the country from Bradford. So we draw inspiration from that, not that they got everything right, and the relationship between capital and labour wasn't always to the benefit of those that worked in their mills and factories. But that is essentially where we draw our inspiration from, our DNA from. But I guess I would point how far we have pivoted away from that since 2010. So particularly for the local government sector, and in England particularly, because I was talking to a colleague in Aberdeen yesterday who was saying who'd worked in England, it is quite a different environment in terms of the understanding of the role and contribution of the local state. A 40% overall reduction in revenues over the last 10 years against a growing population. But I think, and as a civil servant colleague said, well, it's very clear that the demand for public services exceeds the public purse, and there is going to be a further decline in public spending under this administration. And as the debate is today, what room for manoeuvre do Labour have? But I think the other thing that is not always appreciated is that certainly when I became a chief executive, 66% of the funding came from redistributed business rates from central government and 33% from your local tax base. As I stand here today, and in Bradford, which is one of the most deprived places in the country, 33% comes from central government and 66% comes from the local tax base. And not to give you all a kind of, beginner's guide to local government finance, but it's based, of course, on your tax base, which is around your housing, and you're all council taxpayers, I assume. Band D is the kind of average council taxpayer's kind of house that they live in. And in Bradford, 90% of the houses are below Band D. They're Band A and B. They are, therefore, the ones that pay least council tax. And actually, as a result of the downward pressure, if you remember the Pickles era, on the kind of fat cat bureaucrats and town hall kind of, infrastructure, our council tax is also quite suppressed because it's been, the council tax increase is both capped, subject to capping by central government, but also the politics of putting council tax up. I, as someone who was an advisor, always advised putting council tax up to the maximum, because why would you depreciate your asset base? But the truth is, in Bradford, our council tax base is about 8% adrift on its actual level compared to many other places. So that has been a dramatic shift, and that's been combined, as we know, with a rapid decline in the investment in critical infrastructure. I think we trail the OECD now. In fact, we're at the bottom of the OECD for a number of things, but one of which is both productivity and investment in infrastructure. That, combined with a lack of industrial strategy, a coherence in our skills system, the loss largely of European funding, which we relied on for some of the critical interventions, has left many aspects of what we're trying to achieve critically underfunded. And I suppose the point I want to make is actually it wasn't just about austerity, recession, cutting the public debt. There was also a narrative about shrinking the state because it was crowding out the space for wealth creation. But what that has led to is an enfeebling, really, of our ability to invest significantly in a sustained and coherent way on the upstream and preventative activities that actually enable wealth creation, provide that ecosystem and local infrastructure. And what that has meant, not initially, but now, and of course only accelerated and accentuated by the pandemic, is that our spend is increasingly at the kind of blue light end of the spectrum. So what we see is an increase in the acuity and complexity of presenting issues and in the volume of issues. So 86% of the spend of many local authorities now is on adults and children's services. Now, if I was thinking about Bradford, about 5,500 children and their families in the social care system, 15,000, a few more, in the adult social care, and we're spending 86% now. Those are absolutely needed services, don't get me wrong. But I have a tax base of taxpayers of 550,000 people. And we're spending 86% of the money on just over 20,000 people, if you were to take it in those crude terms. And that is undermining democracy, because it's, you know, there is very little headroom to invest in the things that most taxpayers believe that they pay their council tax for. Maintenance of the road, lighting the streets, having a swimming pool to go to, libraries, art galleries, museums, the whole lot. And over that time, and Charlotte's already pointed to it, what do we now have? Now, you know, clearly not all of this is about the shrinking of the local state. You know, and you've talked about, you know, COVID, Brexit, global security situation. But what we have is, you know, and you showed the graph about minus 25% in the mill towns, didn't you? Kind of level of pessimism, really. A stagnant economy, the largest depreciation in living standards in many people's living memory, a housing crisis, and a high tax burden. That isn't just bad in terms of the quality of life that's being experienced across that. It's also undermining of kind of confidence in local democracy. But I was asked, and I'm going to start to speak about how you might pivot back to a place where we reinvest tolerably within the kind of fiscal and economic position we're in. But I'm going to just mention briefly levelling up, which of course I have been working with as a concept. I was talking to someone over breakfast this morning that I was staying with, saying it almost felt like a goldfish bowl where flakes were dropped on the top of the thing, and we all desperately rose with our mouths gaping to the surface to try and hoover up what flakes came. But they didn't come in a systematic or planned way. They came randomly, and you had to keep dodging and moving, you know, and competing. I mean, on the positive side, I would say, and I know some of the people who drafted it, well-crafted and a really ambitious agenda. The attempt, at least the expressed attempt, to wire government across all departments, this is nirvana for many of us, is to actually get government departments speaking to one another and doing integrated policy development. And that was there as an ambition. I do think the attempt to identify and direct investment in a systematic way, all of those things were there in conception. They didn't survive turbulence in the administration, shifting alliances within the Conservatives, because I don't even think there was agreement that it was about rebalancing between North and South. I remember one Zoom call with a junior government minister talking a lot about flower baskets on roundabouts and civic pride, which, coming from Bradford, wasn't, you know, not top of my agenda, though absolutely, you know, local kind of community action to create good public realm and open spaces, absolutely. I do, you know, and actually ultimately I think it was coming largely from a narrative of, well, let's create opportunities and pathways, but let's not think about systemic shifts in our economy or rewiring our economy. And then when it came to implementation, it was a muddle of random prioritization of places, competitive bidding rounds, where in the second round, many of us put bids in and then were told we were ineligible, having got money in the first round, having spent 300 grand on the bids for the second round. And then last week, some of our second round bids having been revived and suddenly receiving £20 million for a bid we'd previously been told had been knocked out of play, but with no warning, just no notice. Anyway, we will create the Robotics Institute in Keighley, which is a marginal seat, but, you know, and so, but it has absolutely felt like that, a randomness about it, a kind of rules being set which turn out not to be rules, abortive costs incurred, and a revolving door of housing ministers. Arguably, that's one of the biggest things you could tackle in a levelling up agenda. And again, absolutely no industrial strategy. So let me come on to the kind of how we might play our part. I'm just going to look at this. Oh, I've obviously exceeded my time. Terribly sorry. I am moving. Is that all right? Are we all right? Just thinking about driving fair growth, which is, yes, about growth, but it's about who are the beneficiaries of that growth and what kind of growth. And one of the biggest shifts, I would have to say, is Labour administrations in the North have absolutely made that journey now in terms of thinking about sustainable and green growth. And because I think when I entered local government, it was growth, whatever growth we could have, even dirty growth, because people would at least have a job and an income. And I think actually many leaders in the North Andy Burnham being one, but many others have made that, and Tracy Braben, decisive shift. So I'm going to assume very tight fiscal positions. Some of this is about reprioritisation and redistribution and creating marginal opportunities for reinvestment. But local government needs to be given back the bandwidth to do that upstream and preventative work of creating the conditions for economic growth and good economic growth. Our sector is, 35 more local authorities are looking to the abyss of not being able to set a budget for next year. It's not just a Birmingham, and it's not just a narrative about poor governance. The truth is the sector is really precarious. The first thing, so I have 5 things really. The first thing is absolutely fiscal reform. We should have had the Fair Funding Review implemented 4 or 5 years ago now. A business rates reset. Our whole business rates system is not calibrated on the right basis, and it incentivises the wrong sort of growth. Bradford would have been £35 to £40 million a year better off, according to independent assessments of if they'd implemented those reforms. And that there is a backlog now of reviews, commissions of inquiry, making very sensible kind of proposals that have not been implemented. I would have to say we cannot move to have the bandwidth to work on fair growth unless also we tackle social care. So whether it's the Dilnot Review, 10, 11 years ago, the McAllister Review of Children's Social Care, the implementation of the Competition and Markets Authority that looks at profiteering children's social care, whether it's looking at right to buy and what you do with the revenues from right. We have to get into the specifics of these things because there isn't a huge amount of, but actually where some revenues are retained and how they're used is really important, and how the market is regulated to an extent that it's not profiteering in terms of provision of services, I think is very important. So I would say first 2 things, fiscal reform. Secondly, implementation of many of these commissions of inquiry and reviews that have been done under various governments. The third is I would give the sector statutory responsibility for working on economic growth. I would, because it's not a statutory responsibility at the moment. It gets squeezed. It's the most vulnerable part of the business when you're looking at discretionary spend. And that does not mean that we are all controlling our pole position, but it means we can use our convening power and prioritise budgets and work in collaboration with government. The fourth thing I'd say is, and I'm not a fan of everything that happened in the previous Labour government, but actually the local area agreement moving towards total place, which came at the end of the administration last time, they'd only just started. But actually, if you were to look at, I think the biggest thing local places could do is drive down failure demand and create the opportunity for upstream investment. And if you take the whole spend in a place, when you look at the benefit spend, the NHS spend, the criminal justice system, then there is absolutely room for manoeuvre there. It's also important in terms of where you accrue benefit and how you recognise that on the balance sheet. Because many of the things local government does saves money, as I'll say briefly, actually at the acute end when you talk about A&E. And the final thing is devolution. We have decentralisation. For all that there's been big strides, there's a lot more confidence. Having gone through some of the Transforming Cities Fund negotiations with DfT on transport, it's decentralisation. And yes, we are doing good and imaginative things. We could do so much more. So in return, regional and local government can use its convening powers, which it still has, to bring forward plans for economic growth, which, yes, would include sector specialisation. We can't all be great at robotics and AI and all the rest of it, skills pathways that are linked to businesses. Many of this we are doing already in the north, but it's like that when it could be like that. Intervening in housing development with housing associations. If we retain more receipts, we can borrow more money, we can create more properties. I can't get developers to build houses where we really need them because you can't make enough profit. Integrated transport networks. And then moving to that wider agenda, which we've worked on both in York and Bradford, the anchor institutions and employers of our city. I've got Morrison's, PwC, Yorkshire Water, Yorkshire Building Society, working together around our procurement and wealth creation, wealth building in the local market, some elements of conditionality when we're giving grants for business growth. And the community infrastructure that can be built, and I can see in my place, where we have community anchor organisations that are asset owning and drive revenues and create pathways and opportunities for people in place. And these are across the voluntary sector, the faith sector, social enterprise. And finally, I can have 1 minute on prevention. Time up, please finish. You're all right, Anand. I'm all right. You're all right. We're all right for time. I think, we're all right for time. Just very... A half minute. So let me just talk very briefly about, because, you know, the Green Book is especially difficult to work with around investment in prevention. And I agree there has to be a powerful and compelling evidence base, and but it has to look at cost avoidance over the life course. I was going to give a couple of examples. So just very quickly on our clean air zone, very controversial, given ULEZ, first charging clean air zone in the north of England. And what that has already led to is a decrease in A&E admissions for chronic kind of respiratory issues, reducing number of inhalers in schools. But not only that, because we provided a certainty of direction and approach, of course, we have a massive expansion of charging EV points. We have a hydrogen plant we're working on with Northern Gas Networks and Yorkshire Water. And the buses, the first bus now are going to use those to go up the hills, because you can't use electricity for going up hills in the bus, and a city centre energy network. So it's a perfect combination for me, where an intervention, very controversial, a lot of political capital expended, but is leading already to a reduction in spend, a stimulus to the private sector, and taking us forward in terms of creating the kind of growth that we want to see. And I'm going to finish there. Exceeded my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kersten. You went over, but it was worth it. You gave us lots of anecdotes, both micro and macro, and the analysis, I was just jotting away. I mean, some of the things you said, 86% of the spend on 20% of the people. I was trying to get my head around that. The implications for democracy, as you said, and then you senior leaders at local government just competing like goldfish for the little bits of feed coming down from central government. And also implementation, reviews. There are so many reviews. I remember being at an African Union event in Addis Ababa, and President Kagame of Rwanda talked, about an implementation crisis. There's so many edicts being pushed out by the African Union, but they're not being implemented in hardly any of the 55 member states. And the same thing in micro here in this country. Okay, so Kersten, thank you for that. For our third and final talk in this series, I'm pleased to welcome up Anand Menon, who is Director of UK in a Changing Europe and Professor of European Politics and Foreign Affairs at King's College in London. Anand's going to reflect on why a fair... You're looking at me with great surprise. Is that not you?
I was trying to decide whether to stand up or not.
No. You can hang a second. You have to let me land. Anand will reflect on why a fair growth agenda is needed across the UK. Anand, you can now come to the stage.
I think I'll reflect on that. I was given a list of questions, which was a sort of context, scene-setting sort of talk. So what I'm going to do is zoom out quite a bit from what we've just heard. And my first exam question was, why do we need growth? Why do we need fair growth? I think we can skip over that quite easily. We need growth because it will provide the surpluses we need for the investments we need to do the sorts of things we've just heard about. We need growth to increase our living standards. We also need growth because when we don't have growth, politics becomes very, very zero-sum indeed. One of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why our politics has been so bitter of late is because of the absence of growth. The absence of growth makes all the choices that politicians have to make far, far harder to make because you're trading off the demands of one group against another. Why do we need fair growth? The simplest answer to that is go away and read The Spirit Level. Because one of the most remarkable arguments made in that book was it is not just the case that the worst off do better when you reduce inequality in a society, but the top decile, every single decile of the income distribution performs better the more equal a society is. So it's not simply a question of not wasting talent in poorer places of the country. It is because reducing inequality isn't what you do when you have growth, it's what you do to get growth. The more equal a society is, the easier it is to generate growth. So there's no trade-off involved between growth and fair growth. The two are intrinsically linked. Now, as to where we are now, we're in a situation where the last decade or so has been characterized by a stark absence of growth. The UK is a country with comparatively high levels of inequality in terms of wealth and income. In the 1970s, the UK was one of the most equal economies about. Now we're second in terms of inequality only to the United States. And this isn't just a question of what you earn or the wealth you have. The pernicious impact of inequality is that it bleeds into all aspects of life. So, just to take a couple of examples, a man in Blackpool, on average, will live 10.5 years less than a man in Westminster. Economic inequality bleeds into health inequality. Equally, a kid who has free school meals is 27% less likely to get good GCSEs than a kid who doesn't. So inequality affects every single aspect of our life in this country at the moment. So why do we have such inequality, and why do we have an absence of growth? Well, the answer's complicated, and I'm going to summarize a few of the explanations now. Firstly, an absence of growth is pretty common across Europe at the moment. European economies as a whole are struggling to produce any kind of economic growth. Rather than all roads leading to growth, as you said, actually no roads lead to growth at the moment in Europe as a whole. The US is a complete outlier in this, but in Europe as a whole, growth is proving elusive. But it's not just down to circumstance, it's also, of course, down to some of the decisions we've taken. In retrospect, but not only in retrospect, because to some of us it was obvious at the time, austerity was not just a bad policy, but it was a policy that effectively meant the economy could not grow. Starving public services of much needed funds, cutting the kinds of local services, the cuts to local budgets for local councils during the period of austerity were absolutely eye-watering. At a time when interest rates were close to or at zero, was simply economic folly. And austerity was one of the contributory factors to this decade of lost growth that we've experienced. The other one, of course, was Brexit. However you spin Brexit, whether you believe in it or not, Brexit has had a negative impact on the UK economy. And the saddest thing, perhaps, of both austerity and Brexit is that their impact falls most heavily on the least well-off. Both austerity and Brexit will increase inequality over the medium term. Brexit not least because its major impacts are going to be felt on the kinds of high-value manufacturing that you see in regions like the West Midlands that are the engines of economic dynamism in some of the poorest parts of this country. I would recommend the Resolution Foundation report on Brexit and trade, which digs into this in great detail. Third reason we don't have growth, I think, I'll put down to bad luck, in that we did what we did at the worst possible moments. Austerity was a misguided policy under any terms. It was a particularly misguided policy if it is going to be followed by a global pandemic. Nothing exhibited and illustrated the short-sightedness of austerity better than a health crisis that placed enormous strain on a health service that had been significantly underfunded under the previous two governments. Equally, Brexit. For Brexit to have worked on its own terms, it needed to take place in an environment of swashbuckling free trade, increasing globalization, and openness of the major economies. We were unlucky in the sense that when we did Brexit, it was precisely at the moment when COVID and its aftermath meant to a reversal of globalization, led to the major economies like the United States and the European Union turning in on themselves, and led to the virtual, and also at a time when the WTO is simply not functioning. So circumstances haven't been kind to us. I don't think for a moment this should take the responsibility away from the policymakers who took some really bad short-sighted decisions, but they haven't been helped by events. And the final thing I think that accounts for our relatively sclerotic performance when it comes to growth is politics. British politics has been in, for the last decade and a half, a period of unparalleled volatility. By volatility, what I mean is just people changing the party they vote for. Okay, if you think back to the 60s, 70s, and 80s, you could relatively easily predict how people would vote, and people tended to vote the same way over and over again. Between 2010 and 2017, 49% of us changed the political party we voted for. It was a scale of volatility we have never, ever seen in this country before. And what does this mean? Volatility leads to instability. Whatever adjectives you want to use to describe the governments we've had since 2016, you would not choose the word strong and stable for any of them. And this is partly a function of that electoral volatility. Volatility also means that increasingly our parties are divided internally. And what this makes for is chronic short-termism and chronic lack of strategic planning in government. I mean, there have been so many recent examples, I hardly know where to start, but if you think about the decision announced by Rishi Sunak at party conference, for instance, to push back the deadline for phasing out petrol and diesel cars from 2030 to 2035, I don't think that decision made much of a difference in terms of the global climate. I don't think that's going to swing things one way or another. It made a very big difference in terms of attracting inward investment to this country, because the one thing investors want to know is, what are the rules of the game? And I have to say in parentheses that the Labour decision to announce that actually if we're elected we'll move the deadline back to 2030 actually made that situation worse. Because if you're a car manufacturer and you're thinking about investing in the United Kingdom, you'll be thinking, well, I better wait till the election, because at least then I'll have some sense of what the rules are. Short-termism is inherent in our politics now. Short-termism and contradictions actually within government. I don't know how many of you watched Rishi Sunak's speech at Hampton Court yesterday, but it was very, very striking to watch him standing on that stage announcing to all those billionaires that the UK welcomes immigrants, whilst just down the road in Westminster his party's engaged in an internal civil war about how best to keep immigrants out. And if you think about the policy challenges we as a country face, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's social care, an ageing population, whether it's the climate crisis, what they all have in common is they require long-term political solutions. The problem with our politics at the moment is that long-term basically means a week on Friday. And this is, I think, is not discussed often enough by economists when discussing some of the problems we face in terms of our economy. And we face, God knows, a whole load of challenges. The NHS needs 3% extra a year just to stand still. We need to invest far more in catch-up education because of the hours lost during COVID by some of the most vulnerable young people in the country. And we have to find the wherewithal to invest in infrastructure and skills to help address this chronic problem of low growth. It's very, very hard, hand on heart, to be positive, given the current circumstances that we face. But let me try in my closing last minute. One of the things that came out of both Brexit and COVID is that we learned a lot about our country. Brexit and the aftermath of that vote was a bit like the country collectively holding up a mirror and looking in it and realising that for large chunks of the country, the economic model we'd espoused for many years beforehand simply didn't work. This came as a surprise, but one of the enduring legacies of Brexit is that no one in this country can pretend that regional inequality is not a serious problem anymore. COVID, likewise, was more than a mirror. It was almost like a barium injection into the inner workings of this country. It taught us about key workers. It taught us about delivery men. It taught us about the people who worked in supermarkets. It taught us about the often appalling conditions in which some of those people worked. So for all their negative economic impact, Brexit and COVID helped us learn lessons about ourselves, and they also fundamentally rearranged our politics. One of the best things that has happened in our politics over the last decade for me is that some of those places in the red wall that were previously taken for granted by both big parties because they were safe seats have become marginal. If you want to be heard in British politics, become a marginal seat. It is the best way forward. And what the polling indicates is that some of those seats are going to remain marginal whatever happens at the next election. So whilst I think that sadly our experiences over the last decade, and particularly the experience of COVID and Brexit, are going to leave us with an economy that is smaller than it otherwise would have been, my hope is that the lessons we have learned politically from those times might lead us to have an economy that nevertheless is slightly fairer than it would otherwise have been. And that is the straw I intend to cling to this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anand, for that, how can I put it, brutal diagnosis of where we are and how we got here. But thank you for giving us that straw, which I think we're all collectively clinging to at this point. As you can see from our panel here. Hannah White was meant to be speaking next, but sadly she's unable to join us. So that gives us a bit of time to move to our Q&A. I'm now going to hand back over to Charlotte, who's going to chair a discussion with all speakers, and then she'll take a few questions from you fine people. Charlotte, over to you.
Thanks so much. Well, thank you both for some fantastic, inspiring and really detail-oriented opening talks. I think I've got a couple of questions I want to put to you, then I'm keen to come and hear from our audience. Mainly, I mean, this conference today is asking, because the polls are looking good for Labour, whether, particularly given the backdrop of levelling up like we've discussed, whether Labour can do it differently. Is Labour immune to any of them or all of those problems that you set out, whether that was on local government finance, joined up government, whether that's on kind of a run of bad luck. Obviously the party's position on Brexit, something we might want to get into if we are serious about achieving growth, let alone fair growth. But maybe if we could start, I mean, one of the most arresting things that I was glad to hear you say, Anand, was not only that reducing inequality is what you do to get growth, because that's basically CPP's underlying philosophy, but also something that I don't think we hear enough about, which is that austerity has meant that the economy hasn't been able to grow. But that's something that Keir Starmer has shied away from acknowledging, because acknowledge it and suddenly he comes face to face with his Shadow Chancellor's fiscal rules, ironclad fiscal rules, for all the reasons we know around the kind of tax and spend traps that Labour get into. But if Keir is committed to growth as he should be, and fair growth as we would like him to be, do you think he needs to call out austerity?
Yes. I mean, there's such an eye-watering lack of honesty about the fiscal position we're in that it's really quite depressing, and it's there from both parties. You know, just the scale of debt income payments is in and of itself a cause for serious concern. I think that our debt interest payments are projected to become bigger than departmental spending everywhere but health in the next 2 or 3 years. I mean, that is a massive chunk, okay? So whoever wins the next election, they're going to have to increase taxes. I'm one of those naive people that would rather be told that beforehand as opposed to being fibbed at beforehand in order to have that nasty shock afterwards, because it will be good to have a debate about it. So, yeah. The other thing to be said is for those, thankfully not me, who have to look at the OBR charts around the time of an autumn statement, the whole autumn statement was a con, because it was built on the assumption that the Conservatives would pare back public spending to a degree that is simply politically impossible. So we're kind of living a lie. So yeah, I think I'm in two minds about what Keir Starmer to do. On the one hand, there is a chunk of me that thinks just keep lying if it lets you win. All right, I mean, you know, that's politics. On the other hand, there's a bit of me that thinks actually you need to tell the truth to give yourself a mandate to do some rather difficult things when you come in. And I think the second line of thinking is becoming a bit more predominant in my head at the moment. So in that sense, yeah. I mean, there's a very long and rambling answer, but I think the short version is yes. It would be better if we had a bit of honesty about the debate.
And I think one of my worries is the kind of the rowing back on even commitments that have been made, for example, on green growth only this week. And I think you diagnosed it so well, that kind of inconsistency in government policy undermines inward investment. And I even see that at the local level. If you can have a strategic policy and stick to it, you know, then actually you create the conditions for other people to join you on that journey. Whereas if it fluctuates endlessly, then you absolutely don't have investors at the table.
Well, one of the great lines that I loved in your remarks, Kersten, was when you talk about that rolling back of the state, enfeebling local government in its ability to create a local ecosystem conducive to that investment and the creation of good jobs. But the opposite of that implies an expansion of the state or a shoring up of local government finances the system is desperate for. Yeah. But again, we hit up against that fiscal situation.
The fiscal rules, which is why I spoke a little bit about progressive redistribution, which is kind of something that's been kind of moved away from systematically over the last 10 years. If you look at the business rate system and how and where the money is distributed. So, you know, I think there's room for manoeuvre, but there's winners and losers, aren't there, right? And that's the problem that government got into around levelling up, and when blue wall seats became marginal, you know, so it couldn't be about north and south, because then you were losing seats in the south. But the only other thing I would say, and this is not to fall out with my colleagues in government, but if you look at the growth of the civil service over the last 10 years, it's almost as dramatic as the decline in workforce of local government. And I'm also suggesting you'd redistribute where the state is active, to a local level, and that's what devolution would bring, wouldn't it? You know, not just decentralisation, not just moving government departments out, but actually having more kind of people working at the local and regional government level than you do have in the central government. That's the room for manoeuvre. But I am with Anand. I think some honesty, because the danger is Labour's boxed itself on so many fronts around the single market, around the child benefit for two-child cap, on the fiscal rules. It worries me, really.
Can I just firstly, all these things are interrelated. Okay, so councils are stretched in part because of their statutory duty to provide social care, and our social care system, this isn't rocket science, is a complete disgrace. Okay, but that feeds into other stuff. So, for instance, over the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen a significant increase in the number of doctors working in the NHS. But at the same time, we've seen a significant decrease in NHS productivity. And there are two reasons for that, both of which sort of feed into the broader discussion. One is austerity, the fact we haven't invested enough in capital spending, so our NHS lacks the scanners and the kit that equivalent health services have. And the second is that because we have no working social care system, there are a load of people in hospital who should not be there, who are well enough to go home, but we've got nowhere to put them. So all these things interlink. The other thing I just wanted to say quickly is there are some things you can do to generate growth that are free. I mean, if you made me Prime Minister for a day, the one thing I would do is scrap the Greenbelt. Just scrap it. And just say, all right, the priority at a time when we've got food bank use at the levels it is at the moment is to generate growth. And actually, if building is a way to generate that growth, let's do it. And I am reassured by some of the noises Labour have been making about planning.
My next question before we go to the audience is, both of you touched on this idea of short versus long-termism. And then before we came out here, we were talking, and you made the point, Kersten, we're potentially at an inflection point where the question is, do we need new institutions to achieve what it is we're trying to do, or do we need to work better with the ones we've got? How do you think we can institutionalise better that long-term thinking?
Let me answer in two parts. The first is, one of the reasons why I get frustrated by discussions about can Labour do X or can Labour do Y is because actually, unless both parties buy into an agenda, it's not going to happen. Because a couple of terms of Labour, followed by a couple of terms of Conservatives who unwind everything Labour did. So actually, the one rather odd bit of hope I've taken recently is the International Development White Paper, where Andrew Mitchell made it perfectly clear he talked to Labour about it, and this was a bipartisan approach. We need more of it. The more specific answer to your question, and I can't believe I'm saying this because I'm a bit of a dinosaur who loves first past the post in a sort of emotional way, is probably electoral reform. Because our current two-party system, whereby you gain political points for promising to undo what your opponents have done, institutionalises short-termism. And I suspect that actually a more proportional system, it might not work. I mean, there are all sorts of unintended consequences might come of it, but a potential consequence is to drive political parties towards having to talk to each other a lot more than they do now.
And at a local level, I mean, I think, you know, it's always been my mantra really with my workforce that, you know, governments come and go, more or less helpful to what we're trying to achieve locally, usually less helpful. Let's crack on and do everything that we can do. So we have been the holders of long-term planning, you know, with a compass needle set on how do we create well-being and prosperity now but not at the expense of the future. And I think, you know, again, we used to have a duty to produce sustainable community strategies, which went, yeah. We had the whole era of total place, local area agreements. I would bring some of that approach back, where actually, what does remain with local government, paradoxically, is its convening power. Everybody still thinks we're responsible for everything. And can solve the intractable issues of our time. But that's not to say reinvest hugely, but actually recognise that, back it, work with it, but not on an earned autonomy basis, and not as per sprinkling the flakes on the goldfish bowl, but allowing us to maintain that consistent approach, and don't keep, flim-flamming around, are we going to have a new station and a through line in Bradford or not? We're on the 4th iteration of it. We were in, out, shake it all about. And, and none of it is actually happening as a result. So those are some of the things that I think, but just, to your point about on institutional, new institutions, I'm not keen on yet more reorganisation. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is another reorganisation of the NHS. It's a complete distraction, moving the deck chairs around, the governance, who's going to sit in what place where, and it completely disrupts that sustained focus on what we're actually trying to achieve. And then on your point about the health service, I mean, this is how stark it is. In Bradford, the level of obesity amongst our children means that if they all go on to develop type 2 diabetes, we have not got enough operating theatres to amputate limbs when they're older, right? Now that sounds dramatic, but we, along with a number of poor cities in the north, have very high levels of obesity. And unless we can do something upstream on that, what's coming downstream for the NHS is completely eye-watering and at the acute end, and so damaging of people's lives, just lives wasted, frankly.
That's like almost chilling.
Well, it is. It's happening. That's the point. To your point about dying 10 years. I don't know which one of you said, but it's absolutely happening. Not just in dying younger, but living with chronically poor health from your 40s. It's not right in one of the most affluent countries in the world. It's just not right.
Show me if you have a question.
Oh,
I hope we've got some roving mics, have we? Great. Okay, so we will start with the lady in the middle in the green there, and I'll work round. And maybe we'll take 2 or 3 at a time.
Great, thank you. I'm Priya Edwards, I'm from Save the Children. And we've been doing a lot of thinking about how unchild-centred a lot of politics and policy is. And one of the things that we are pleased that Labour has committed to is having a holistic child poverty strategy. And I'm interested in all of your reflections on how that child poverty strategy could be more actively connected to fair growth. What are the challenges with that? Because I think often we think about poverty as a very sort of disconnected, social security related challenge.
Yeah.
So I'd be really interested in how we can make fair growth in a child-centred way.
Fantastic
Thank you.
question, yeah. Anyone else on that side? Yeah, behind you.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Goldhill from Natrum Capital, which is a financial services company. I wanted to echo what Kersten had said, that there's been the growth in administration. And one area of wasted growth is the employment that's gone into regulation over the last 10 years, most of which is completely useless. To give you an example, when we completed our annual report, we used to have to produce 4 other documents to do it. We now have 15, and that's since 2016.
Okay, anyone else on that side? Thank you. Yes, that lady on the end. Yep, just pass it on. Just this way, Patrick, on the end of the aisle there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm Sue Cohen from the Women's Commission in Bristol. And it's really about fiscal rules and the rigidity of Rachel Reeves's fiscal rules. And isn't it the case that in order to improve productivity, that fiscal rules need to invest in human capital? in particular in childcare, education, health, etc., and that fiscal rules would need to be changed and be more flexible in that respect.
Brilliant. Okay, some great questions there. So how do we connect poverty, particularly child poverty, into the fair growth agenda? How do we think about the role of regulation? Sometimes more isn't always better. Sometimes less isn't always better either. And what do we need to think about when it comes to fiscal rules and investment in human capital rather than, as we typically think about, investment in hard capital infrastructure? So let's start with you, Kersten.
So, great question about child poverty, and I have despaired at the lack of ambition for our children over the last 10 years. I mean, I sound like I'm a kind of old Labourite, but Every Child Matters was actually a really inspiring, integrated agenda for children. And, you know, I weep at the fact that we reduced all of our investment, well, not all of, but much of our investment in preventative work, the Sure Start centres, the facilities at community level that actually connected families, particularly those living in income-deprived kind of areas, to opportunity, to pathways, sometimes to community-provided childcare, sometimes to opportunities to become teaching assistants and then go on and educate. I mean, interestingly, I mean, I think there has to be a heavy focus on early years in childcare. It is still true, as the Jesuit said, and others said, show the child at 7, I'll show you the adult. You know, and I think the first 3 years are absolutely critical. And if a child is living in poverty, material or otherwise poverty, for those first 3 years, you can chart the life course and the reduced kind of outcomes for that child. In Bradford, interestingly, we've got the world's largest longitudinal study on childhood development, which is producing some real groundbreaking insights which have actually survived the Green Book test to lead to some shifts in government policy. So being able to diagnose autism at the foundation stage without it being clinically diagnosed and modify and adapt the education curriculum, those children are now attaining at the same level as their peers. Huge shift then and reduced cost. I'm still on that agenda, really. We discovered thousands of our kids who had eyesight issues. The note never got home, or the parents thought they'd have to pay for the glasses, or they were time poor because they're working shifts, still on benefits, they're not earning enough. And actually now we have investment from government to put opticians in schools with 2 pairs of glasses, one for home, one for school. Go figure why children can now learn. Small intervention. Low birth weight babies, predominantly born in poorer households, born in summer. Now we've changed the school admission system, so actually we can support children to enter school later so they can attain. Now those are just small examples of how you can connect it in ways. Is it to the fair growth agenda? Arguably, it's creating young people who have optimism, skills and choice when they leave school to navigate adult life. Yeah, but I would, you know, personally, if there was any way to lift the child benefit cap, you know, I'm a place of large families because of the diversity, 150 languages spoken in Bradford, very large families, many of whom living in poverty, women particularly, doing multiple jobs to try and make ends meet and still being dependent benefit. That cannot be. That's the state subsidising work, isn't it, the private sector. So we do have to get into the ribs of some of those agendas as well.
Brilliant, thank you. And Anand, the last 2 minutes to you, please. I'm afraid we won't be able to get to the next set of questions, so I think we're going to have to wrap up. But Anand, if you could take any or all of those that we've just had.
Yeah, I mean, Sue, on the way I look at fiscal rules is they're an electoral necessity for the Labour Party because it covers an area of vulnerability. The thing that slightly worries me is that the Labour Party are thinking, well, we signed up to Tory spending plans in 1997 and that was fine. The big difference was that unwittingly John Major and Ken Clarke gave Tony Blair a massive present. They gave him a positive bank balance and growth. And this time round is going to be very, very difficult. So whether the fiscal rules survive first contact with governing, I'm less sure, but I think there's a very good reason why they're in place now. Because, you know, if you just imagine a situation of an economy that feels like it's recovering towards the summer of next year, and the Tories going to the people with a slogan of "Don't trust Labour with the recovery," it's where Labour tends to be vulnerable. I mean, I know this is a very vulnerable Conservative Party at the moment, but I think it makes perfect political sense for me for Rachel Reeves to have signed up to this now, less so if she ends up in government. And on the growth in I mean, who'd have thought that one of the obvious, predictable consequences of Brexit would be more regulation and more civil servants? It's baked into the project. So even if there are specific areas of regulation where you can say, actually, this is silly, this was always inherent. I mean, the idea that small state conservatives wanted Brexit made no sense. It was a logical contradiction in terms. And that, in a sense, is what's playing out at the moment, I think.
Well, we're going to wrap up this session. I won't attempt to summarise a really wide-ranging conversation. I'm grateful for your questions. Look forward to more of those, and apologise again to this side of the room, but we'll get there. Just leaves me to thank our fantastic guests, Anand Menon, Director of UK and a Changing Europe, and Kersten, former Chief Exec of Bradford Council. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
And thank you, Charlotte.
I've got to say, Charlotte, I could have listened to so much more of that. I was really getting into it. Fantastic stuff. You can get. I love that phrase, getting into the ribs of this, which I haven't heard before. It's usually getting into the weeds, but getting into the ribs. I love that. Fantastic presentation. Brilliant. I hope you enjoyed that. Yes? Good? Fantastic stuff. Okay, so we've now got time for a little break. You can have a bit of tea, coffee, and little nibbles, perhaps. Okay, so please be back here by 11:57, say. Okay, no, by 12 o'clock, bang on 12 o'clock. And then we'll have our next session. We'll have a panel discussion and audience Q&A. We'll give you time for that. Can Labour deliver growth without rebuilding public services? That will be at 12 o'clock. So please go out there, have a bit of refreshment, then come back within 15 to 20 minutes, 20 minutes max. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You kindly take your seats. Thank you. So in our first series of talks and our first panel, we set the scene, gave you a framework. And now we're going to ask a question. We're going to ask whether Labour can deliver growth without rebuilding public services. You'll remember that during his autumn statement last week, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, talked about improving productivity in the public sector and introducing reform. We hear that all the time, don't we? Well, okay. Well, let's see what Labour's task will be and how they're going to deliver. For this session, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, well, they're here already, Hilary Cottam, on my far right, although not politically, I suspect, social entrepreneur and policy advisor. We have Rosie Fogden, who's head of research and analysis at CPP. We have Paul Johnson, director of the IFAs, and Yvonne Sander, head of economics at the New Economics Foundation. And Yvonne will chair the panel. So, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well,
and please, give them a round of applause. Get them ready. Give them some energy. Yes. That way they'll perform better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to this panel. Yes, I'm Yvonne Sander. I'm the head of economics, the New Economics Foundation. On the other side of my life is I'm also the Labour's parliamentary candidate in Loughborough. So look, this is today, of course, what we're discussing is what Labour can do or what it can do to get growth or what it needs to do on the side of public services. Look, in terms of where we sit as a nation, obviously we are going through our worst domestic crisis since 1945, the worst fall in wages since Napoleon threatened these shores, public services that are literally crumbling before our eyes and nowhere near enough house building. And on top of that, the next Labour government will have to undertake what will end up being the largest economic transformation we've ever seen to get to a no-carbon economy. That is a context under which a future Labour government, if elected, will have to govern. So there's no pressure on us then going forwards. And these challenges, of course, are interlinked. You know, we know that, for example, not having a functioning NHS is why this country is the only one in the OECD to continue to see long-term sickness rise after the pandemic. We know we need to get skills up to insulate 19 million homes, and indeed as well install 600,000 heat pumps a year, which is the current government's targeted. And these challenges are worse in more deprived areas. Waiting lists are twice as high in the most deprived areas as the least deprived. And last week on the budget, dealing with that, either our domestic crisis or our future challenges, clearly nowhere near enough and clearly not serious thinking. So this panel today will help us to kind of answer some of the questions, indeed, that future Labour government will need to answer, in particular, how they can achieve lasting growth and how that can happen with rebuilding public services, and not only economic growth, but of course inclusive prosperity across people and places, which we haven't seen a lot of. And we've got a brilliant panel today to discuss that, of course. Hilary Cottam, Rosie Fogden and Paul Johnson, all of whom have been introduced. We'll start off with opening remarks. We'll have a discussion amongst the panel, and then I'll throw it open at the end to an audience Q&A. Hilary, let's start off with you. Labour and public services. What are your thoughts?
Yes, okay. So if the question is, can Labour deliver growth without rebuilding public services? I mean, the answer is no, isn't it? I mean, there's kind of like no need to... But I just want to make 3 points, really, in the kind of 3 minutes I have. So the first is I think it's really important to be clear what we mean by growth. And I think what we're talking about is human flourishing, the kind of possibility of every person and every community in Britain building their capabilities. And being able to do that, so building their capabilities to flourish, but also kind of within planetary boundaries. So we're not talking about, kind of growth of GDP, because we know that GDP alone, we've seen already, does not actually kind of change poverty levels, for example. I mean, we talked in the earlier panel about US GDP growing, but poverty is not shifting. And obviously, GDP growth that kind of further threatens planetary boundaries actually means that we won't survive. So I think we need to kind of talk about growth now in a very specific way. I don't see that in the Labour missions, and that's something we could talk about. But then, so moving on from kind of understanding that growth is actually human and ecological flourishing, it's axiomatic that you need public services in order for humans to flourish. So then I think the question is, what kind of public services do we want a Labour government to deliver? And I think we've got to be really clear that what we don't want is a kind of revival of 20th century services that were designed for a completely different society and economy. So in my book, Radical Help, I set out kind of like what kind of services we need. We need a welfare system that takes care of us cradle to grave. In that way, we absolutely do need to kind of go back to the Beveridge vision. But then we need to think about what sort of welfare support in terms of care and education and so on actually grows our capabilities for this century. So we've got this very industrial system which kind of tries to fix us when we fall apart. It's very vertically integrated. Money and knowledge move up and down in very vertical ways. And we know that all the problems we are trying to kind of sort of engage with today are very horizontal, that they are about building capability and they're about joining communities, professional services together in very horizontal ways. I've only got 3 minutes, so this is very abstract, but what I want to say is that these kinds of services and approaches exist all over Britain. I myself have kind of grown many, but lots of people in this room have probably grown others. We know that they cost less. We know that they enable people to flourish. And I think the role then is rebuilding public services that build on these models. And then the third thing I want to say is that I think we are at a very, very particular point of transition. Particularly kind of services around employment that we've inherited were developed by Beveridge, and he was very unusual. You know, he understood that we were, because of technology, in a time of transition and we needed a different approach. And we are right there again now. We've got kind of 3 big forces. One is technology, changing our work, our families, our communities, how we live, how we sleep. The other is ecological crisis. And the third, I think, is just a growing intolerance of our populations for injustice in every form of place, of race, of gender, which means that we really need to think again. And so what I would say is that Labour needs to think about growth in a new way, about how public services engage with that. But what we need is a very big story about this moment of transition and about what kind of services, what kind of growth, what kind of support do we actually need as citizens to face into this moment, which is very, very different. It's not just about the kind of last years of turmoil of a Conservative government. It is a kind of fundamental, different moment of transition.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Off to... Thank you all very much. Rosie, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to start off by saying that I'm not sure why Labour would kind of want to grow the economy without renewing services, because local and national public services are something that the electorate actually care a lot about. And so you've got this year's British Social Attitude Survey, which revealed that 55% of people think tax and spending should be increased to fund education, health and social benefits, which is quite a lot higher than it's been in the past. And we actually convened a citizens' jury over the summer to feed into our piece on the fiscal framework, and found an 86% of that jury that we convened agreed that the government should be raising taxes to fund public services. So there is this kind of, broad-based agreement across society that public services are really important and that there's an urgent need to fund them, and that government should be doing something about it. But as you heard from Charlotte this morning, when we had our pulse survey, which we carried out a few weeks ago, we found that people aren't convinced Labour are actually going to make any material difference to their life. So I think it is really time that Labour started talking about how they're going to deliver growth and grow the economy through public services, because I think that's what people are worried about, and people's concern is really justified. It's 2023 and your train's more likely to be cancelled than in 2015. As you said, Juven, there's 2.6 million people who aren't working due to long-term sickness, and the number of children experiencing destitution has tripled, while the funding for kind of the youth and family services that support them reached its lowest point just before the pandemic. So, it's really clear these big societal problems that we're facing, and how kind of deteriorating public services and a lack of local government funding has kind of fed into them. And these conditions just aren't conducive to fair and broad-based growth. So I think, resolving those issues could provide a real boost to the economy, that also raises living standards. So, to be clear, from a CPP perspective, we are talking about economic growth and specifically productivity growth. And we published a fair growth productivity model earlier in the year, which demonstrated that policies which look to improve local levels of skills, health and gender employment gaps could generate an additional 160 billion in economic output. So, public services really can deliver growth. And they're clearly not the only drivers of economic growth. Business investment does matter. But at the moment, the data suggests that the state of public services is holding us back, and it will continue to hold us back. It isn't just a problem for right now. Kind of the links between poverty, stress, poor health, those are all really well documented. And that means that there's a risk to, the future workforce, their resilience, their productivity, as well as the current one, by allowing this rise of destitution and child poverty across society. So I think at that systematic level, it's really important that policymakers and politicians in the Labour Party recognise that public services are real enablers of the economy, and they're not just a drain on state resources, because public services are under threat. There was a county council's network survey that looked at county council spending and how inflation and rising demand are leading to historically high overspends and risks of insolvency. And there are more cuts set to come. In the autumn statement last week, Hunt gave away all of the fiscal headroom created by higher tax receipts as a result of inflation, basically at the expense of departmental budgets, which are now 19 billion worse off in real terms. And that's going to be at the expense of, day-to-day expenditure on transport, prisons, local government, all those kind of things. And anyway, kind of our recent analysis has shown that public spending is going to need to rise just to meet demographic and cost pressure increases. So the fiscal situation is difficult, and higher interest rates are going to make public spending decisions even harder in the coming years. And so Labour does need to be strategic, but I think my main message is that neglecting public services just isn't a long-term strategy for success, and instead Labour need to be focusing on a kind of proactive set of policies that drive productivity and stimulate fair growth. So we've kind of recommend focusing public spending on tackling poor health, extending access to affordable childcare, reducing child poverty, increasing opportunities for disadvantaged children, and gearing the workforce towards net zero. So in terms of economic growth, Labour probably could deliver growth without rebuilding public services, but it wouldn't be broad-based, it wouldn't be sustainable, and I also don't think it would really help with re-election in 2030 either.
Thank you very much. And finally on to Paul.
Thank you. Well, let me start with where Rosie got to in the middle of what she was saying about the difficult fiscal situation. And it really is extraordinary where we are at the moment. This Parliament has seen the biggest tax rises of any Parliament in history. And and that's not because this is a government that loves tax rises, that's because I think we have reached a point in history where they became inevitable. And I think they will stay at this highest level in history, probably for the rest of my life. And this is quite remarkable because they've actually been very stable for a very long time at 33% or so of national income, gone up to 37% of national income. Why is that? Well, it's a combination of much bigger debt interest payments, and they're going to be with us for a while. And that's one reason why we've got high tax, and it feels like there's not much money for public services, because we're spending 2% of national income more on debt interest than we were 4 years ago. That's the entire defence budget on just the increase in debt interest. Secondly, as you've heard, because of demographic change, we're continuing to spend more on health, and we will be spending more on pensions into the future. If you look at public service spending, health was a quarter of it back in 2000. It's about 40% now. If you believe any of the numbers in the autumn statement, it'll be 45% by the end of the decade, and that's squeezing out other things. We've stopped cutting defence spending, which funded the welfare state for a very long time. So I think we need to start from the assumption that taxes are going to stay higher than they have been through any of our lifetimes. And that, of course, creates other problems, because if that's the case, how acceptable are further tax rises going to be to fund public services? And I think that's something that is a political decision or political question we may find the answer out to. Second part of this fiscal issue is that if you take at all seriously, and it's a question of whether you should, the numbers in the autumn statement last week, they imply cuts across most areas of public services over the next 5 years. Now, that's not a prediction from me, but that is a bit of arithmetic that comes out of the numbers in the autumn statement because of the squeeze on public spending going forward, related exactly to what Rosie was saying about the use of tax cuts essentially being paid for by cuts in projected public spending. So that is obviously on top of what was a period in the 2010s of remarkable cuts in public services. Although this Parliament is an outlier. This Parliament spending has gone up quite significantly. In terms of the relationship between these things and growth, there are clearly some clear relationships. One is about infrastructure and investment spending. Now, that's due to be cut really sharply over the next 5 years. In the budget books, it's flat cash for 5 years. That's obviously a big cut over that period. We know that's bad for growth. If you're looking specifically at other areas of public services and growth, we know that education is desperately important here, and we know the bit where we're really failing, which is further and vocational education post-16. And that's where, if we're really focused on growth, we're absolutely going to need to focus. More broadly, where we are is we know that justice, prisons, local government, social care, and so on are very, very squeezed indeed at the moment. Can we grow without those? Yes, we can, but we're not. That's not necessarily a kind of growth, as Hilary was saying, we we might want. I mean, to some extent, whilst I take Hilary's point about the kind of growth that we want, we do need GDP growth in order to achieve anything. I think that's really very clear from all of history, and I don't think the next 10 or 20 years is going to be different from that. Without overall income growth, we will end up with no progress for the poor, with intergenerational inequality crystallising, with those who have wealth doing better than those who don't, because you can't catch up if the income of the country isn't growing. The last thing I'd say is, look, there are international examples out there of all sorts of sizes of state, types of public service, and different levels of growth. Absolutely, we can have a bigger state and higher taxes and high growth if that's what we want. That's what a lot of Western Europe has. France has massively higher taxes and public services than we do, and higher productivity. But we can also choose to go the other way. There are countries in the world with high levels of growth and poorer public services. These are big decisions. But whichever way we go, we need to get the structure of these things right. We know, actually, how to get more growth, whether that be through reforming planning or reforming the tax system or infrastructure spending or the education system. We actually choose, or indeed trade with Europe, we choose not to do that. And whatever government we have next time, I think, has to choose growth, because without growth, we're not going to get the improvements in public services that we're talking about. Finally, since Hilary advertised her book, please read mine. Follow the Money, it's called, and it's got all the answers in there.
There we go. Not one but two books to buy after this panel for everyone here today. And it's great to see that everyone on this panel is getting paid, apart from, I think, myself and Rosie. So there we go. Good to hear that. Well, I think the first thing to say is, look, there seems to be at least some consensus here that public services are important to get economic growth, that it is the foundation of our prosperity. And the question I want to open to the panel now is, why has this discussion not been happening for the past decades? Why did it take us to get to this point in time? And I mean that from both a narrative and a forecast sense. When we were having those cuts in the early 2010s, we weren't then having a discussion on the other side, it seemed. I was quite young then, right? I mean, I didn't have a beard then, I didn't have grey hairs then, I was young. We didn't have this discussion. And in the forecast sense as well, I mean, Paul, I've been watching the IFS for years and years and years. I don't think I saw that come out. So my question is, if we now here accept that public services are important for growth, why are we only discussing this now? I mean, I'm not sure who wants to start. Maybe if we start Hilary and then throw it open.
Well, as somebody who's been working on public service for about 30 years, I think we have had this conversation. And I think that a lot of people have been talking about how public services are an investment, not an expenditure. And I think what happened actually in the pandemic was you suddenly saw, for example, the Financial Times, who would have put them in the expenditure column, start to talk about them as an investment. But I think the other thing is that this is social infrastructure. And what happens, I mean, Kersten talked about this kind of, in the Bradford case, is that you can sort of just about surf along for a while on kind of infrastructure you've already invested in, but there is a point at which it gets so threadbare you can't go any further. So, I mean, I don't agree that we haven't been talking about this, and I think there's been a lot of pressure. But I do think, one of the things is a geographic divide. I mean, my work is in post-industrial places, and things are really, really ragged. I think you can sit in Westminster and be a civil servant in Westminster and really be quite oblivious to kind of most of what's going on, which is probably why the kind of actual innovation has been in post-industrial places. It has been in local government, not in central government. But I think this is really important. And can I just say something about, I mean, earlier, CPP, you showed a place where, in post-industrial places, where there is kind of growth and productivity, blah, blah. But I think what's really important about that is that in those places where I work, if I take Barrow as an example, I mean, we know that Barrow is going to be a place of immense growth because that is where the defence spending is going right now. Does it touch local populations? No, it doesn't, because what's happened is that there aren't the skills in Barrow. BAE have built a Hilton hotel, and if you have a job above 50,000, you go there Monday to Thursday, and then you leave because you don't see, I mean, there are actually brilliant schools in Barrow, but there's a kind of perception that you don't have brilliant schools in Barrow, so there's not kind of good enough learning. There's definitely not good enough skills, as Paul was talking about, so you can't grow the population. There's a total crisis in care, which is not at all particular to Barrow, it's kind of national. But, you won't take a job if you can't kind of keep your mobile phone to worry about your child in school, or you know, if you're kind of worried about your parents. So all of these things underpin people's, you know, not just at the macro level. I don't disagree with you that incomes need to go up, but paying carers, a GDP would be a way for, you know, which is how I would say, you know, pay carers, GDP will go up. But the thing is that we've got to kind of invest in that infrastructure, and we've got to see that at the micro level, people won't go to work unless that infrastructure is there, and at the macro level, our country can't flourish, and we can't take those things apart.
Absolutely. I think you know, this local element is really important, and part of what Hilary was saying is terribly important. When you're thinking about levelling up and you're thinking about getting better jobs into areas, that can often be bad news actually for the poorer population or the less skilled population there, because it can just push rents and house prices up in the area. So you do need a strategy which takes account of that, which is either building new houses or reskilling people at the same time. I mean, you know, this relationship between public services and growth has been, I think, known for a long time. We absolutely know what the relationship between education and growth is. If there's one thing that worries me about, you know, post-COVID world, is we know that we've lost a generation to some extent in terms of the education they've gotten, and particularly children from poorer backgrounds who have suffered really badly from that, and I think we'll be suffering from that for the longer term. And I just wanted to sort of say a little bit more about that element of things. Some people, of course, in the UK are doing absolutely fine. You know, a large number of people are doing absolutely fine. But there is a large group who aren't, and they are very much those who are poor, have low levels of education, and you see them suffering throughout, whether it be missing school, being caught up in the justice system, being ill through their lives. We know that a 30-year-old with poor level of education has worse health than a 60-year-old with a high level of education. They're much more likely to be on disability benefits at 30 than a highly educated 60-year-old. And that's just one example of the way in which we have very different experiences across the country which are related to the effectiveness or not of Sure Start, which has largely been got rid of. Actually, this government has grown spending on childcare, but entirely for people on relatively decent incomes and in work, and not at all. Indeed, there are fewer poorer kids in high-quality childcare than there were. We know that in the education system, those from poorer backgrounds do worse, though that's not necessarily the education system's fault. As I was saying, the experience of COVID tells us they're not in the education system, it's even worse. So we need to invest through that. And the lack of support, the lack of success of people from poorer backgrounds, in particular with low levels of education in the labour market, is one of the big problems that we face. And so if you want growth, you need to bring that part of the population with us, and that requires some of the investments both in helping people into work, in their health, in their education that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I think so. Something that's relevant is some research that we did earlier this year looking at social determinants, like the social and economic determinants of health, and educational disadvantage is the biggest social or economic predictor of life expectancy across places. So, you know, it has a huge impact if you can't access education and training the same as other places. You don't live for as long when you're not in as good health, which is huge, really. So yeah, I think that spending definitely does need to happen. And a lot of what we think about at CPP is how investment in communities can benefit the whole community, because that's really kind of our mantra of inclusive and fair growth is about everyone being able to participate in that economy and benefit from it. Otherwise, you just get a two-tier society. We actually did a piece a few years ago on kind of the role of businesses within place, and it's a really hard thing to put your finger on, because a lot of businesses can be international, multinational. Like what is their role and responsibilities within a particular community, really? So I think that's an interesting question, and something that I know that is much more of a kind of live topic of policy debate in devolved areas in government. Our Inclusive Growth Network held a conference on good work with Manchester Metropolitan University earlier this year as well. So I think that is something that devolved governments are thinking of, how we bring in businesses and think about anchor networks. But I think it's about it's all it's a big joint effort, basically, across the public and private sector.
Yeah, that's really. I want to pick up, like, devolution's come up a few times, centralization's come up a few times. Like, in a previous world, I worked in the Treasury, and it is bonkers the way that we do governance in this country, basically, that like 400 odd civil servants decide how to spend £600 billion in cash. There's a reason why infrastructure spend is great in London and great getting from London to elsewhere, and not very good connecting up places elsewhere in the country within like the Midlands or the North or the Northwest or wherever else. My question is that we talk a lot about devolution, and obviously Labour has committed to taking back control. What is it you'd like to see specifically in the devolution piece, and also specifically how it interact with public services? So how can devolution, and how should it be designed to improve public service delivery?
So something that we've called for recently in the devolution space is for 2% of income tax to be devolved to the highest tier of local government, with a kind of certain percentage of that, I think 40% maybe, redistributed towards places with weaker economies, and also some of that set aside for capacity building as well. So, you know, really building in the redistribution element, but transferring a lot more spending control basically over to local governments, so that they can start to, and something we have called for, you know, many times over many years, is consolidated funding, single pots that, you know, local governments with the right accountability in place, and combined authorities can spend across services, because, you know, these things are joined up and interrelated, and I think that's where the benefit comes in. So that's, yeah, we see that as a big part.
That is really helpful. And Paul, maybe also be about the funding of local government, what it should look like in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a separation here between our local government structures we have at the moment and an ideal devolution system. I'm fairly convinced that devolving additional spending and tax powers would be helpful for growth, and I also think that one of the reasons that we've got the level of inequality we have between regions at the moment is to do with this degree of centralisation in Whitehall. I can't prove it, but I think the evidence there is pretty convincing. But I do think we need to think about the level at which we do this. Is the answer to devolve a lot of this to district councils? No. Is it to do it even to county councils? Probably not. We probably ought to be looking at regional levels, the sort of 9 regions of England. I mean, that would be how most other countries think about devolving serious economic policy making and powers to parts of their country. And that, of course, then, you know, slams straight into the power of local authorities and local identity and so on. So that's difficult, but I do think we need to think about that. In terms of funding local government, it's a disgrace the way that it works at the moment. It's not been properly reformed for decades. The cuts have been bigger in those areas which get more money from central government, which is another way of saying those that are poorer and more metropolitan over the last 14 years. And we are still basing it to some extent on data which is now a decade or more out of date, despite the fact that despite the fact we have more up-to-date information. The so-called Fair Funding Review, which is supposed to update all of this, is being pushed past the next election. And when it comes to reforming this, it's going to be incredibly hard, because on any rational basis, you're going to be redistributing really quite significantly. In other words, there are going to be winners and losers. Now, this is something that all governments have kicked into the long grass. It's obviously easier to do this when there's money around, but both on the sort of finance, the amount of money that local authorities get, we've got it wrong, and of course in the way that we raise money through council tax, which we know is regressive, where the sort of average council tax as a fraction of property value in Hartlepool is about 100 times higher than it is in Westminster. There really is no sense in the way that we, no, 10 times, sorry, not 100 times. There really is no sense in the way that we raise local taxes either.
I mean, I can say 3 things about this, I think. I mean, one is exactly to the point that Paul is talking. I mean, I think, you know, how does funding work? And the previous panel talked about this as well in very strong ways. So we know that sort of the way that kind of local taxation is working, business taxes, the Green Book and all of this, needs reform. I mean, why? I mean, we should then have a discussion about why these things are talked about decade after decade and don't happen. But the other thing I think is about sort of devolution to people, to citizens, because if we think about what the public service challenges are now in the 21st century compared to when our welfare systems were designed, there is almost nothing that we can do now that will make a difference that doesn't embrace citizens and get citizens active, whether it's kind of thinking differently about how we embrace education and particularly kind of skills education, whether it's thinking about care, health and well-being. These are not things that can be done well by a leader, if it's a local government leader that commands their population to do something, you know, take exercise. We heard about diabetes in the kind of previous section. These are about new systems that embrace everybody, and that is a different mindset about, I mean, people used to talk about double devolution, didn't they? And that's kind of something that I think we need to bring back. Just kind of going to another layer of the administration is not really going to what's going to kind of transform public services in this country in the way that we know works. And to that point, and my kind of third point about this is that I don't know what is the word that is the opposite of devolution, up to the centre. What would we call that? I don't know. I guess centralisation. But what I'm thinking about is a flow of information, which is that I think it's really striking that when I first started working in the 90s on public service reform in this country, all the energy, the ideas, the imagination, the innovation was at the centre. And now it really isn't there. It is in the regions, it is in local government, it is in communities, and it's almost a rule that the further you go from London, the better you will find in terms of kind of innovation, in terms of public services that actually kind of work with the community, for the community, always on an absolute shoestring. So I think also what we need in terms of the kind of core of this conversation, which is about public services, is a way to somehow move that learning from the micro back to the centre, so that we can understand what are the stories, there isn't going to be money, but what are the stories that will change things? I mean, one example that I've got is that, I don't know how long ago now, kind of in the early 2000s, I started something called Circle, which was a way that we could build in communities for older people to take care of one another. And we built it to 10,000 people. We had very, very good independent evaluations of it. Hospital readmissions go down, people kind of live better, all the rest of it. When we started, we had a list of local authorities that wanted a Circle that were entirely Labour local authorities, because this was perceived to be a kind of very left-wing idea. David Cameron came to power in 2009, and he talked about how brilliant Circles were because he had kind of heard about Circles. Overnight, we had 100, sort of inquiries from different levels of kind of Tory local government administrations who wanted a Circle. So it is about kind of understanding what will enable the kind of public services we need to move in a time of kind of fiscal kind of deficit. And a lot of that is about storytelling and understanding what will open the floodgates to allow what is working to kind of grow, rather than have to kind of keep working around the outsides because the kind of, the centre is kind of trying to do things in different ways.
That's really helpful. Thank you. We've only got 6 minutes or so until we open up to questions. So I think the final thing I want to ask the panel before I do go to the floor is that obviously, look, the next Labour government, if elected, will have to deal with the domestic crisis, will have to deal with crumbling public services. We're talking today about public services and what it means for growth. For you three, do you think, the priority areas, given the fact that not everything can be done? If we go kind of, I suppose, in reverse order, so if Hilary, you'd like to kick us off, what do you think is the key thing or key things that Labour should be looking and focusing on if they are elected next year?
Care and education. Care because my work is in communities and people feel fundamentally, deeply uncared for. So I mean that at every level, like how you care for your municipal workers, how you care for your older people, how you knit together something that is kind of owned by people, not, a kind of new NHS for the 1950s, but a different way of thinking about care and education, because our education at every level is utterly out of step with what we're facing into in terms of kind of technology and ecology. We are going to have to change our work and in fundamentally different ways, and our education systems are just not geared for it.
Paul?
Well, I think one priority would be the sort of governance change that we just discussed. So that doesn't necessarily cost a lot, but actually pushing decisions out of Whitehall, I really do think is an important part of any programme. Within education, I would say specifically, as I indicated earlier, post-16 education, and particularly for those not going on to university. That is, it remains and has been for a long time in this country both very poor The choices available if you're not going through A-levels are difficult, and we know that a tiny fraction of our young people go on to higher levels of vocational qualifications, and that's within education. I would absolutely focus on that.
So I think, Labour have talked a lot about prevention, and I think if they're serious about that, they need a much stronger focus on early years education and child poverty as well as on health. And I think, as we've just discussed, a new funding deal for local government at every level is a really important part of that. And then I think on the skills side, I think transition to net zero is obviously really important, and I think that we could be directing a lot of funding into making sure that local populations are able to upskill and reskill and actually get the benefit of that net zero transition and investment that needs to happen.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Well, now, guys, up to you. So I'll take questions in banks of 3. Can I have this woman on the front row here? The red T-shirt over there. And there's someone on this side as well. I can see their hand up. I think the young man over there as well. So I'll take questions in 3. Yeah, just here on the second row, sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm Tahira, a King's College London student. Something that was just discussed right at the end and also throughout the discussion was about higher education. I was wondering if there are any suggestions for tuition fee reform, since I and many other students feel like the debt is quite a lot, and from the conversations I've had with other students, it's putting a lot of different students off of pursuing higher education. And since making sure that our labour force is, has the education and skills required, I was wondering if any tuition fee, reform is suggested or, could be implemented to ensure that, there's better growth and fair growth.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
I'm Cameron Shepherd. While attempting to expand funding for education, reform social care, keep people in work, can we afford to continue funding the NHS under its current mandate, particularly with the gradually sickening, particularly type 2 diabetes, for instance, and getting older population?
Thank you. That was a very quick, concise question. Thank you very much. And one over here.
Hi, I'm Solomon. I am a student at LSE. My question is, there's been a lot of discussion around local economies and how they function, and less so about how they should be interacting and the geographical mobility between them. I wanted to ask your thoughts about how necessary it is for people to be able to go between these communities, and also interactions between the north and the south in terms of delivering that fair growth.
Thank you very much. That's a very brilliant question. So one on tuition fees, one on can we fund healthcare and the interaction within or between rather people able to move between local economies. Rosie, if we start you and head down, what are your thoughts on those 3 questions? So off you go.
Yeah, so if I just take the NHS question first, so that's definitely a big challenge. We did some modelling recently which suggests that we're going to need to spend an extra 50 billion a year by 2030 to fund health and social care, basically due to rising costs, ageing population. So, and it is and will crowd out other public services. So we definitely do need reform as well as investment. I don't think you can do one without the other. I don't think you can reform things for free, and I don't think you can just pour money in and hope that everything will get better, because we are a changing society. We do need to change the system, I think. And I actually think Labour kind of have recognised that point. I'm not sure they've recognised that we need to probably spend quite a lot of extra money to get there. But yeah, that's definitely an issue. On the education and tuition fee reform, it's not something that we've looked at specifically. I think in this country, I think we need to think more about business funding of training and education as well. The proportion of education and training funded by businesses has really gone down. So I think there's a conversation to be had at a societal level about how we kind of rebalance that. And then what was the final question? On
about moving between local economies. Should people find it more easy to move between local economies?
I mean, yes, there's many different barriers to that, isn't there? And I think the people who will face the most barriers are probably the people who are least well off and well equipped to start off with. So I think a lot of that starts at home, actually, and starts at the beginning with all the sorts of public services we've been talking about.
Brilliant. And Paul and Hilary, whichever ones you want to pick up on.
So on tuition fees, I'm going to disappoint you. Spending more money on that would not be in my top 20 in terms of priority for a new government. We currently spend 100 times more supporting higher education students than we do further education students. There's no evidence that the current tuition fee regime has reduced the numbers going into higher education. And we do know from Scotland, if you reduce the amount, if you don't have fees and you constrain numbers, then you just reduce the size of the higher education population. If you want to spend more money, it's the upfront support of students' living costs, which is much more important in terms of determining whether they go into higher education. On NHS funding, I think we just have to accept we're going to be spending more on health over time for all sorts of reasons, and it's a mistake to think we won't. The biggest fiscal announcement, arguably, of my lifetime outside of crises was actually this June, when the NHS workforce plan was announced. That will cost 2% of national income by itself in the next 15 years. And in a sense, we just need to accept it. There's no point being rich if we're sick and dead. So, we're going to spend more on it. It's kind of, it's the classic superior good. And on mobility between local areas, yes, there's quite a lot. Essentially, the better educated you are and the better off your background, the more likely you are to move between local areas, and particularly to move to London and the southeast if that's not where you started off. But what we do have is dreadful public transport into cities outside of London, which means that people can't access jobs other than those that are very close to where they happen to be. So I think things that both motivate mobility for a broader section of the population so they can access jobs elsewhere, but in particular allow people not just to have to move to London, but to create much bigger labour markets around Manchester and Birmingham and Leeds and elsewhere. If you compare British cities with American cities, they've got much less good access by road, and if you compare them to European cities, much less good access by public transport, and that is at least one of the reasons why we have this inequality in productivity across the country.
Yes, how fantastic. We've got so many students in the audience, can I just say, given that you're going to be the future running all of this. This is completely fantastic. I'm a bit nervous to disagree with Paul because he is actually the economist on the panel, but I think that, all of education needs to move from a kind of expenditure to an investment, and that would mean tuition fees. I think that I'm not sure about, I presume your data is true that people aren't off-put. As somebody with a daughter that's just gone to university, I'm absolutely I hadn't really engaged with it, and now I'm completely flabbergasted. And I think that what I do see is very, very high levels of mental distress in young people who graduate with a lot of debt, and then kind of salaries are kind of not rising, and it's quite difficult. It's quite a difficult decision. I think we need to think about all of education as kind of was thought about in the New Deal coming out of the Second World War, that the more education we have, the better. At that point, they thought that kind of returning veterans would all go and learn to be carpenters or whatever, and people said no, they wanted to go to Harvard to do law or be accountants and be engineers, and really what happened was that they grew the skills across the whole labour force, not the whole, because there were kind of really egregious kind of race factors in that bill, but largely, they grew kind of the kinds of education that they needed to go into a transition, which is what's happening now. I think that, we are going to have to change our work if we are going to reach net zero. Lots and lots of us are going to have to transition out of one form of work into another. We need a completely different wiring for kind of education that's continually available to do that. Somebody's holding up a thing, so I think I better just make one more point, which would be about local economies. Of course, it is definitely true, that it would be very helpful to be able to kind of move between economies. We know that kind of rail infrastructure and all the rest of it doesn't work. I've just finished a kind of 3-year kind of ethnographic study of kind of good work and work organising in post-industrial places in the UK and the US. The biggest concern actually is in every place that I've been working in that is good work, and local people cannot access that good work in that place. So actually kind of fixing that, which are some of the things we've talked about, as well as I think kind of new forms of institution to bring employers in new ways. I do think kind of local industrialists are really important to this. That's what would be most important within places to start with, so that that work doesn't go to people who are more affluent, who do actually come from outside and are not people from those places that can't access the good work.
Yeah, that's really great. I would say in terms of young people as well, that this government talks a lot about cutting tax, but the truth is, with Sunak's last budget as Chancellor, it was to lower the repayment threshold. It made £200 more for every single graduate paying as a tax directly on young people. I think it was pretty shameful.
Can I just say one more thing about this, my kind of ethnic... So the other thing is, I suppose everybody here is aware of this, but when you go to university, you not only take on a loan for the tuition fees, but you take on one for living. And the living is of different costs. So if you're kind of a poor student, you go and live in one place. And if you're a rich student, you go and live in another place. I mean, the whole point of further education is to stick us all in a melting pot, get to know each other, build horizontal relations. I mean, this is a completely bonkers system for building a nation. So it isn't just about whether people can bear it. It's about, like, what is the social glue we need as a nation to kind of move forward and flourish? And kind of choosing your accommodation because you're middle class from London versus somewhere else, that isn't it. And that's what this is doing. Sorry, I just have to say.
No, I'm okay with you attacking this government. I'm completely fine with this. Brilliant. We've only got about 3.5 minutes left. I've got like a countdown clock here, which is somewhat ominous. So can I take I tell you what, 2 very, very fast questions. There's a woman with blonde hair in the back over there, and then I saw one over here, the more distinguished gentleman on my left here. Thank you. And very quick and concise, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the question. It seems like the panel are in agreement that investment in public services is essential. So I'm interested in their view on where that new funding or investment should come from. It seems like we have high levels of wealth inequality at the moment, and also one of the greatest decreases in living standards. So yeah, just wondering where they think that extra funding should come from.
Thank you. Over here.
My name's Paul Hudson. I think my question is mainly directed at Paul Johnson. He referred to, I think, welcoming the devolution, in fact, of decision-making to local government authorities. As a result of being on local amenity societies in 2 boroughs, one in the West Midlands and one in South London, I attended various meetings of local planning committees. My impression was that 50% of the councillors, in fact, on the planning committee hadn't the first clue as to what was going on. In fact, they didn't do their homework. And also, it seemed to me that in many cases, the local government officers who were advising the councillors didn't have much more clue than the councillors whom they were advising. So I'm a bit sceptical about his welcoming of this devolution.
There we go. Thank you very much. So 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Investment and scepticism about devolution and skills of governance. Who'd like to go first?
Well, what I will say is that 80% of the cost in any public service in Britain today is bureaucratic. It's about assessing, referring, managing, passing the parcel. And we've got really, really good examples now, really, with good data, with good population numbers, to show that when you design services not like that, assess me, refer me, manage me, there is money in the system. What's happened in the last decade is that we no longer have money to begin to kind of oil the system, to kind of shift the system. So everything is kind of ground to a halt. But I mean, there are just by my book, there are just so many examples of this. It's just, we just can't have this conversation anymore that it's about money. It's not about money. It's about the model of public services that we're working with, which was designed to get us get us into a kind of oil-based carbon industrial economy, and we're not there anymore.
Buy my book too.
Buy his book too.
Look, if we're going to...
We've got the same publicist. She's going to be delighted. I hope somebody's videoing it.
In terms of raising money, in the end, if a new government is serious about really improving public service, and particularly about health, then more money will need to be raised. And that's tough, given where we are in terms of the level of taxes at the moment. And you've got the choice. I mean, the sorts of things that we've heard Labour talking about at the moment, VAT on private schools, non-DOMs and so on, are small amounts of money, and they're not going to touch the sides really. So you need to look at the big taxes: national insurance, VAT, income tax. That's where the serious money is, I'm afraid. We already raise more from corporation tax than most countries. We already raise more from high-income people than most countries. You can get a bit more from that. But you can't look at someone else to pay. If we're serious about getting an extra 30 billion of tax revenue, I'm afraid that will mostly come, or that will hit people on average incomes, and we have to be clear about that.
Cool. And Rosie, the final word.
So I think in terms of where the funding should come from, I think the tax system does need reforming. And I think where we would start is reforming and abolishing quite a lot of tax reliefs. We think you could raise about 8 billion that way. That's still relatively small fry, but it's quite significant still. We also think we should be equalising capital gains and income tax, so income from assets and income from work should be taxed the same. But then, Paul is right, the spending asks are big, and as we go on, we will have to consider the big hitters, income tax, basically. But I think we should also be thinking about wealth taxes as well. And I think a net wealth tax should be on the table, even if it's not necessarily the most easily doable or politically salient. And just quickly on local government, I think it's important to remember that local government budgets have been hit one of the hardest over the last 13 years. So there's been a lot of capacity stripped out of local government. So, it's amazing that places are doing what they're doing despite that, but it's perhaps also not surprising if there are capacity issues, and that capacity building and proper funding really has to be part of any devolution deal.
That's really helpful. As a final word, local government, we should also remember that councillors do this on top of their day jobs. There's a huge amount of work, investment and resource. So for the politicians out there, a bit of sympathy. And on that closing note, thank you so much for this panel. Obviously buy Hilary's and Paul's book. Rosie and I will write one soon. Buy that too. And otherwise, hope you guys have a wonderful lunch and afternoon. Thank you very much. Round of applause, please.
One more time for the panel. Put up your hands together. And Giovanni, you're a fantastic chair. Hilary, Paul and Rosie, thank you very much indeed. It's now time for a break. Now time for lunch. Do you feel stimulated? You feel hungry? Could have some quality food out there. And then I would ask you to be back in your seats by 1:40. Then we will kick off the afternoon session, and I'll be in conversation with Claire McColgan, who is Director of Culture at Liverpool City Council. Will be asking how culture can help drive growth, particularly inclusive growth. Fantastic. See you in about 50 minutes. Thank you very much.
on, Claire. Okay.
Are we going to have the countdown on that as well? Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, we've got 15 minutes. So we can take this anywhere you want. I mean, I've got... But you know, I think it's allowed these. Oh, hello. 1 2 1 2. Thank you very much. Am I on? Can you hear me? Am I on? 1 2. Okay. Maybe I'll have to. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you've been well fed and you feel sustained, and you had good quality food, and you are ready to power into the afternoon session. Are you ready? Yeah. Once more with feeling. Are you ready? There you go. Okay, so this afternoon we're going to do a number of things. I have a couple of panel sessions. One which will ask how we can revitalise UK industry to drive fair growth. And then we'll ask some difficult, crunchy fiscal sessions, or fiscal questions, should I say. And then we'll ask how we pay for it all. And then we'll have a final keynote with Ed Miliband and a Q&A. But now you can see there's a wonderful woman on my left-hand side and your right. And let me introduce her. She is Claire McColgan, Director of Culture and Major Events at Liverpool City Council. Now, Claire was responsible for delivering Eurovision in Liverpool on behalf of Ukraine. Let me clap you.
Not solely responsible, just
No.
I didn't pick the song or anything.
Remember, Ukraine did win in 2022, but couldn't do what you're supposed to, i.e. host it the following year because of the Russian invasion. So over the next 15 minutes, Claire and I will talk about the positive impact that bringing Eurovision to Liverpool has had, and how culture has been a driver for inclusive growth, how it galvanised Liverpool, how it can galvanise places when they get these events. Not just places, though, people, to echo something that was said earlier today. Claire, firstly, congratulations on delivering Eurovision. How do you feel about it now, a few months on?
It feels great. It's still on the iPlayer, so we're still talking about it. I think I'm really proud. I think what Eurovision did for Liverpool was it cemented everything we'd learned over 20 years. It's been a long growth for Liverpool in terms of culture. We didn't just turn up and deliver Eurovision in 6 months, you know, on behalf of Ukraine. It was a real journey of everything that we'd learned over the last 20 years. And I think the stability in Liverpool, because, you know, Liverpool is, you know, the most creative city. It's an incredible city to work and live in, but it is a bit up and down in terms of its bonkersness. You know, it is it's a cracker city.
What does that mean?
It means that Liverpool, unlike lots of cities, doesn't do this. It's always done this. It's a hugely passionate city, and it's a good city. If you talk to the BBC, for example, they'll talk about the audiences in Liverpool. They come out for everything. So for anyone of you that kind of saw the 2 weeks of Eurovision or anything we've ever done in terms of major events, it's not just the great and the good that come to these things. It is people from across the city. They embrace it, they welcome it, and they love it, and they believe in the power of culture. I mean, it's really rare. Liverpool has had, you know, huge amounts of austerity. 67% of our budget's been cut, but we've still invested in culture for the last 20 years and done it really, really well. And any of you who've been to that beautiful city over the last 10 years will see how much it's changed. You know, for those of you at the conference, it has changed city, and that's through keeping a real strong narrative that culture is at the heart of our regeneration, and that's what our stories are.
Brilliant stuff. I should say, by way of background, that as well as being a fantastic example of culture, bridging economic growth and bringing it to a region, Liverpool City Council is a member of the CPP's Inclusive Growth Network, and this network supports and guides 14 local and combined authorities across the country with initiatives promoting inclusive growth. Okay, so Claire, can you tell us why you thought, when you heard that Ukraine couldn't possibly host the Eurovision Song Contest, that you should beat off the likes of Sheffield, of Birmingham, of Newcastle, of Leeds, and my home city, mighty Manchester, home of Manchester United. I was cut to the quick, I really was. Much as I love my kith and kin, my neighbours on Merseyside, what made you think we must have this?
I think, because, well, there's a few things. We're really good at events in Liverpool, and we're really good at massive inclusive events. So whatever we do, generally is free. It's on the streets. You can get engaged in it. And we'd just done, if you remember, we just opened up events for the country during COVID. So we worked with government on the events research programme. We opened up the first nightclub, the first festival. Probably the scariest thing I've ever done, but it was properly right that we did that, especially for those young people that have been locked up for 2 years. It was brilliant. So from that, Eurovision was kind of a no-brainer, and I think Eurovision sums up the personality of Liverpool really well. It's hugely a compassionate city. It's it cares, properly cares, but it also knows how to party. And because we were doing this on behalf of Ukraine, the actual getting the creative narrative right, so getting that narrative right that is about, you're dealing with a country at war, with artists who want to talk about that in one of the most celebratory major events that you could possibly do, that is all about singing and dancing and having, and brilliance. That was really, really hard and really tricky. And I think the way that Liverpool embraced that, it was much bigger than Eurovision. So Eurovision can come and go. Eurovision is a song contest. It is brilliant. It's a fantastic event. But having that extra layer of creativity that meant we were working with on behalf of another country that was in distress suited Liverpool really well. Manchester did offer to help us. I said no. So we're all right, thanks. We're fine.
We will never be friends. So can you explain the approach, what you decided to do, and some of the considerations you had? Because there's a variety of ways of staging an event, and sometimes you have to reject some of the obvious ways that you might, because you think, okay, well, it's all about getting the huge investment, all the money, but what about the people?
Yeah, I mean, Eurovision is a bit odd because I thought it, obviously we've never done it before in this country ever for a very, very long time, but Commonwealth Games and Olympics and event and Capitals of Culture, they all have a whole load of programming attached to them. So there's always a community and education engagement programme with any of those big events. Yeah. There hadn't been before in Eurovision. So we just brought our knowledge of what we would do anyway for events into Eurovision. So we did a whole education programme, we did a community programme, and then we did this thing which was really beautiful actually, which was called the Liverpool Commissions. And there were 24 commissions, 19 by UK and Ukrainian artists in Liverpool, that meant even if you hated the song contest and you didn't want to go and sit in an arena and watch it, you could feel Liverpool, and you could feel that kind of art exhibition on the streets of Liverpool. And I think that's what did it. Everywhere you went, whether you went to a community in Fazakerley or across the city region, someone was doing something for Eurovision. Kids in schools were learning how to sing the Ukrainian national anthem. I mean, across the whole city. It was really, really moving. The Ukrainian ambassador cried. He went to a school in Dotyach and someone signed the Ukrainian anthem to him in sign language. He just could not get over it. It was really, I mean, there was so much more than what you saw on the television. But the two things matter to me. So with Liverpool, those of you who remember, I've been in Liverpool a long time. So Liverpool has got a reputation that has completely changed over the last 20 years, but it's easy to slip back to that. So for me, it's all about that beautiful city in all its glory and all its passion on an international stage, and we did that really well. But beneath that, the way that seemed so authentic and so true was because basically everyone in Liverpool had something to do with Eurovision, where they watched it on the television or they grew sunflowers in their garden. And that's important. And we only had 6 months, and I think there's something quite interesting about that, because we didn't have time to argue or fall out or whatever. There was none of that. We just had to get the show on. And that kind of intensity, I think, was really, really interesting and brilliant.
I've looked at your old website, and there's some amazing figures there. I think the headline one I can remember was, is it £54.8 million pounds of activity generated, sort of thing. But lots of others, in terms of the numbers of people who came in to the city region from outside, came in from abroad, and people from the city who took part. But these big events can often be a flash in the pan. And for all the promises made at bid stage, you don't really see the long-term benefits to the local people. So how did you make sure that wouldn't be you?
Well, I don't think it's odd with this one, because for me, that Eurovision is a stage in our journey. It's not the end of our journey. Yeah. So we've done 20 years of major events, 20 years. So we started Capital of Culture, bid for Capital of Culture. We bought giants, we bought 3 ships. We do things in a really huge way in Liverpool, and this was the next stage in that. And after COVID, it's that moment where everyone went, there's that city again, you know, there it is, and it's beautiful. So the numbers are incredible, you know, the numbers are huge, but the bit that I'm most interested in that hasn't come out yet is how Liverpool hosting Eurovision, what that did for UK PLC, because, you know, this city showed itself to be to the world, and it was an ambassador. So how did that make people in Europe feel about us and all of that? So that's the bit of evaluation I'm really interested in. But I'm kind of past the stage of saying we have to prove everything around culture, because anyone who's in Liverpool or comes to Liverpool can feel it and see it and touch. It's just got to be part of a story. So there will be legacy. You know, more people will come. That's fine. But the real legacy is what we do, kind of how we start to change the narrative around Liverpool. That's what I'm thinking of at the moment.
Sure. But I'm not really a Liverpool guy, I'm a Manchester guy, but I pop into your city every so often when there isn't a big match on. No, but you're only 35 miles to the west of us. I live in Brixton for the last 30 years, but I'm still, you know, a Northwest guy. Just thinking about some of those areas that have been blighted for a long time, you know, like, you know, Toxteth, Croxteth, some of those places, your Granby Street famously, the places that went up in flames back in 81 sort of thing. What about those places? How were they touched, if at all, by the juggernaut that is Eurovision, by your plans and what you did?
Hugely. I mean, that's
really?
Because I think also, you know, Liverpool at that point in time we've got 5 commissioners in, so we're under intervention. There was bad stories coming out of Liverpool all the time. Everyone who loves their place wants it to be known for something that is beautiful and great. So I live in Toxteth, so I planted some flowers.
You live in Toxteth?
I live in Toxteth. I planted sunflowers. We planted them in Prince's Park. We did events in Prince's Park. Schools across the whole city region got involved. But in Liverpool, it's different. It doesn't feel like that anymore. It doesn't feel like you have to fight that anymore. People want to come out and they want to celebrate, and they want to show their city in how they know it feels and they know it is. So it was great.
And so what would you say are the things that other cities could learn? Because cities are constantly bidding for things all the time.
They are.
You know, football matches, you know, cultural events and whatever. What could they learn from your example? Because whenever they're putting their bids together, they always look at the more recent ones.
I think that the key thing that we did was we just built on what we've known for 20 years. So you do a proper education plan and you do a proper community plan, but they're no less than what you put on the stage. Because we had the BBC doing the show in the arena. They did the most brilliant job. They will always do a brilliant job of putting a show on. The bit for us was to make sure the city kind of rose to that as well, and that everyone felt in part of it. And my view on that is people will come. So I met people in the city during Eurovision who'd just come in to welcome other people. You know, they just come in to feel part of it.
What you mean, like games makers, volunteers?
Yeah. But just all the families. And that's the sweet spot, really, when you get that sense of occasion and sense of passion that major events can generate within places that spill out and that people want to be part of it, even if they haven't got a ticket to the main show. And we had everything free. We had loads of free stuff happening as well, and that's important. But you can't miss it as well. I think you either go big or go home with events. There's no point trying to... and we went really big with Eurovision.
So let's look at some of the key indicators. So I mentioned the 54.8 million.
Yeah.
And you had 5 independent studies that looked at the impact, and that's all true. It's robust.
Yeah.
What about some of the hospitality sector, the nightclubs and all that? Can you tell us about that?
Well, we did a kind of load of work with them as well, because again, we only had 6 months. So for the whole hospitality sector that was coming out of COVID, it was we just had to get it on. So, and they completely embraced it. The ones that did really well, ones that embraced it completely. So absolutely went for it. So did, you know, Bucks Fizz parties and whatever, you know, loads of different kind of random things. They're the ones that did really, really well. People who are a little bit sniffy about it probably didn't do quite as well, because why would you want to go somewhere that, you know, when you're in Eurovision mode? But it went on for 2 weeks. Yeah. So they did exceptionally well. That you know, it's not a panacea for everything. You know, we've got difficult times to come, haven't we? You know, it's not going to solve everything, Eurovision. But what it did, it provided a really incredible light at the end of quite a dark winter. So, yeah.
And what about kind of the supply chain, the small and medium-sized enterprises? I remember with London 2012, lots of SMEs in London were going, oh, we've been locked out, we're not involved. You know, the ones on the doorstep, you know, of the stadium, etc., and all that infrastructure. A lot of them are complaining for a long time. You know, we're not included.
Yeah, we didn't have time to not do it. So all the supply chain, not all the supply chain, because obviously it's a national event and you bring people in from other places. Yeah, of course. But, lots of the bars, restaurants, the hotels, they all did really, really well. The independent coffee shops and the audience want to shop in places that are independent as well. It's quite an interesting audience, Eurovision. So all of that was really great. And the reports are robust. Amian did the economic report, but we've had one on well-being as well, which is hugely important because it wasn't just about economics. Events aren't just about economics. They're also about how people feel about their place as well.
I think, was it Maya Angelou who said, people, you won't remember what somebody says, but you remember how they made you feel.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. And Eurovision, for huge amounts of people in Liverpool, made them feel like they were part of some major, huge national moment that gave joy to millions.
Fantastic. So what are you bidding for next?
Well, I want to change the narrative around bidding because there are only so many bidding events that we can all compete against each other for. So I want to think about how we can grow our own.
Okay.
As the UK, we need to think about how we grow our own events and what's next in terms of that sphere because everything's sport. And what is really brilliant about Eurovision is this was not a sporting event. Yeah. This was an arts event, actually. And we need to think about what we are doing as a country in terms of what's next for us, not what we're importing in all the time.
On time and on budget. 5 seconds to go. Claire McColgan. That's all I've got time for. Thank you very much.
Oh, no, thank you.
Brilliant stuff.
Manchester.
Yeah. As she leaves the stage one more time, the fantastic Claire McColgan, Director of Liverpool City Council. That was great. Okay, how do we follow that? Well, we can and we will, because we have another panel. There you go, right there. So there's the question. How can we revitalise UK industry to drive fair growth? For this discussion, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, and you can be generous in your applause as they mount the stage, Claire Ainsley, Director of the Centre-Left Renewal Project at the Progressive Policy Institute. I think that's in DC. Ben Franklin, Director of Research and Policy, CPP. Jürgen Meyer, Chair of Digital Catapult and co-founder of VOC-L, a network of responsible business voices. Giles Wilkes, Senior Fellow at the Institute for Government. And on my immediate right, Maureen Khan, my Times Radio colleague, also economics editor at the Times, who will chair the session. Maureen, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Henry. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's brilliant to take part today in what should be a very interesting session. And I was speaking to some of the guys in the green room that when I took this job about a year and a half ago, I didn't think I'd be spending so much time thinking about industrial policy. But life comes at you very fast when you're covering the UK economy. And so I think we will be able to have pretty wide-ranging discussion. We've got 50 minutes today. The panelists are going to do some opening remarks, then we're going to have a discussion. I'm afraid we're only going to take questions from the room, so not for participants online. But if you do have a burning question, just get your hand up as soon as I'm sort of scouring the room. There'll be mics. Pertinent questions, pointed questions, no statements or grandstanding would be brilliant. So I think we're going to cover this topic in as much depth as possible given the variety of the panelists that we have, and Henry introduced them. So I'm going to kick off with Claire, who is not Washington-based, but is living in the UK, but working for an institute which is based out in the US, who've been doing lots of important work, thinking about how Biden is approaching the topic of industrial policy, fair growth, sustainability, and the green supply chains. So Claire, maybe you could kick us off with some of your thoughts about the policy debates in the UK, but also how it's being seen from across the Atlantic.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for the CPP for inviting us to be part of the panel. I thought I'd kick off by talking about UK policy, in particular around Labour, as until I started the new role with the Progressive Policy Institute, based in the US at the start of this year, I was Director of Policy for Labour and for Keir Starmer since he was elected leader in April 2020. So have some background that I thought it might be helpful to share with you in terms of Labour's thinking around the formation of its first mission, because you'll, I hope, be aware that Labour has charted this missions approach to government, and these are absolutely not pledges to go on a pledge card. They are about goals for the country, and not just goals for government, but they are missions that we can all get behind. And I think part of the message is about what an industrial strategy should do, should be about mobilising business, industry, workers, citizens, as well as, of course, all the different layers of government that it's speaking to. Labour's first mission, and the mission that has kind of taken precedence over others, has been this mission on growth, so securing the highest growth in the G7. But Labour were really clear in the way that they've put that together, and they specifically said, with good jobs and productivity growth in every part of the country, making everyone, not just a few, better off. And I think there's a radicalism there which has been somewhat underplayed, because people have, as naturally you do, focus on the kind of the top line about highest growth in the G7. This point about growth coming from every part of the country is, I think, a complete step change in the way that we thought about economic growth. Excuse me. So Labour wouldn't term it fair growth or sustainable growth or inclusive growth, but they would talk about growth from every part of the country. And that is not, as we have charted, that is not the current model of growth that we have. And we're not going to get it without a serious industrial strategy behind it to get there. But I think we have to first acknowledge that it is a huge step change to have that as the stated goal of economic policy. It is their explicit answer around living standards and how we're going to improve living standards. And I think it is clearly redistribution will play a role, and we've talked about some of the kind of politics and economics of that this morning. But it is a move away from the idea that we can have a model of growth that is then, we grow the economy, and as has been said this morning, and that is what then is able to produce us what goes into public services and so on and so forth. And to obviously, to one extent, that is true. But what Labour are trying to capture is this idea that we will have growth being generated out of every part of the country with a much wider array of industries and contributors to that, be it the industries of hospitality and culture. Why shouldn't those be seen as part of our industrial strategy? Just as much as politicians love to talk about manufacturing, as important as it is, we have a huge amount of industries that would form part of that industrial strategy out of our regions. And that's how Labour see us growing the economy. But we're going to have to take some fairly big actions to get there. And we should talk about some of what those are. I would say that we should give some credit for the Centre for Progressive Policy, who for some years now have produced a steady flow of the kinds of arguments and policy ideas that Labour is now taking up and using. And yes, a lot of those aren't necessarily up in lights because, let's face it, they're interesting to us. They're not necessarily the things that make the weather when you're the opposition, but they are much of the depth of thinking that's sitting behind a lot of this is work that the CPP has been leading on, and all of you, as part of their wide network, have contributed to. So absolutely, this is a very deliberate step change, and it is going in this kind of direction. The question is, how do you get there? And Labour have actually put out a raft of initiatives already. So they have already produced an industrial strategy. They have already had a commission, a very wide-ranging commission on the future of the UK, by former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, which was really about, well, what are the powers that you might need to drive greater economic growth? And the most interesting part of that commission, I think, was not necessarily some of the constitutional changes, which typically grab the headlines. It was really this notion that throughout the UK, there's 233 economic clusters that do not map onto the political geography of the country, but they do map onto where we could drive growth from. And obviously, this is an argument that Lord Sainsbury, amongst others, has made. So Labour's really interested in how do you unlock that economic potential. They have their Green Prosperity Plan, and we'll hear from Ed Miliband later. But the idea behind that the clean energy transition offers us the opportunity to invest in industry in a way that we haven't done on a really strategic level as part of a grand national plan ever, potentially. Skills and the workforce is obviously a core part of it, and Labour did their commission led by Lord O'Neill on startups. So just briefly touch on US policy, because we want to get into everybody else's contributions. Labour are clearly taking inspiration from Biden. I mean, they literally put references to Biden on Labour press releases. So there is no kind of subtle art here of policy transfer. It is very explicitly nodding to Biden, who has produced this, huge stimulus to the US economy. It's the Inflation Reduction Act is obviously the big one that we know, but there is a slew of legislation and initiatives that have come out from the US administration. We're starting to see some of the, you might say, the fruit of some of that. So US's growth figures, particularly last quarter, look good. Wages starting to go up, inflation starting to come down. But the problem from a centre-left point of view is that it is not landing with voters. And those of you who are watching US politics closely know that the presidential elections will be in a year away. Only 30% of Americans think that the economy is in good shape at the moment. PPI just did a poll of working class voters in the US, and when they were asked which president from the last 30 years has done the most for working families, Biden got 12%, but the winner of all presidents was Trump with 44%. So 44% of working class Americans say that it is Trump that has done the most for them, beating Clinton, Obama, Bush. So it might be that these big infrastructure spends take time to filter through. There's been lots of learning along the way, particularly on planning, which I think Labour have learnt from us, and they've announced their changes on planning. But we have to be honest about the fact that these big investments, I presume probably a majority of us in this room think are, whether you think the level of is right or delivery is right, is broadly the right thing to do to stimulate the kind of industry we need in this country. They are not finding favour with the American public, and that is not translating, and that is a huge problem. There basically is not a substitute. You can't use industrial strategy as a political substitute or an economic substitute for the tangible improvements people need to see in their wages, bringing their costs down, that kind of bread and butter politics and policy. So I'll leave it there on that sort of slightly gloomy note, but perhaps we can get into the politics as well as the economics.
We will definitely come back to that issue. Jürgen, you used to run Siemens in the UK. You're now part of the Northern Powerhouse Partnership. You've heard Claire surmising Labour's pitch for the next general election, but how do you see where the UK is right now, and also what are some of your thoughts about what it could be under a potential future government that's not a Tory government?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, and a real pleasure to be here. So, I mean, first of all, sort of taking a view as to where we are right now, and that is, I'm relieved that actually we're beginning to have a conversation again that engages business and engages particularly industrial policy and manufacturing. It's been a pretty dire 6 years in terms of that dialogue with this particular government, having ebbed and flowed on industrial policy before then. And actually, the reason why the conversation has returned to a more sensible ground is partially because of what Claire was just talking about, which is that we're finally realizing that things like the Inflation Reduction Act, but also European Union's response to that and everything that's happening in countries like Germany, France, etc., we have to have a response to that. And investment, particularly inward investment, is leaking away from the UK in key industrial areas. So that's one reason. But the other reason, which I think is actually the bigger reason, is that the government suddenly saw that the Labour Party was beginning to have a rather positive engagement with business. And indeed, that conversation was a lot around industrial policy and industrial strategy. So it was a bit of a sort of an action from government to say, my goodness, if we're not careful, business is going to be talking more to the Labour Party than they are to us. And indeed, I can confirm that has very much become the situation. Of course, people are still hedging their bets, but there is more conversation, I would say, going on with the Labour Party. So that's where we are now. Look, what do we need to do going forward? Which I think was your next question. Is well, there's just one word, and that is consistency. I mean, what business, what inward investment is crying out for? People like my previous company, by the way, Siemens is a huge inward investor, has always been, will continue to invest in the UK, but is in this current climate going to invest a little bit more in countries like the USA and Germany than the UK. And the key reason for that has been confusion and consistency. I think we've had 11 growth plans in this country during this government period, and we've had considerable ebbs and flows in terms of approach, particularly to industrial policy. And I know, because as Giles knows, who will speak later, that I have sat on pretty much every industrial strategy council in this country since actually the last one of Peter Mandelson. Some of you might remember New Industry, New Jobs. I remember sitting on that, and then went on various industrial councils as we went. So consistency is really important. And then it's also focus. And we do need to focus down on key industries, key technologies, and some of these, and by the way, I'm glad we're sort of getting away from this really quite strange conversation about picking winners. I'm never in favour of picking winners of individual companies, which, by the way, is what a lack of industrial strategy ends up forcing you to do. So actually this government that says it doesn't like picking winners is now giving lots of money to Nissan, Jaguar, Land Rover, Mini to bring their electric vehicle production to the UK. What would be much better is to pick the whole industry of the electric vehicle transformation and create the ecosystem, the innovation support that encourages all and more companies to come on board with that. And we need to do more of that. The other key technology is the hydrogen economy, which is blindingly obvious in terms of there being much more local value that we can create. And the UK is particularly well placed at that. I believe those sectors do need to be frontier sectors, so I'll disagree with you slightly, Claire. I'm less a fan of having industrial strategies, for example, for a retail sector. I tend to find that retail will follow the money once you've created the high-wage jobs. I much prefer, particularly for northern regions, to find ways through this strategy to create industrial and high-wage jobs. An example for that is what we did in the Humber. Siemens were a big part of that in terms of creating a whole new offshore wind revolution. And I can tell you that retail has done pretty well out of that, but what actually created it was the high wages and the demand that was able to put onto the retail and entertainment sector. I do, by the way, think that creative and arts is a frontier sector, and there's a lot of innovation that can go into that sector. And then my final point is about regional and devolution. I'd like to see more from the Labour Party in that space. Actually, one of the things that has been coming out of the more recent activities or policies out of this government has been quite helpful. It needs spreading further, but we do now have Manchester as an increasingly devolved city. We're beginning to see that in South Yorkshire, new devolution deals being announced in West Yorkshire, and hopefully also in Lancashire, and obviously we have one in the North East. So I think that devolution and then finding ways through that devolved industrial policy to find ways that locally you can retain some of the probably the business rates that you can create through greater industrial business, and then be able to locally reinvest that in your industrial strategy, then constantly doing this sort of bidding process that you were just talking about, that you did for your fantastic Eurovision in Liverpool. And by the way, I loved what you said about you're now thinking about creating your own, and that's what devolution is all about ultimately. By the way, Merseyside has a devolution deal as well. Sorry to miss that. And it's very important that these regions gain confidence and can invest in their own. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jürgen. Giles, you have advised politicians, including Theresa May, who I remember standing on the steps of Downing Street after she was elected, sort of promising actually a lot of things that we've just heard about, making sure that growth in the UK is fair, that it touches every part of the country. And then we've also heard from Jürgen sort of how many of the sort of stillborn industrial strategies that the various governments have had for the last 25 years. Maybe you could walk us through why and what needs to change for this to change and to get, you know, the fair growth and the revitalisation of UK industry that is sustainable and successful.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Yes, she did stand on the... I read the speeches. In fact, I even read the July 2013 Theresa May speech where it was absolutely clear she was going to try and become the next leader, where she said, I believe that you should have a strategic state. And even though I wasn't a member of the Conservative Party, I had a feeling that a call might come in to say, we've said all these things and we don't really know how to do them. So what can we do about this? And so I did go in and try to work on broken markets, industrial strategy and all this sort of stuff, and I hope maybe over a coffee I can talk to some of you about how that went. But it's so why didn't it work? Look, one of the reasons, I mean, building a little bit on what Claire has said here, if you were to draw a McKinsey-ite 2x2 with the goodness of the policy on the horizontal and whether it's popular on the vertical, some of the Conservative policies have simply gone to the evil quadrant, where it's sort of bad but popular. I mean, I think the ultimate example, this is not wishing to cause controversy here, might be Brexit, where you can say lots of really popular, muscular-sounding things, but they're really quite bad for the most important thing in economics, which is market access. But also, you know, tax breaks that don't pay for themselves and are simply popular, but then just drain the state of its ability to fund things going forward. Those would be my most favourite ones, but also changing policy all the time. There's no political credit ever to be had in doing what Jürgen has said there, which is keeping the thing that you inherited and going forward with it. There's always a lot in announcing a new thing or saying that you're getting rid of this piece of waste that you don't really understand. We almost lost the catapult centres, for example, through a foolish Treasury audit around 2017 when they were barely off the ground. We did lose the Manufacturing Advisory Service when Sajid Javid had about 18 months as business secretary. We've recreated it through Made Smarter, which is something that Jürgen has basically created himself and was too modest to mention earlier. But and it was almost again destroyed, I found out in the green room. This government has an absolute mania for trying to announce new things. They think it sounds decisive to come in and scrap and change. And simply, I mean, we've had something like 6 or 7 governments in the last few years. If we just had one for 10 years, that would be the number one goal, as far as I can see. So when trying to imagine what advice I could give to such a really difficult question as this, just to group it into 3 broad areas, and there's going to be a lot of furious agreement, I suspect, on this panel. Like, what things do we need to continue? What things do we need to improve and what things do we need to avoid doing? Under continuing, I'd say things like, not everything this government has done is bad or evil or wrong. There's just the things they do that are actually going quite well, like they have a more rational immigration scheme right now. They might have a more rational state aid scheme. They don't really talk about them, sometimes because it's really awkward with their right. But Made Smarter is a classic example. Made Smarter is a really good example of the sort of institution you build if you care about the long-term capabilities of your industry, and you don't care that you didn't invent it yourself. Like the full expensing announcement that we saw in the autumn statement. This is something that has been called for across the political divide. In fact, the person who really killed capital allowances in the 80s was Nigel Lawson, who you can find in his glorious book, The View from Number 11, that he saw no point in them. That was just one of the zigs and zags in the capital allowance system that we've had for the last, in fact, 100 years. You can find an HMRC webpage with the 100-year history of how we've tried to move in and out of capital allowances. The various institutions that we created under my first stint as special advisor, which was under Vince Cable from 2010 to 2014, like the Aerospace Technology Institute, like the Automotive Propulsion Centre, or things that even, heaven forbid, Kwasi Kwarteng oversaw, like the Life Sciences Vision. All of these things that were created are the sorts of things that industry loves and industry wants to keep on to. And sometimes the past 17 business ministers haven't noticed and destroyed. Please, if you're advising Labour, don't get rid of things just because you didn't invent them, because some of them, the industry just wants you to carry on and there's no politics in them. Then in terms of improving them, local government, I mean, anticipating the sort of question we're asked, how do you get continuity in industrial strategy? Local ownership is one answer. Because whereas at the centre, the agenda switches all the time, and it's actually very sort of butterfly attention span. What's trending today? Locally, what matters to your local area is a matter of real continuity. If in the northeast of England they care about carbon capture and storage because they have the pipe network there already and the skills, that's not going to change if the mayor gets overthrown. Likewise, the health and ageing expertise in Manchester, or the ageing centre that's up there in Newcastle, or the entertainment business that's in Liverpool. These are really enduring characteristics, and if you can find a way to give that ownership to local areas, you're going to achieve your continuity too. Obviously, there's difficult trade-offs with national priorities and local priorities and so on. The RDAs, which were a decent attempt to deal with this, also led to a multiplicity of nanotech centres and so forth. It's not going to be easy. You need people who can get on with each other, the centre versus the local area, but that will solve things. We need to have better market access. Market access is the kind of superpower of economics. Why is the US so much more prosperous than us? Mostly because it's a much, much larger internal market. Their ideas will spread over a much bigger cost base. So we've got to do something about this appalling Brexit deal. And I'm sure somebody will, they just probably won't call it that. Alignment with UK needs as well. I really like the mission-based thinking that the Labour government is likely to pursue. The point of it for me is that challenge-based systems, I mean, we introduced an idea called grand challenges under the Greg Clark industrial strategy. These are things that you need to be getting on with, like reorienting your economy for its ageing, for the fact that we're all going to be getting a lot older. The net zero, the future of mobility, all of these are things that we know we've got to stick to. So align your industrial needs around them, because that's got credibility to that kind of commitment. And we need to get better at delivery. We do not have a civil service that is used to people actually delivering things, working with business. They shift around their jobs too often. The sorts of things we saw the Vaccine Task Force or the Olympic Delivery Authority do are extremely rare, and that's why we keep remembering them. And finally, there's a void. I would say I agree with Jürgen on the subject of not making every single sector your favourite. Some sectors, and I don't know whether this can be whispered or shouted in a Labour conference, but some sectors capitalism does absolutely fine with. The retail sector, we see an awful lot of ugly churn and new ideas and closure and opening and so forth, and it is difficult, and that's what the state is there for with the welfare system and the regulatory system to make sure that decency is followed. But capitalism works really well to introduce new systems, and the consumer's voice is heard, and the sunk capital costs are not so high that you need long-term state involvement. And the final thing is, don't do too much new institutional invention. I mean, we might need one or two big overarching things to give continuity to industrial strategy, but please don't invent loads and loads more things, because you're just creating work for consultants, and I say that as one, so yeah. That's me.
Charles. Ben, your work is on fair growth, and I'm going to ask a very basic question, but what does fair growth look like in a UK context, and what are the sort of metrics that people like me, whose job is it to sort of cover the economy and sort of translate it to people in an accessible way? What metrics should I be looking at if we think about how the UK can become a country with fairer growth?
Well, thanks very much, and it's great to be speaking on such a prestigious panel. The problem we're talking about industrial strategy and fair growth in this context is that all the good things have already been said. However, I think where I would stress particular importance here is on the role of places, and I think that's where the CPP has had a particular unique selling point since its inception in 2018-2019, and Claire kindly touched on that earlier, and that's that all of these things are not delivered by national government. A lot of the things we're talking about today should be at least delivered by regional government and supported by local government as well. Traditionally, industrial strategy has been thought of as the Times Leader article this week dreadfully set out.
I didn't write that.
Okay, good. Picking winners. It was going back to the kind of 1970s ideas and arguments again, and there's no evidence for it. Well, you know what? We do have some quite good evidence that especially place-based industrial strategy and policy can work. And it can work not just to improve the GVA of a local authority and productivity, but also there's some interesting findings around social mobility in the US manufacturing sector in the States. So increasingly seeing fair growth and industrial strategy through a place lens is incredibly important. And our inclusive growth network, which is mentioned earlier, and thanks for the great presentation about Liverpool and culture, is kind of at the foundation of that, working with places and regions, not just on industrial strategy, but on all the other elements that make up fair growth. And that's also sectors that have great social value, but might not be high GVA, such as social care, for example. Ensuring that we have good jobs in the caring economy is also really important. And I know Labour has identified that as a key issue, whether that's about productivity or the good work agenda. We can maybe have a bit of a debate about that as well. But certainly, in all the places across the UK, including in some low productivity places, our research has shown that there are industries and nascent industries that have high GVA. The Gordon Brown Review obviously picked some of that up as well. But these are industries that can be nurtured and supported with better infrastructure, whether that's hard physical infrastructure, transportation links, whether it's social infrastructure, childcare support for workers, whether it's other forms of education and training that can help to support and grow those industries. And our work specifically focused on towns and small cities, for example, whereas other work is focused on cities that are lagging, so larger cities that are lagging. So there is, I think, great potential for better investment if we understand the place-based barriers to growth, and that is inherently what our work at CPP has been about. If we look at what's happened since 2019, and Anand earlier focused on this a little bit, is that finally we are sort of thinking about places and left behind places in a different way because of the political necessity to do so. So, if there is some form of long-term agenda that is cross-party, it may well be to focus on the drivers of growth in those very places that we haven't been able to before, because there's such a political necessity to, whether that's Tory, Labour, or some kind of alternative configuration. Obviously, the approaches since 2019 have been very Jekyll and Hyde in terms of, advanced manufacturing plan came out this week. That was really good. Why was that not something that happened 2-3 years ago, the 4.5 billion, and why was it so quietly announced when actually there's a lot of good things in that maybe Labour want to think about taking forward and ramping up? Obviously, Labour's vision is a lot around the green prosperity plan and the 28 billion pounds, will it, won't it? But crucially, again, that's rooted in place. Parts of where hopefully those new green jobs will be former industrial areas and places that haven't necessarily benefited in the ways that London and the South East have over the last 20 or 30 years. Claire, I know, obviously mentioned Biden's playbook and the bottom-up, middle-out quote that Labour like to roll out a lot. I think there's a lot to be said for that, and that again is focused on place. So place now is at the heart of a renewed focus on industrial strategy. I think what's missing from Labour's approach for fair growth in this sense is, as has been alluded to already, it's about where next does the devolution agenda go. So industrial strategy is delivered through places. How do we harness and support the capacity of places, which, let's be honest, through local government has been completely gutted out. So they don't really have much economic planning capacity and understanding of business services. So there's going to have to be and we're going to get later this afternoon as well, we're going to talk about, is it about more resource or reform? But actually there's going to have to be a lot of both, particularly for regional and local government, in order to deliver on this agenda.
Brilliant, thank you. Claire, I might ask you to come back on the places issue and Labour's approach to devolution. And I also want to zoom out again and think about the global context. And how useful is it for Labour to constantly refer back to Biden when the political and fiscal realities of the UK mean that even if you take Bidenomics as your lodestar, Britain is always going to fall short because we just can't do what Biden is doing in terms of the fiscal firepower, but also the mechanism, the tax credits, the local content directives, the recreating of supply chains, the huge geopolitical element with China. The UK is always going to fall short in a context where Biden is the comparator. So should we actually just be speaking and looking less to the US or maybe to the EU, which is doing things around state aid, and think about a kind of a native way of doing green industrial policy? And does that also get to some of the things that Ben is talking about making it very, very local and regional?
I think that's fair, and I think the economies are just so different, and even if we wanted to, we couldn't do a whole bunch of things that the US is doing for the reasons that we've already kind of outlined. So, I understand the power and the star power of being able to say this is what the US is doing, but the reality is that the sort of that they've lent more firmly into, I think, a kind of buy America. It's not quite the Trumpian sort of trade barriers approach, but like there's no way we could do that even if we thought even if it was desirable, and I don't think it is desirable. And actually, even in the US, when they're leaning into some of that policy, actually that's not what a lot of voters want particularly. So I'm quite cautious, but I get the idea of doing some international comparators and doing that nod to Biden actually does feel like we could do things differently. And I think that is partly what we've got to get over ourselves in a way is, as Giles says, actually there's been quite a lot of these initiatives have already been tried, but for lots of good and poor reasons, they haven't been fully kind of seen through. I do think we have to lift our gaze a bit and say it does not need to be this way. We could have a motoring economy. We could have a country where people do feel like, whether it is that they're going to go into the arts, they're going to go into manufacturing, or they're going to go into whatever industry, that they feel excited and positive about their future, and that's not where we are now. So I do think it is helpful rhetorically to give us that kind of lift. I think practically, I'm sure the Labour team are listening to some of the downsides. I thought it was really interesting that they've gone so hard on planning reform, which people might have noticed earlier this year, because that is one of the major areas the Biden administration have found problematic, is you pump that amount of stimulus in and you have the kinds of permitting systems you have in the US, which have really kind of gummed up their infrastructure projects, and you are not going to be able to realise economically the benefits that we would like to see. So I thought it was interesting that Labour said, hang on a minute, we are going to borrow to invest, but we're going to do this phased over time, and we're going to unblock the blockages first. And I think that's where place comes in, because I think actually they have been quite bold in setting out a new devolution agenda. I understand why they're not going to spell out every inch of that before an election, because that is something that needs to be done with the democratic consent of people and worked through with those places and with the armoury of the civil service. But I think the idea behind it is that every place can have a future it determines. Not every place needs to be needs to be a city of culture or needs to be a new kind of high-tech centre. But every place needs to know what its identity and its future is, and be crucially determined with the people in that place. So I think that potentially is quite exciting. I think that doesn't mean necessarily, as Giles says, lots of new institutional architecture. I think it does mean that you start to have that conversation being driven from places, I hope, when there is a future Labour government.
Yeah, I think, so first of all, it's absolutely right. You know, we can't compete on scale with the USA, and we can't compete with the European Union. But there is an answer, and the answer is collaboration. And I do sort of feel that our leaving the European Union has turned our whole language into the wrong place. If you listen to some of the latest announcements that are made about UK's manufacturing and industrial strategy, it's always, we're best in the world, we're amazing, you know, we're the best, and we're going to, and you listen to it and it's like, are we really? You know, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I think some of the innovation, the research we have in this country is absolutely amazing. But the better way to do it, take the hydrogen economy again, is to say, well, look, you know, we obviously have a huge advantage in terms of creating the green hydrogen because we have fantastic offshore wind capability. So let that become our specialism, and we create the whole electrolyzer business, and we put pipelines in where we can sell that to other countries like Germany. By the way, that conversation is already happening. You know, so you work out which part of the ecosystem can I take my bit of, and we're not always going to be best at it. And then you can break that same thing down to regional level. Where do I find my bit within that collaboration? And another example I sometimes give is just take it down another level. Take the country where I originate from, Austria. And believe it or not, Austria has a pretty amazing industrial economy. There is actually one in which it's world-beating, and it chose to invest in that. Guess what it is? It's ski lift equipment. Now, look, that happens to be something Austria is it's a huge export industry, by the way. It's absolutely huge industry. Everything else They just ride on the back of the European Union. They're great in the rail industry supply chain. They have steel manufacturing in Linz in the north of Austria. There is a fantastic automotive supply chain, and it all just supplies the European Union and is part of a European Union ecosystem. So, you know, you can collaborate and make it work without always needing to be the best.
Just on the notion of collaboration, I think this time last year, so much of the panic around the IRA was that it is a protectionist policy, and it will lead to the deindustrialization of countries. We will pay for US policies. Having, you know, been working at an arm of a multinational manufacturing giant, is deindustrialization a possibility in Europe and the UK because of what Biden is doing?
Of course. So, you know, the risk is there. But look, you know, Europe as a whole has been deindustrializing for the last 50 years. It's just some countries have been more strategic about holding on to the bits they want to hold on to, and very importantly, being part of the new. You know, certainly when I was part of all of the UK's industrial strategy councils, there's two approaches. One is protect what you've got, decide what you want to protect. An example of that is, of course, the automotive industry, where you need to protect and make sure you manage the revolution from internal combustion engine to EV. But then, even more important, which new industries are you going to take a bigger slice of? And look, you can choose. You can say, I'm not going to have a strategy at all, let free markets design, in which case you're going to deindustrialize at a faster pace. Or you have a strategy, invest, collaborate, and you've got a chance of at least getting some decent industries and jobs out of it. And it's a sort of the ladder space in which you tend to find countries like France, Germany, and even my little Austria example in, and we have just dithered, delayed, and, you know, not really had consistency, as Giles perfectly put.
Sure. Giles, so I've been obviously religiously reading the OBR's latest outlook for the economy, which was out last week. And one of the things that was noticeable is that the Chancellor did stand up and talk about how the UK was going to respond to the IRA and its industrial policy, and he put out a figure of 19 billion, mentioned things like investment zones. But according to the OBR, this has absolutely no meaningful impact on any of its growth projections over the next 5 years. So one question. Investment zones, is that a place policy? So we have now more than a dozen. So these things that used to be called free ports are now called investment zones. Is this something Labour should stick to? Is it just moving economic activity around the country, or can it actually generate new economic activity? And maybe, and the other part just on the OBR, how much of a meaningful, you know, how big does the government have to get involved in thinking big on industrial policy for it to actually change the productivity and growth trajectory of the economy that actually helps the public finances and the tax base and all the things that, you know, autumn statements and OBR reports care about?
Okay, I will answer the second one first. And it's obviously really, really difficult because there's a lot there already. There's about 5 trillion in capital, 32 million people with vast amounts of skills, a 2.1 trillion pound economy. You don't turn that around really, really quickly. Then again, you can damage it really quickly, as this government has shown. So, I mean, actually getting a few things right and the concept of animal spirits and just getting a bit of luck, I could see those OBR forecasts being improved at some point. But no single industry can be picked up, invested in, and can turn around something as large as 2.1 trillion. It will take a long time, but sometimes luck does go your way. And the point is, while there are lots of headwinds that suggest that long-term advanced economy growth is going to be weaker, you know, we reaped the low-hanging fruit of China's entry into the world economy and the best parts of the technological revolution, in my view. Everyone should read Robert Gordon. We've got the ageing coming along. We've got the costs of more expensive energy for the short while to go. We're a long way off the frontier. And echoing something Ergen just said, if we've just become a bit less grandiose and start realizing, hey, you know what, we might be able to catch up with Denmark or Holland in terms of prosperity. If we set those kind of ambitions rather than trying to be so world-beating or whatever we think it is, we might actually get better policy, and that would be better. So investments, it's a lot worse than you think. There are free ports and investment zones, but there are also enterprise zones, which George Osborne announced. There are tourism action zones. Did you know that? There's a tourism action zone probably quite near here. And there's even something, I mean, look it up. I'm not lying to you. There's something called the food enterprise zone, which you can go in there, and this is where they're particularly enterprising with their food. So, yeah, I mean... The
innovative jams.
Yeah, innovative jam. I mean, we don't sell quite enough varieties of jam. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of clearing up to do. I think it's a slightly ridiculous if you think that England could fit as a small stamp on the map of Texas, that we have zones within that small stamp, that actually if we had better transport and a more complete internal market, then we wouldn't be trying to parcel things up with so many internal borders. So I don't think it's great policy. It's very hard to undo because it's very sticky. People love it when they've got one. But I wouldn't, let's not add any more. That's why
Ben, what's your take on the various investment zones? And also, we spend a lot of time just thinking about, when we think about industry, people naturally think of manufacturing and high value, getting high up the supply chain. The UK is a small, very open, service-based economy. What is the future of that part of our industry, which includes financial services and every other types of services, the ones that we export to the rest of the world, in a future where industrial policy is a political priority?
Oh, there's a lot to unpack there, Maureen. So I think I've got a very micro point on investment zones first, which is a really boring point, but I think it's worth stating, because this is a bit of a CPP win, is that we actually have pushed with our Inclusive Growth Network for investment zones to take on a broader meaning of than just tax breaks. So essentially it's a way of providing areas with more capacity when they don't have much capacity. Having said that, this is not the way you design a system, right? So you do have all of those patchwork of different zones. You also, of course, have all the different funding pots and funding arrangements that local governments and regional governments have to put in. So I think a really quick win for the next government is actually to consolidate a lot of all of this mess and noise in line with the strategic objective, which is actually how do we improve the productivity of left behind areas, and how do we enable that to happen within a new devolution framework. And actually a lot of that could be solved by consolidation and better targeting of funding based on need. And so one of the ideas that we've had is, well, why don't we devolve, say, 2% of income tax? 1% of that is then redistributed to the poorest areas, and 1% places can use as they want as well. So it provides that additional fiscal flexibility while keeping with the tenet of redistribution. I think that's really a really important point. But I'm not sure that answers all of your points in your question.
We might have to come back to it. So we've got about 6 minutes, and we will take 5 minutes, I've been told. So we will take some questions. We'll group them together. Keep them short. I think we'll take 3. So we have one gentleman here, and then the lady in the corner, and then one gentleman right at the back.
Hi, I'm the lecturer in politics from King's College London, and also personally American, living here, observing the political picture in both countries, especially in the UK, since I moved here from the very beginning of the Brexit. So much of the productivity speed up in the US is in retailing industry, but here is about manufacturing, financial services, oil and gas. There's a huge difference between two countries, as Claire mentioned. But the academic research has argued that after the pandemic, the future path of the industry productivity is going to change, and possibly into the retailing industry, just like US does. What's your thought? Thank you.
Thank you. And the lady in the corner?
Hello, my name is Alison Clark, and I'm down from Newcastle, where I work at Insights North East. I feel like we've heard a lot about social justice and the social side of sustainability and inclusivity today, but maybe not so much on the environmental side of things beyond net zero. So I'm talking about things like biodiversity and species decline, pollution and degradation of habitat. I wondered if we could just have a bit from the panel on that.
Thank you. And we'll take from the gentleman at the back, and I think there was also a lady here, so we'll very quickly take the lady as well, and then we'll have to wrap up. So one gentleman right at the back.
Thanks. Greg Rosen, Senior Counsel at SEC Newgate. The Brexiteers popularised immigration reform, talking about the benefits of an Australian points-based immigration system, and the idea of Australian system seemed to land well as a concept with voters. Planning reform, you talked about crucial for growth. To what extent can that planning reform be incremental within the existing English system? To what extent should the government think of importing a planning system from abroad that works better?
And just the lady at the end of the aisle here.
Sorry, which one?
Oh, just...
Could you put a hand up?
Yeah, we've got it there.
Hi.
Now we'll wrap up.
My name's Sarah Horner. I work for the Welsh Government. You haven't mentioned
devolved government today. So any quick thoughts on that? Also the role of the UK Internal Market Act, which is quite often used to overturn policy passed in those respective legislations, or the threat of it is used to inhibit growth in those countries.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got 4 questions about less than a minute each. Who wants to have the UK versus US being completely different economies and requiring different approaches? I think, Claire, you kind of touched upon that, but is there anything else you want to add that we miss when we think about the US as a comparator?
I suppose the question was about retail and about future industries, and I suppose it goes to the point generally, which is what is the purpose of an industrial strategy, and we can argue what should and shouldn't go in it. In a sense, like my argument is more, it's exactly to that point, is to project forward, because labour and workforce is a huge part of the opportunity and the problem at the moment. So immigration's been touched on, but huge amounts of people are employed currently in retail, care, hospitality, etc. So I think the bit that we haven't really talked about as much is actually the workforce development side of it. So not specifically on retail, but on that wider point of we do not currently have the labour force we need. There is clearly a political ceiling on how much you can, whether you think it's the right thing, fulfil that through immigration. We absolutely have to build up the skills and education and modernisation of our education system. And therefore, I think we have to be thinking much more allied to industrial strategy is our workforce strategy of the future, because we have so many people who are our education should absolutely not be stopping at 18. This is not for me about bashing higher education or further education. It's the fact that the other side of the equation is the people that we've got to build, the things that we've been talking about are not in our current pipeline, and therefore having a long-term approach to some of that kind of skills development, I think, is crucial. And just briefly on devolved governments, I did mention the devolved governments in relation to Labour's missions. They're absolutely geared to governments at all levels. They are not just geared to this is what the Labour Party are going to do. They are about what the country does together, and therefore what is the plan within each jurisdiction to deliver on that. So I think we actually have talked about devolution a fair amount, even if we haven't talked specifically about the government's policy on it.
There was a question about the environmental impact of industrial policy. We talk about the fact that we need to develop renewable industries, but has anyone thought about this question?
I'm happy to just try. I mean, this is a hugely important and strategic topic, and we don't have very long. And look, the way that I think I would design the industrial policy going forward is to make sure that any activity we support through state intervention has to be seen through the lens of the environment and net zero. It's never an add-on. And that was actually, I mean, I did welcome the $4.5 billion intervention we had last week, and then the manufacturing plan this week. But actually one of the things wrong with it is exactly that. It was a list of announcements, and then at the end it was, and by the way, of this 950 million, I think it is for various green acceleration industries. And the way I would do it is I would say, here is the activities, and all of them ultimately have to deliver for the environment and net zero. If they don't, they just don't make the list at all. And that is certainly how, again, other European countries have structured their industrial policy.
And then final one on planning. Does anyone do it very well? Giles, do you want to jump in?
I don't know who we can copy, but all I would say is the only thing they've had more of than industrial strategies are two things: housing ministers and wars on red tape. And the odd thing is they haven't done it about the right way, which is Greg highlights, I expect, that it's much, much too difficult to do things in this country. It seems that after about 14 years, the government has spotted we should look at the activities that are difficult to do, make them easier. In terms of planning infrastructure, the 4-year timescales that should be 2 or 1. And my final plea for continuity, therefore, they've called it something asinine like Get Great Britain Building Again. But there is a whole list of good ideas in there that I hope the next government just keeps going with.
Thank you very much. There's a big black zero staring at me, which means we have run out of time. So my final task is to thank the panel, and thanks for all the questions too. Thank you very much.
One more time, Maureen Khan, Giles Wilkes, Jürgen Meyer, Ben Franklin, Claire Ainsley. Fantastic panel, thank you very much. Brilliant, well chaired. Thank you, all of you. It was a great session. Okay, as the panel make their way off, just to let you know, we're going to have another little break. So we keep giving you little moments of time to reflect and have your coffees and whatever. And then when you come back, we will have another discussion. And this one will focus on how we pay for it all, okay? Because all of this is going to cost money. What is the fairest, most equitable way of paying for all of this and turning political promises, some of these great ideas from the stage, into a fiscal framework? So Charlotte Alldritt, the CEO of CPP, will be back on stage to lead that discussion with the panel. And then we'll have our final keynote with Ed Miliband, the Shadow Climate Change and Net Zero Secretary, and he'll do a speech on delivering fair green growth, and then a little chat with Sam Friedman, and then a bit of a Q&A. And then we will break at 5 to have a nice bit of convivial bon ami, chat, drink, and getting to know each other. See you in 15, 20 minutes. Thank you. towards Parliament Square than the Mall. You take your energy gel and you keep pumping those arms, lifting those knees, thinking, did my long run prepare me for this? Okay, so we're there. Keep the concentration levels up, keep the interest going, which is good. So our final panel discussion of the day is going to ask, how do we pay for it all? We've had a number of visions sketched since this morning, but there is a financial implication if you want to realize some of these visions, if you want to be, what did somebody say earlier? Let's be Denmark or the Netherlands instead of trying to be like the USA. Okay. So, turning political promises into a fiscal framework, how do we do it? Exploring this crucial topic will be the fine people on my right. Charlotte Alldritt, the CEO, you met her earlier, CEO of CPP. Sam Friedman, a senior fellow at the Institute for Government. Lord Jim O'Neill, former Commercial Secretary to the Treasury and chair of the Northern Powerhouse Partnership. And chairing this panel will be Ben Franklin, on my immediate right, Director of Research and Policy at CPP. He helped star in the last panel. Ben, over to you.
Well, brilliant. Thanks so much for that great introduction, Henry. And it's wonderful to have a great panel to debate what really feels like a very big question. How on earth do we pay and afford fair growth? We're going to cover things such as tax reform, whether there is a reform fairy or not, what our options around fiscal rules might look like. And so we're going to take, in turns, 3-minute introductory remarks first of all, and then there'll be a few questions from me before we open it up to the audience for a couple of questions before the Ed Miliband event at 4 o'clock today. So, Charlotte, starting with you, I mean, you've written numerous things around Labour's fiscal straitjacket. There's obviously CPP's own body of work around fair growth and how do you afford it. Where do we start?
Well, I just want to give you a bit of a background to this session, and then maybe we can get into the straitjacket in the course of the discussion. Essentially, our research and our CPP's modelling forecast that public spending will need to rise by about 1.5% per year between now and 2030. That might not sound a lot, but it adds up to about an extra 142 billion by 2030. And this is going to necessitate, if we're going to do that sustainably, probably about a 2 percentage point uptick in tax as a percentage of GDP. So we heard from Paul Johnson this morning talking about the fact that the tax take is already at a historic high. This is going to take it from approximately just under 37% to around about 39%. So the scale of the challenge in fiscal terms is huge, but the scale in political terms is probably even bigger. And we've touched on that throughout the course of the day. I'm sure we'll come back to it. But even then, those estimates are enabling public services to effectively stand still. Rosie outlined earlier the fact that these cost drivers are largely a product of our ageing population and the implications for increases in pensions and health and social care spending. But at CPP, you know by the end of today that we are interested in fair growth, and we think you need to invest in laying the foundations for an economy that works for more people and more places across the UK. And a large part, as I set out in my speech this morning about that, is investing in public services that tackle inequalities as a key driver of growth. And we identify in a report that Ben co-authored, actually, what was that one called?
Funding Fair Growth.
Funding for Growth. They're all called Funding Fair Growth.
It does what it says on the tin.
Yeah. An extra 19 billion would be needed of targeted investment in childcare, preventative health, and a range of other public services. That could translate into 160 billions worth of economic output, around about 7% of GDP. The question, as we've been getting to throughout the course of today, is how do we do this? And the work that we did over the summer with the citizens' jury indicated that they were keen on a one-off millionaires tax, potentially. I'm sure we might get into whether or not that has legs later.
Why is she looking at me?
I don't know. Goldman Sachs. Equivalising capital gains tax with income tax, but definitely not inheritance tax. And that's a bit of a political potato, particularly for the right, as we know. On changing fiscal rules, our citizens' jury questioned the degree to which fiscal rules at all were useful, given that politicians manipulate or flout them quite regularly. They were keen for them to be more flexible and pragmatic, particularly if that enabled greater investment in public services and tackling inequality. And they were fairly pro-fiscal devolution. So that being the backdrop through our research, CPP set out a series of recommendations, including, but not limited to, extending the OBR forecasting time horizon from 5 to 10 years so that you don't make bad policy basically on a short-term time horizon. You can borrow to fund fair growth, and we need to reform local government finance. And there's a whole range of details in that we can get into, but that gives you a sense of the fact that citizens, when you go through a deliberative process, they recognise and are eager to engage in a constructive, relatively honest conversation about what's needed, but that doesn't take away from the political problems that are inherent in trying to actually raise taxes.
Brilliant, thanks so much, Charlotte. Jim, I'm going to come to you now. It seems like every other week in the FT there's a new op-ed from you about fiscal rules, or maybe I'm just imagining it, but great to have your take.
Don't think the FT likes me, right?
Great to have your take on what a new fiscal framework might look like. Is this, or could this be, Labour's new Bank of England independence moment?
Ooh. So, let me try and be brief so we've got plenty of time for questions. So I'm not entirely sure, unfortunately, because I didn't get here till about half an hour ago, quite what it is you guys imply you endorsed this morning. So, and I am an economist, and I'm pretty sure Paul Johnson would have had some doubts about the practicalities and ease of what I'm guessing some of what you said. So with that caveat, I'll say maybe three things now. First of all, as is well known, the country has a ginormous productivity problem, as does much of the West, but seemingly for not actually that complex reasons, the UK has deteriorated more than most in the past nearly 20 years, or 16 years. It's also, as part of that first point, reasonably obvious, although economics is a social science, so we actually don't really know anything, that if you're not very good at investing, it's quite hard to boost productivity. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and I chatted with Sam earlier, and maybe Sam will offer his deeper insights into this, the whole Whitehall system has got into this sort of ludicrous game, which is sort of tactically clever, of playing around with whatever slight deviation to the fiscal rule that whoever's next dreams up. As an aside, because of some of the supply side measures last week, I actually think that some of those were very good things and might boost growth, including bits of Devo, more funding on for the British Business Bank with different conditions, and certainly on the investment allowances. But the whole thing is just ridiculous, because it's all dreamt up that whatever the last year is, debt to GDP has to be miraculously lower. And of course, it's completely a victim of the OBR's forecast. And the OBR has got always really talented people, but they have no marginal skill in forecasting next year's GDP compared to anybody else from that world, and I managed endless of them for 20 years, who do it every day with a lot of people full time. But they are extremely good, which links to my third point, at doing serious analysis about the long term. And the thing that the OBR does that's really good, in my opinion, most people probably are not aware, once a year they do something called the long-term debt sustainability. And in it, they have various scenarios as to what they give a lot of emphasis to actually labour force growth and migration. I wonder why. But quite sophisticated consequences for long-term growth and debt. And at the core of my premise, and Rachel Reeves, by the way, has, and I'm saying this as a private citizen, it's nothing to do with the fact that people mistakenly say stuff about, I'm advising her. It's a load of nonsense. She's got her own mind and her own people. But I did lead a startup review for her. They've endorsed it, that the OBR should be given further powers and scorecard any major fiscal or tax change they're considering. In my view, in this modern complex world, where there is no magical debt to GDP level that's suddenly troublesome, as many countries have showed, the OBR also needs to be asked or mandated in that to do the same thing with, let's say, 20 of the top stated priorities for infrastructure that the Independent Infrastructure Commission that was set up for this kind of thing, which I was part of why that happened, but hardly anybody knows about them either, is very good at assessing more than anybody else I've come across, because there's not many people that do these things, including being quite objective. And many of these things where people say we should do this, we should do that, it's a wish list of things that may work. And if you had the framework I'm talking about, and I've discussed it with the OBR people, because they're quite sceptical, quite rightly, as economists, quite a lot of the things we all dream up that might be really good for boosting growth, if you really have them independently tested, might not. And that is the way to do it credibly. And for now, I'll stop there.
Well, I'm particularly pleased there's someone else who reads the long-term fiscal sustainability report that the OBR produces. I'm not just...
It's not to be done on a Saturday night.
Definitely not, unless you want to fall asleep.
That's true.
Sam, over to you. What are your reflections? I saw you ranting a lot about the autumn statement last week, as indeed I was as well, although not with your Twitter following, obviously. Be great to know what your thoughts on this are.
I was going to have a rant about the autumn statement, if that's okay with you.
Perfect.
So, watching the autumn statement, it felt like you're sort of in an Alice in Wonderland world. It's completely crazy. We have got a fiscal rule that is based solely on whether debt to GDP is falling in 5 years' time, and no other contextual factor. It's like basing your life decisions on whether you think right now you'll get a pay increase in 2028 and nothing else. And then, at the same time, in order to meet this completely arbitrary rule, you then have a completely fake set of accounts for the period after 2025. The government is saying, we're going to have cuts. We're going to have spending increases on the revenue side of 0.9% a year for the 3 years after 2025. If you assume the defence is going to stay at 2%, which is the current target, you assume the health workforce plan will happen in some form or another, and you assume that they want to keep pupil spending for schools flat, that means you're talking about 10% cuts to every other bit of government spending, assuming those plans were to actually happen. We're going to cut the Home Office by 10%. We're going to cut MOJ by 10%, with full prisons, with a court backlog of 70,000 cases. We're going to take, a 10% cut to the Home Office is 30,000 police officers. We're going to take 30,000 police officers back out again, just after putting them back in, after taking them out the last time. It's clearly not going to happen, and the capital figures are even more ridiculous. The implied cut to every department's capital budget is 15%. And this is at a time when you have a combined maintenance backlog in health and education of about £25 billion. Obviously, the need for a larger prison estate if you're going to continue with current sentencing policy and so on and so forth. It is very obviously not remotely conceivable that any government, Tory or Labour, could actually meet these spending figures. The OBR say, in as much as they can, because they have to be formal and official about it, they say this is a massive risk to our forecast, which is their way of saying this is very obviously not going to happen. They correctly note that we went through this in 2015, 2021, and in both cases, the spending review that happened after an election put up spending by about £35 billion more than they had been told before the election. And that is exactly what will happen again after the next election. Whoever is in power, they will need to spend a lot more money than is being currently claimed. But because neither the government nor the Labour Party want to acknowledge that, we are in a complete Potemkin fantasy world for the next year where we can't have a sensible conversation about the question of this panel because no one will deal with the very obvious situation right in front of us. There you go, there's my rant.
No, enjoyed it.
Pretty good rant.
So, given the rant, what's a better way to do things? So obviously, Jim, you've mentioned the long-term factors at play and the way the OBR could be expanded. But what about the role of taxation? Now, we heard Paul Johnson earlier basically saying we're going to be at a permanently high level of taxation probably for the remainder of his life this morning. Do you kind of agree with that as a panel? And if so, how do we adjust to that move in terms of where the tax burden is likely to fall? Jim, do you want to go first?
Not sure. 3 quick things, again, hopefully quicker than the 3 or 4 minutes I talked before. You know, I looked casually again at how we do relative to our size and wealth as a share of GDP per head and GDP. And I think we are about 24th in terms of wealth. And if you look at the countries above us, in fact, the OBR, I think, pointed this out in the spring budget. More than half of them that are wealthier than us are higher taxed. And it's, you know, it's part of our history, and because of some of the successes that came with aspects of probably the Thatcher era, I suspect, or the Big Bang and some of that, maybe. Social science, remember. But it's just basically not really that evidential. It's what you do with the taxes that I think is important. If you just raise taxes for the sake of it, as a lot of Latin American countries kind of show, guess what? You don't want to do that, which is why you need independent people, truly objectively, Bank of England independent style, let's call it, really doing the proper analysis rather than somebody that just happens to appear in a cabinet saying, oh, I want to do that. Secondly, and I say this as somebody that's been on the Times Health Commission all year, for a country with dreadful productivity, it's pretty hard to think you can come across things that are even worse than the overall productivity. And surprise, surprise, if you look at the productivity in quite a lot of things in the public sector, they are woeful even by the national standards. And so I'm not in favour of raising tax for just spending more, because there's a good chance it would be wasted. Again, Sam and I were chatting before. I only went on it because I said, if you're going to, you know, I'll only come out with sort of maybe crazy, daft ideas. And they asked, like what? I said, well, why do we spend more on health, maintenance, than we do on education? And the answer was sort of, well, that's what we've always done. And guess what? In the late 1970s, we didn't. We spent as much on education as a share of GDP as we did on health. So one of the things I think I heard you say about early years, my subjective guess is a properly funded early years system might have a good chance of boosting our long-term productivity performance. But what do I know? It needs to be objectively done. And then thirdly, just, you know, it is true that we've had an enormous number of shocks that have affected us as well as everywhere else the past 20 years. And so it's in the context of something a bit broader, but both politically and economically, with the rise of very unexpected political movements. There's something about what I describe it as profit with purpose. There's something also about the way capitalism has developed, where it's all in the context of a broader issue, where you need to change the risk-reward incentives to make sure that the private sector really wants to invest and not play clever games at financial management.
Thanks, Jim. Sam, what are your thoughts?
So there's one sort of way of telling the story of British history over the last 40 years, which is that it's an attempt to artificially hold down the tax burden through a series of other measures, through a series of tricks. So, in the 80s, Thatcher and then Major did a lot of privatisation, and they had the North Sea oil money, and that allowed them to keep taxation relatively low without hammering public services too much. Labour had PFI, spent hundreds of billions of pounds off balance sheet through PFI. Then the ONS said, sorry, you have to stop doing that. You can't keep doing that. That needs to go on balance sheet. Osborne and Cameron tried austerity, and they also tried had a monetary policy, which was sort of very low interest rates, huge amounts of QE, which have helped as well. And all of those kind of things have now run out. We've run out of all of those options. And we're left with actually having to pay for the things that we want. And that's not very palatable to politicians or indeed the public. So I don't think sort of like the fact, you say the tax burden's higher than ever, but in a sense, that's not a very useful comparison because we had other means of holding down the tax burden. The question is, what do we need to spend and on what? And it's likely that that is going to be higher than the current level for the foreseeable future, partly because our actual burdens as a country are going up in terms of healthcare and pensions. I think we need to start by figuring out the right amount rather than saying it just can't go up and that's a political failure if it goes up, and work back from there rather than sort of worry too much about where we're coming from. Then you have the political question of how exactly do you, what mix of taxes do you use to achieve? And obviously this is another answer, so I won't start going on to the next question, but our tax system makes no sense whatsoever. So you could do a lot through tax reform, but again, all of those things come with political costs.
Thank you. Charlotte.
Yeah, so the numbers I set out at the beginning, I think basically they're there to counter that kind of bleak scenario where we're taking 30,000 police officers off the street that Sam talked about. So just to put those numbers in context, and investing above and beyond that kind of running to stand still, I think is going to be necessary to fix our crumbling public services that have been hollowed out after an extended period of austerity. The other thing I would say is that, Sam, unfortunately, your scenario is even worse because we've also relied historically, all over the last 50 years or so, on reducing defence spending, and now pressures are increasing for defence and security spend. So that's another pressure adding to the public purse. I'm not saying, and CPP wouldn't say, that we can just meet any pressure there is on public spending just by whacking up taxes. Definitely not. And actually next year we're kicking off a big programme of work on smarter spending, because this gets to the point that I think you're making here, which is that it's not necessarily the size of the state per se. Loads of kind of particularly progressive think tanks, I think, like to talk about, what role of the state, what size should the state be, and the centre-left gets itself wrapped up in knots on that same question as well. Rarely do we talk about how do we create a more efficacious state where we're focusing on how you, if you are going to invest in X, what the return to growth could and should be. And I think Jim's absolutely right on thinking about how you get that independently verified and placed to the kind of criteria that we set around how you reform fiscal rules to start for Treasury and others involved in our economic institutional ecosystem to start making those assessments more credibly. And then just my final point, I think the autumn statement last week stretched kind of our fiscal policy making and I think the OBR's independence beyond credulity. I think it's the right thing to do for Rachel Reeves to say that we should improve and strengthen our economic institution making. And there's a whole string of recent case studies from trusts onwards that kind of explains why we should do that. But I think actually we need to look at the OBR itself before we think about how we strengthen its powers. We need to make it more transparent, more open, and more willing to engage with Jim and other colleagues, other academics, other people working in this space to really stress test their assumptions. Otherwise, I think there's a risk it itself becomes a political football.
Thank you. And that's a segue on to my next question, really, which is about the role of institutions. So, as you rightly say, you know, obviously there's a huge amount of emphasis put on what the OBR does, and one of the big failures of the Truss experiment is that she ignored the OBR. I think, you know, actually, maybe if she'd run those numbers through the OBR and magically found some way of balancing the books at the end of the forecast period, then she might still be with us, who knows? But I'm really interested in the panel's views on the role of the OBR and the role of the Treasury as well. I mean, to some extent, obviously, these are institutions that safeguard public spending, but sometimes, obviously, there's parts of the debate that said actually they constrain growth. So to what extent should we be bestowing more powers on those institutions, or less, or differently? Sam, can I start with you on that?
The Treasury is the only unaccountable part of government, really. I mean, no one can hold the Treasury account. They hold everybody else to account. I think particularly over the last 20 years since Gordon Brown became Chancellor, but it was happening before then as well, the Treasury has taken on far more power than it's ever had before within Whitehall, partly through use of mechanisms like the fiscal rules, which were introduced by Brown, partly because he took on responsibility for a lot of social policy, and in doing so created quite large policy teams for each area within the Treasury that then started to investigate every aspect of every other department's spending. And so the policy development has become very centralised into the Treasury. And their priority is primarily, it's not the only thing they think about, but their priority is primarily to control public spending. So that means the sort of short-term spending envelope, the scorecard, as they call it, has become by far the dominant way of the dominant tool for policy making in Whitehall, and it has to be part of it. How much you're spending obviously has to be part of the conversation, but if it's as dominant as it is, it means it completely skews the balance of government and prioritisation, and it means that in any conversation, the priority will always be the scorecard rather than whatever it is else you're trying to achieve across government. So I think there has to be a way found to make the process of spending allocation far more strategic about what the whole of government wants to do. And I think probably that comes down, if we're thinking practically about the next Labour government, to thinking about how they do the spending review. If the Treasury completely controls the spending review, they will dominate, as they always do, every other department, and you will end up with a couple of big departments having rows and bringing in number 10. But on the whole, the Treasury will get their way, and as a result, you'll get this skewed policy making. So there needs to be a mechanism where number 10, the Prime Minister, other senior leaders within the government are part of that process of building out the spending review, so it meets cross-government priorities rather than just the Treasury's priorities. And that is just one example of how you need to go about rethinking how the structure of government works. At the moment, it's far too dominated by one part of it.
Thanks. Jim, would you agree with that?
I love listening to what Sam says. It makes a huge amount of sense, but, you know, I don't know whether caveats or what, but obviously I have also worked as a minister in the Treasury. And one of the things that sort of positively surprised me, having had, you know, my previous life, including 20 years at Goldman, and I think I got myself quoted saying this in public, I was really positively surprised about if you engaged in the right way with how officials would really focus on certain things. And so I think the part of what Sam said towards the end, and you know, we can all think of our favourite leader of the past on either side of the political spectrum. If you have a leadership that really, really wants to do things, then it sets the terms as to how the whole machine kind of needs to operate, with always the biggest resistance from the Treasury that's not accountable. However, if the leadership is really focused on it, I think there's a reasonable chance you can get away with it, but maybe I'm far too naive. On the OBR, the second thing to say is I go back to what I said about before, but I'll add one other thing. For its weaknesses, first of all, it's a relatively new institution. I think it was 2010 it was created. And I don't think there are many examples of something like that elsewhere in the world as a fiscal authority. And I think it's pretty important because there is a huge amount of evidence, and I made reference to it, sadly, often in the emerging world, that governments find it very easy to wreck a nation through irresponsible fiscal policy. So, in my opinion, the concept of having an OBR that's got importance, especially given the reality of the challenges that Sam and Charlotte and Ben so clearly make the reality of the next few years, I think is something that could be more useful, including having a look at, at the end of the day, the forecast is basically 3 people. And, they're all pretty capable people, but as I said before, I had more people working on that every day of their life just in one bit of our economics. And they've got to be doing an important thing. So I think not only is the scope, but I think, no time to discuss this, but it's against the background of one of the weaknesses of reality of life, of orthodoxy. I don't think the whole framework the IMF has for fiscal policy for the modern complex world. India would always be my best example. There's a country that still has, 300 million people, if not more, that can't really read or write. And yet, the government there daren't devote much to either public education or public spending, partly because they might know it's wasted, but partly because they've got the IMF constantly looking over their shoulders. And how can India ever reach its amazing potential unless they deal with things like that more ambitiously?
Thanks, Jim. I was actually in the Treasury when Alan Budd first created the OBR, and it was himself and about 3 or 4 other people. It's now expanded to about 10 to 15, I think, but it's not large, I think is the point.
Given 10 to 15 full-time people?
I think it's around
Okay.
that. It's not a huge number, that's for sure. And given the responsibility that is bestowed on them, I think they do a great job from my own personal perspective. But obviously, transparency and challenge is what should be part of the process, as we put in our recent report. Charlotte, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, just 2 quick things. I think in my career, including in Whitehall, I think I've seen the best and worst of Treasury. So I think the worst is that we talked a bit this morning around failure to think long term. And even when the civil service, which is an institution that is working for all of us in theory to safeguard and provide consistency and manage risk and think long term, very often falls into those short-termist traps, not just about the fiscal rules, but in large part around the fiscal rules. Because, again, our fiscal events, one every 6 months, kind of dominate just time and resourcing and political focus and energy as well. But the problem with that, and I was in government when it was sort of just after the post-financial crash recession, and every aspect of public spending you had to look through the lens of, is this going to contribute to economic growth? Because at that point it was, we'll just take growth, any growth. And it meant that we cut things like flood defences. And I'd have meetings around energy security and looking at energy production capacity. And loads of things that we knew, like coal coming offline and other gas storage facilities coming offline. And you'd be asking Treasury, well, this is a thing we need to deal with. And it's just like, when actually getting into some of these things were coming beyond that particular
time horizon and have come back to bite us. But on the flip side, I've also seen the best of Treasury and the best of Treasury leadership. And actually, you know, we've been the beneficiaries of that with George Osborne carrying the devolution agenda after City Growth Commission.
I didn't want to say that myself.
So I'll allow it. And, you know, that's where you've got a chancellor with a huge amount of free rein across government that's able to really instill an agenda that is very much part of the economic and productivity agenda, but if it wasn't for his leadership, if it was in a BASE or another department at the time, I think would have got buried and wouldn't have had the leverage.
And can I just jump in and say something, given that Charlotte's raised that? Because I'm sure many of you know, I am deeply involved in northern stuff, both Northern Gritstone and Northern Powerhouse. And very importantly in this regard, and it doesn't get anything like the attention it should, there is some modest evidence that well, it's in the public data, for what it's worth, that productivity in Greater Manchester, not just Central Manchester, has actually risen more than it has in London over the past 15 years. Not dramatically, and some people quite rightly say it's because London's fallen significantly, but Manchester's improved a bit, including some of the most disadvantaged boroughs. The level of productivity is obviously way below. In fact, 5 of the worst 25 boroughs in the country on the index of multiple deprivation are in Greater Manchester. So I don't want anybody to misunderstand that. But it might have nothing to do with the whole of that devolution journey. But people, again, that you and I know well, like Mike Emmerich and these guys, have published some stuff that basic things like the ability to control your local transport properly. And so in this case, the Oldham area is particularly intriguing, where suddenly, because of the tram, people can move around a lot better. That's one of the places which I didn't realise until I saw the data, has seen its productivity improve more. So I am an enormous fan of the whole devolution thing, but I don't really have time to talk.
I mean, there's also research out now that suggests that life expectancy has improved in the poorest parts of the northwest as well. Whereas it hasn't in similarly deprived parts of the rest of the country. So there's some emerging evidence of the success of devolution. I'm conscious of time, and I want to open it up to questions from the room now. So we'll take a couple and then bring that back to the panel. Yeah, at the front here.
My name is Paul Hudson. I'd like to thank the panellists, in fact, for their interesting contributions. I just want to make a couple of comments about language before I pose my question. One of them is about national productivity. I don't think this makes an awful lot of sense to apply to a post-industrial society. And the term tax burden, I was appalled to hear a shadow Labour cabinet minister talking about tax burden. It sounds as if, in fact, we get nothing in return. Taxes are used for support state education and health and so forth. Now, the question I want to pose, I'm completely in the dark on this, and I hope the panel can answer it. The national insurance contributions are not really a hypothecated tax. Now, I'm an 85-year-old pensioner, so I belong to a generation that's more likely to want to use health and social services than younger generations. So what I am wondering is whether we could merge the so-called national insurance contributions with the taxation system so that people like myself, I consider myself one of the better pensioners. My pension is about 60% of the average wage in England and Wales. We should be paying more taxes, and there are other pensioners who are far worse off than myself. We arrange the tax system in such a way, in fact, that they don't pay any more. Would it raise very much more revenue, in fact, if we adopted a system whereby better off pensioners like myself contributed more, in fact, to tax revenues, while at the same time poorer pensioners are not made any worse off than they already are? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I take another question, please? Two on at the back of the room there.
Thank you. Hugh Lloyd. If we reframe a spending review as a missions review, might that open up a way of looking at what we're spending against our outcomes and the things that we want? And if we did that, what else might we reframe? Thank you.
Okay, so it's two questions. One is on tax reform and national insurance contributions, and the other is on reframing this spending review process. Who wants to take either or both of those? Jim.
On the second question, we're on the record here, aren't we? So I was about to cite some of my inside anecdotes of Treasury again, but I won't.
We're broadcast live to the nation, Jim.
Oh, goodness. You know, one of the things that I inherited when I went into Treasury to try and implement Northern Powerhouse. But I also inherited the remit about infrastructure. And at the end of the first week, I had no idea how the hell one was supposed to behave for a start, and a bit bamboozled. And there was all these grandiose, Hinkley Point here, Heathrow, HS2, and I sort of jokingly said to some people at the end of the first week, are these just like a test of my mental stability? Because I don't really get any of it. And I said to the same officials and, let's just say, some important policymakers, what the country needs, I love what your question implies. I said, what we really need to have someone do, which is partly the little bit I played as to why the Infrastructure Commission came around, is somebody needs to do a 2050 vision of what the UK ideally should look like. And then from that, back out the art of the possible. And it was some of the advisors that really persuaded Osborne to create, particularly what's his name from The Economist magazine. Anyhow, Richard Davis deserves enormous credit for that. However, it didn't have any power. In fact, its powers were diminished within 5 minutes of it being set up because of the politics. But that's exactly what it should be, in my opinion. On the first one, I'll leave it to others, but it's blatantly, one has to be so careful because disadvantaged and there's a lot of very disadvantaged elderly people, understandably get very annoyed. So, but I think what you're implying is, or put it like this, 30 seconds, it is quite clear we are living through an idiotic intergenerational shift, which is completely unfair on young people today. And another part of, it seems to me, a reality check, somewhere in the future, possibly linked to a Mission 2050 type thing, somebody's going to do something about it. But Sam, I'm sure, and Charlotte have looked at that in way more detail than me.
Charlotte, have you got any thoughts on that? Either of those questions?
I think your point around the tax burden language is right, and I've heard others. Steve Richards, the journalist, is very good on this. I think it would be amazing, particularly for Labour, to be able to craft a narrative that was more around how taxpayers' money was being invested in the good of the nation and the missions and all the rest of it. Instead, it's caught very firmly in a tax and spend trap where to increase taxes is to compound the cost of living crisis, to propose any kind of policy or spending innovation is to need to find a way of funding it, which is a kind of one in, one out type arrangement in the discourse between now and the election. So I'd like to think it were possible, but I think it is going to take, I don't think it's going to be Labour that confront that, and I'd be surprised if the Tories did it either, because ideologically speaking, they want to often talk about the tax burden as a bad, disabling thing in itself. So I guess step forward any Liberal Democrats out there that feel they can fill the gap.
Is that a conference for next year?
Maybe.
Sam.
Quickly, on Nixon income tax, my mum is a professor of tax and has been arguing to merge them for the last 30 years without any success. So given that she has not managed to persuade the Treasury to do it, I don't think it's going to happen. However, one thing you could do, which would be less of a change, would be to apply national insurance for upper earnings limits to pensioners who don't pay them at the moment. So you could say if you're a richer pensioner earning over £50,000, you have to pay some NICs as well as some income tax. That is one simple way you could kind of get to what you're talking about, I think. On missions and spending reviews, we did have more strategic spending reviews when they were first created. The Blair-Brown government used public service agreements to try and set kind of targets for what departments were supposed to be doing, as well as having the scorecard. Osborne got rid of all of that and just went down to the scorecard again. So I think we have a bit of a model for slightly more strategic spending reviews. I think you could go another level beyond that. As I was sort of saying earlier, you need to bring in more of government and certainly the Prime Minister more directly. And I think the missions could be a way of doing that, but you'd have to set some tighter boundaries around what exactly those missions were and give them a sort of a defining point at the end of your spending review period, if it's 3 years or 4 years. Otherwise, that would be very difficult to do. But yes, some way of making it more strategic is vital.
Brilliant. I think we've got time for one more very, very quick question. So if you've had a burning... Yes, hand straight up there in the middle. Yeah. Okay, brilliant. So just in case people didn't hear it, question on capital gains tax reform. Should we do it? What should that reform look like? You've each got 30 seconds to answer that question. Jim.
Shall I go last?
Yep. Charlotte, do you want to?
Our summary version is we think it's potentially one of the things that an incoming government should consider in terms of equivalising capital gains tax with income tax. It's not necessary. There are downside risks to it, but it's worth exploring.
Cool. Sam.
Well, again, my mum was on the Office of Tax Simplification, so if she thinks it's a good idea, then I think it's a good idea, or I'll get in trouble when I get home. So, you know, I think, yes, you could raise some money out of doing it. You'd probably have to make it inflation. You'd have to take inflation into account if you were going to put the rate up a lot, but yes.
Here I'm going to now contradict myself about the flavour of much of what I've said, partly because of my own long experience and somebody that is currently deeply immersed in extreme risk-taking, which is what venture capital is. And one thing for sure, you should not treat that as though it's like easy money. I'm sure there were some of you here that back early-stage companies. They are the lifeblood of what happens in the future, and they are enormously risky. And if you try to tax those kind of things at the same level as income tax, you will further damage it. And I'm talking out of as deep a sincerity about a belief of exploring, you know, for the game playing that is done with balance sheet management, including by other forms of investing management, I think that makes sense. But you've got to be really careful, because look, this is the better part of the States. Look at the things that have been created in the United States the past 30 years. And if you start treating those, you are not going to get people who know that there's a very good chance they're going to lose all the money, then actually on top of it thinking, well, and the rare occasion I might make quite a lot, I'm going to get taxed the same as I am on income. It does not make any sense, especially because I suspect the amount of money you'd raise would be tiny.
We think about between 10 and 20 billion.
A year? Across the board?
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, based on different assessments.
I'd like to see those numbers, but you've got...
Because a lot of it's also all the crazy exemptions and all the rest of it.
Right, there's all sorts of crazy exemptions, which I wouldn't regard as they should just be tightened up.
Yeah.
But you, in my opinion, you cannot go attacking such real, serious risk-taking because it won't attract the money.
Okay, so we have 1 minute, 30 seconds before Ed Miliband arrives, so we've got to wrap this up. But thank you so much to an amazing panel. Charlotte Alldritt, Sam Friedman, Jim O'Neill. I think that's a brilliant, brilliant discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you very much to Ben Franklin as well. Thank you very much indeed. Just pause for 1 second. Thank you very much indeed. Tremendous panel. And now we're into the home straight. You know, I like my track and field athletics metaphors. So we've been building up to this. So our closing keynote, Q&A as well, is going to be on delivering fair green growth with the Right Honourable Ed Miliband MP, the Shadow Secretary of State for Climate Change and Net Zero, who oversaw the introduction of the Climate Change Act in 2008. So Ed will give his keynote, and then he will be interviewed by Sam Friedman, who's just had a starring role in the previous session. And Sam will talk to Ed, do a Q&A, and then also he will be recording his Power Test podcast. I think the Q&A with Ed will be part of that podcast. Is that right? Is that right? Yes? Thumbs up? Fantastic stuff. So, put your hands together and welcome our keynote speaker, the Right Honourable Ed Miliband MP. Ed. So, delivering fair green growth. Ed, tell us how it's going to be done, okay?
Thanks so much.
Fantastic.
Great to see you. Well, Henry, thank you so much, and it's great to be here. I'm not sure what I feel about being described as the home straight of a conference, because I'm conscious when I looked at the programme that I'm standing between you and the drinks reception, which maybe isn't a great place to stand, but maybe I'm the sort of light entertainment. I am the light entertainment, okay, of the afternoon. Look, can I just start by thanking the Centre for Progressive Policy for the invitation and for all its excellent work on inclusive growth. And I do want to particularly commend David Sainsbury for his work in championing progressive capitalism over many years. I was actually rereading his book in preparation for this event. His book was published 10 years ago, as many of you will know, and I would highly recommend it because it's incredibly relevant to today's situation. Let me start with an opinion poll. I'm not a great fan of opinion polls, given my experience of 2015. You may understand that. But I will start with an opinion poll nonetheless, which was, believe it or not, pointed out to me by Lord Cooper, who is the founder of Populous and was also David Cameron's pollster. He obviously did better polling than us. He offered people the statement, "It feels like the UK is going through a period of steep decline." I won't ask for a sort of show of hands as to what percentage you think people agreed with it and disagreed, but I'll give you the answer. 78% of people agreed with the statement, "It feels like the UK is going through a period of steep decline," and 5% of people disagreed with that statement. So that means that only 1 in 20 people do not think our country is going through a period of steep decline. I mean, I think that, I suspect many people in the room aren't surprised by that, but I do think we should find it shocking, and clearly it is a very bad state of affairs that we are in. And obviously, this is determined by many factors: the state of public services, the cost of living crisis, some of the turbulence of the current government, putting it politely. But I think, and this is my theme, that at root of this is something much deeper, which is our economy is simply not delivering for many people and has not done so for a long time. Last week, the OBR confirmed that this Parliament will see the largest fall in living standards since records began 70 years ago. I suspect many people in the room know some of the other data. So in that context, I want to make the following argument to you. First, the reason for the failure of our economy has a particular character, which is the combination which is particular to the UK, of low growth and high inequality. And I'll say something about that. Second, that the transition to a clean energy economy, which is the area of policy that I'm in charge of for the Labour Party, offers us a huge economic opportunity. And thirdly, I want to talk about how we seize that opportunity. And I want to argue that we can't do so without a very different economic strategy from the one we have at the moment, in particular through what we call emission-led industrial policy, and also to produce a different outcome, which is an economy that is more prosperous and more equal. And then I'll say something slightly partisan about the dangers if we shun this strategy. First, let me say something about the context. Our economy has many strengths: relatively high employment, world-leading companies from life sciences to professional services, and also some outstanding examples in my area in clean energy. But for too many people, that is not the story of our economy, as I think the steep decline poll rather suggests. I think about it from the point of view of my constituency, Doncaster North, which is an ex-mining constituency. It voted for Brexit by a very large margin. It didn't follow the advice of its MP. And I often say to people that this vote was much more about the economy and the way it works than most people realise. And in particular, that the mining jobs of the past, jobs that had big dangers, but also brought a regular paycheck, status, recognition, pride, have gone and too often been replaced by casual, insecure jobs. And for many people in my constituency, and I think across many parts of the country, the Brexit vote became a referendum on the insecure, casual, unfair nature of our economy. People wanted something different. And the truth that my constituents feel is correct. It is true. It's not perception, it's reality. The Resolution Foundation, in their excellent report, Stagnation Nation, and I think the final report is coming out quite soon, described what they call the toxic combination of low growth over the last 15 years and high inequality over the last 40, which has beset the UK. A couple of weeks ago, the IFS, another great organisation, produced a report on the changing geography. I strongly rate, for the nerds amongst us, we're all nerds probably, no offence to the audience, I consider it a compliment, produced a report on the changing geography of UK jobs, about the hollowing out of middle-income jobs in our economy. And I really strongly recommend this report because it showed where the hollowing out had happened, often in manufacturing, maybe not surprising, and disproportionately in the North and Midlands. So my constituents and millions across our country are at the sharp end of this economy. And the other point I just wanted to make in this first section is that toxic combination, as Resolution calls it, of low growth and high inequality is the backdrop to the crisis we've seen in the last 2 years. So 7 million people facing a crisis of energy affordability, the cost of living crisis, as everyone now calls it, the government spending £50 billion, I think, last year to try and protect people. Now, part of the answer to this is changing our energy system. So the drive, for example, to cheap, clean renewables and away from expensive fossil fuels. But my point today isn't about that. My point today is that the drive for clean power can also address some, not all, but some of these deeper economic challenges that we face. And I think the point about this, one way to think about this is and I think this is very much the theme of the CPP, is we need to hardwire justice and security into our economy and not simply seek to make it happen after the fact. So redistribution has a role, but redistribution can't make up for deep earnings inequality. And also people want justice and security at the workplace in all its manifestations, not just in terms of wages. So conditions, terms and conditions, working conditions, notice of shift work, and all of those things are part of the picture, I think, of the labour market that we have. I once memorably, infamously called this idea pre-distribution. Didn't catch on. People were not chanting, what do we want, pre-distribution, when do we want it now? But it is a, I didn't actually think they were going to do that, but just to be clear. But I think it is a kind of important, relevant, describes the idea. Look, this takes me to the second point, which is, well, that's all very well, maybe quite familiar to people. What's the role of clean energy in addressing these issue. So my case today to you is that the clean energy economy represents the best opportunity for the UK to confront the twin challenges of stagnant living standards and low growth. Just to give you some sort of context to this, the International Energy Agency, which is the most respected body on these issues, says that there will be 17 million net creation of jobs by 2030 alone in the clean energy economy. You know, some people think, well, isn't America going to get all of these jobs? And I'll come on to America in a minute. Well, no, if there are 17 million extra jobs net by 2030, they're not all going to go to the United States, clearly. So I think there is a huge opportunity here for Britain to address the issues that I talked about in terms of my constituency in the country. And we've got proof of concept, in a way, from the Inflation Reduction Act, which is, as many of you will know, President Biden's big 10-year plan for public investment. Just to give you a few facts, I did an event recently with somebody from the White House Council of Economic Advisors about this. IRA, as it's known, has already helped produce over $600 billion in private clean energy investment, a near doubling of investment in manufacturing facilities since January 2021. And most interestingly of all, and I think, and I'll come back to this later on, more than 80% of the IRA investment has taken place in areas with below average college graduation rates. So, in other words, and this is because of the policy decisions that the administration made, they have directed IRA investment into areas that have previously been left behind and left out of prosperity. And this is a very deliberate decision, because I've talked to the administration about it, and we've tried to learn from this. I mean, that's part of my argument for why this can address some of the issues that we face here. And I think this is maybe insufficiently recognized. IRA also is driven by an administration that is very different in character, economic character maybe, from the Clinton administration and even the Obama administration, because they are very explicit about the need for public investment as a route to economic growth, the belief in high-quality jobs and strategic sectors. The phrase industrial policy is sort of back in vogue in the US, at least as far as the administration is concerned. And also, they are explicit, the president is explicit, that to rebuild the middle class, as they call it, we don't just need good state-led policy, but strong organized labor that can bargain for workers. And it's to the great credit of my friend and colleague Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, that she has really enthusiastically embraced the lessons of IRA and put it at the center of our agenda, what she calls securonomics. And of course, and people often raise this question, we're not America, we can't lead in every area, but the opportunities in the UK are huge. We have extraordinary natural advantages like the North Sea, which has massive potential for offshore wind, carbon capture, and the hydrogen economy of the future. So the second point I want to just make is, first, we have this economic context, which we have to address, and it can't just be done through redistribution. And secondly, we've got this huge opportunity. So third, what are we going to do to take advantage of this opportunity and learn from the lessons of President Biden? And I want to suggest to you 4 principles about how we believe we should go about this task. The first principle is about clarity of mission and really focus for a government. And I think it's underestimated the extent to which Keir's 5 missions really, really matter, not simply for political campaigns, but for what will happen if there is a Labour government. Because he has said that one of his 5 missions is for a zero-carbon electricity system by 2030 as part of an acceleration to net zero. So it will be a big, big focus of the government. And this sense of mission matters. So it means that I know that if I'm the Secretary of State, the North Star of the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero will be 2030 zero-carbon power. That means using all of our electricity being generated from low-carbon sources. That also has an implication, which is we need all of the low-carbon sources at our disposal: onshore wind, offshore wind, solar, nuclear, hydrogen, carbon capture, tidal, not picking and choosing on an arbitrary whim. I met a former Prime Minister recently in the House of Commons. Before he left the House of Commons, he was the Mayor of London. I was asking him about his 24 gigawatt nuclear target. And I said, where did that come from? Because the CCC, Climate Change Committee, say 10 gigawatts. And he said, oh, do they say that? I didn't know that. And I thought, well, you're the man who set the 24 gigawatt target, so it's not great that you don't know that. I think that's what we call sort of evidence-based, policy-based evidence-making rather than evidence-based policy-making. So crucial for us is this sense that first, we will have this mission and we will have a clear focus on breaking down the barriers that the private sector faces to investment, from supply chains to skills to investment to the grid to planning. So all of the barriers the private sector faces, and we will use all the low carbon sources at our disposal. The second principle, but that isn't enough, just to say you've got a clear focus and a clear sense of plan in government, but we will have that. The second principle is that to achieve our mission, and this is where it gets to the kind of new thinking, I would say, and get the economic success we want to see, public investment and private investment must go hand in hand. So we want to challenge the old idea of crowding out and actually say that really what we can do is crowd in. The role of public investment crowding in private investment. I think that is the biggest single insight of the Biden administration. And the thinking behind this is that the vast majority of the building of the clean energy economy will come from the private sector. But billions of public investment has a crucial role in levering in tens of billions, hundreds of billions of private investment. And let me give you some examples about where the public sector can play a role that maybe can catalyze the investment from the private sector. Providing the infrastructure which can enable countries to compete, like modernizing our ports or building carbon capture and hydrogen infrastructure. Helping key industries like steel or automotive to transition to net zero, requiring investment in partnership with the private sector. Supporting consumers in the transition, for example, in the transition from gas boilers to low carbon or zero carbon heating. So that's, if you like, correcting for market failures, where the public sector has an important role. But then also, I think one of the other lessons from the Biden administration is that Joe Biden is unapologetic that he wants things made in America, not everything, but he thinks manufacturing and services and industry being located in the US really matters. And we too believe that. And we're not neutral about this. Now, why does this matter? It matters because on grounds of resilience, and I think Russia's appalling invasion of Ukraine has reminded us of that question. It matters on economic and political grounds, because if we see the displacement of economically valuable production, sucking wealth and productivity out of economies, it leads to situations like my constituents often face. And it matters on ethical grounds too, in terms of not just secure supply chains, but those with the highest ethical standards. And so it's on the basis of that principle that we've shaped our policy agenda. So on the basis of this idea of a catalytic public investment. So we will establish, and I noticed it gets, the CPP calls for this in their excellent document from last month. We've said we will establish a national wealth fund to undertake the biggest investment in our ports since privatization, so they can accommodate the huge wind turbines and we can have more manufacturing here. Provide incentives and finance the private sector for electric battery factories, £2 billion investment, support our steel industry with a 10-year commitment to invest £3 billion to help it decarbonise, invest in new carbon capture clusters across Britain, from Grangemouth in Scotland to Port Talbot in Wales to Teesside in the Humber. And we'll also do something very innovative in the UK in terms of public policy, which is establish a new publicly owned energy generating company, GB Energy. And I wanted to say something about GB Energy and its thinking behind it. Our analysis is that those countries with a strong domestic national champion are the ones that have really reaped the benefits of clean energy jobs. So France has EDF, Denmark has Ørsted, Norway, Statkraft, Sweden, Vattenfall. Sometimes we have this debate in Britain, which amuses me, which is that we talk as if there isn't public ownership of energy in Britain. There is public ownership of energy in Britain. 45% of our offshore wind industry is owned by foreign state-owned companies. Because if you're Vattenfall or Ørsted or others, you think, oh, it's great to invest in Britain, hopefully. Maybe not so much in the last couple of years. But you know, so, and we welcome that foreign investment, but we think, well, we want GB Energy to be able to capture the potential of Britain's resources for the benefit of the British people. And so GB Energy will invest in the next frontier of clean energy like green hydrogen, floating wind, tidal power. And it will also look to partner with the private sector in more mature technologies for the benefit of local communities. And so we think that GB Energy, alongside the National Wealth Fund, can help play a really important role in creating clean energy jobs in Britain and generate a return for taxpayers as we drive towards energy independence. That's the second principle around the role of catalytic public investment. The third principle, and this is an important lesson from the US too, is that the state has a shaping role, not just for how much the private sector invests, but crucially where it invests. And I think it's right to say that the economics of place is central to the problems of the last few decades and has got to be central to the clean energy economy we want to build. So when I say we should support steel and automotive, there's many good reasons for it, for our economic infrastructure. It's also central to many communities across the country. But I said earlier that the most striking fact for me from the US is where the investment had gone, so to those, to 80% of it to areas with below average college graduation rates, and this hasn't happened by chance, because the US tax credits provided have been directed to industrial areas and energy communities. And we've learned this lesson in our policy development. So we have a plan, something called the £2.5 billion British Jobs Bonus, which is about directing the tens of billions of private sector investment in clean energy infrastructure into particular parts of the country, oil and gas communities, coalfield and coastal communities. And the thinking here is quite explicit. We can't simply leave it to the market to determine where the investment should happen, because that risks furthering the geographical inequality, which is as much a part of the picture I described as anything else. And there is also a recognition in talking about this that we will be rightly judged on the justness of the transition for fossil fuel workers. I was in Aberdeen earlier this month alongside Keir Starmer to talk to oil and gas companies, workers and communities about our determination to make this transition work with and for them. And this is also about, and I know this is a theme of CPP's work, working with governments of our localities, regions and nations. The fourth and final principle of our approach, again learning from the US, is that we need the clean energy economy to deliver not just work, but high quality work with good terms and conditions. And here, again, I think the thinking has evolved, because the truth is it's clear from much economic analysis that the decline of organised labour, of unions, has led to casualisation and insecurity and greater earnings inequality. According to an IMF study from 2015, half of the rise in income inequality that we've seen in advanced countries is associated with lower union density. And interestingly, as you think about the transition, one of the most salient facts about the fossil fuel economy is its high levels of unionisation. Now, other countries have shown you can build a highly successful clean energy future with trade unions at the heart of it, and that is also our clear intention. And the expectation of companies, if there is a Labour government, is the significant public support we're offering should be accompanied by a willingness to embrace the role that workers and unions can play in shaping the future. And the truth is this, I think, that we won't address or change the deep and entrenched economic inequality we face, nor deliver a just transition without understanding the importance of worker voice and the role for trade unions. So these are the four principles that I think can help make the clean energy economy a model of the future economy more widely that we want to build. Government setting a clear mission and breaking down the barriers to its achievement, partnering with the private sector with catalytic public investment, directing that investment as a tool of economic justice, and insisting on high standards of wages and conditions with strong trade unions. And I'm absolutely convinced that the clean energy economy can become a model for a different kind of economy that we need to build in this country and help address the deep economic injustices our country faces. And this is just the start of our agenda. The point of our Green Prosperity Plan, ramping up to £28 billion a year of public investment in the second half of the Parliament, as we meet our fiscal rules, is to invest across the board in decarbonising our country in a way that will maximise the economic opportunities for Britain. From transport to public buildings, nature to home heating, I think there are huge opportunities for our country from this transition, and we intend to seize them. Let me say, finally, if this is our plan, I'm bound to ask, what is the strategy of our opponents? And I promise you it won't be too long, but I do have to say something about them. Look, they told us in the autumn statement that we have anemic growth stretching ahead of us, with a record of failure stretching behind them. And all they offer is more of the same. The response to IRA is so interesting. They claim Britain is leading anyway, and say we don't need the kind of industrial policy I've set out, even as the facts show we're being left behind, and as businesses are saying that. They shun the lessons of IRA more profoundly, saying it's somehow dangerous, which frankly clings to a failed neoliberal agenda. They refuse to recognise what every sensible economic institution, including the OBR, says, which is that the costs of not acting on climate are greater than the costs of acting. So in our view, theirs is the irresponsible and reckless choice. And they retreat from net zero, frankly, to the despair of business, the bemusement of investors, and the detriment of the country, and they double down on insecure fossil fuel markets instead. And I have to say, all they will do is consign the country to one more trip around what has been called the doom loop of low growth, high taxes, and crumbling public services. I profoundly believe that they are complacent, they are wrong, they are deeply dogmatic, and fundamentally, and this is a point I want to end on, they're unambitious for Britain. Because I started by talking about the mood of the country, and I began by suggesting that our country's problems are big, and that is true. But there's a bigger problem than the fact that our country's problems are big. It's that the politics of the current government are so pathetically small. And our approach is different. We intend to meet the scale of the economic and climate challenge our country faces. And I have to say, I approach these challenges we face not daunted but energized by them. There is huge intellectual energy, as I hope, and political energy, as I hope I've conveyed, across the world in the approach that I've talked about. There is hard economic evidence to back it up. And if there is a Labour government, we will have a Prime Minister in Keir Starmer who is enthused and animated by this agenda, and a Chancellor in Rachel Reeves who understands the opportunities that we can seize. Above all, and I say this about this room, we have businesses, civil society, and communities who do not want a climate culture war, but genuinely believe we can do the right thing by future generations and build a prosperous, fair, and secure economy. And I end by saying this: we owe it to the country to seize the chance that we have, and I look forward to doing it with the many champions of this agenda in this room and across the country. Thank you so much. Yeah?
Yeah, you go there. Thanks very much for that. I am going to do about 20 minutes of Q&A.
Yeah. Your Aisha Hazarika for
I'm
these
Aisha.
purposes.
Yes, Aisha is unfortunately ill, my podcast co-star. So,
Do you think it's a diplomatic illness? Aisha used to work for me, so I wonder if it was a sort of PTSD situation.
No, I think it's because she insists on going Good Morning Britain at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, well, that might
driven her
be
to sickness.
Yeah, that might be true actually.
But anyway, so unfortunately, you have me instead for 20 minutes.
She would be doing impressions of me, by the way, if she. So no pressure, Sam, but you might have to do an impression of me.
I'm definitely not going to pretend that. We've not met before, so I'm not going to start doing impressions of you
enough.
straight off the bat.
That's a relief, anyway.
I am going to have a little bit of time at the end for audience questions, so please think of very succinct one-sentence questions that you might want to ask, and we'll take a few of those at the end of this bit. I wanted to start by asking about where you ended, essentially, your sort of differences with the current government. It feels like a lot of British politics at the moment is sort of almost like a dance of the dividing lines. As Conservatives try and set a dividing line on tax and spend or immigration or culture wars, and you guys say, no, we're not going to engage with that one, we don't want to have that fight. This fight, when Rishi Sunak sort of tried to create this dividing line in his speech a few months ago, you've sort of gone, yes, we'll have that one. We want to have this fight. This is a fight where we actually think we're on the right side of this dividing line, not just in terms of the policy, but in terms of the politics. What makes you think that sort of public opinion is with you on this one and not where sort of Sunak is and sort of saying, actually, yes, we want to do something about this, but people don't want to pay upfront from their pocket at a difficult time for it?
I mean, look, I'd say three things just briefly in response. I mean, look, first of all, you've got to do the right thing. I don't want to sound sort of too unfashionable, but I mean, how can you look at the climate crisis and say, oh, well, the answer is let's delay? We are heading to sort of hell in a handbasket, according to the UN and everyone else. We are, I think it's something like 80 days this year have been over 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. 1.5 degrees is the day. Is out the thing we're trying to sort of stop. So, look, you start with the sort of the facts on the ground, if you like, and that's the first thing. Secondly, I think just to sort of pick you up just on this question, I think if we'd been having this conversation 10 years ago, a bit more when I was Energy Secretary, we might have said, well, green is more expensive in the short run, but it's the right thing to do in the long run. That was the sort of Stern report of the 2000s, which said that the long-term costs of action are less than the long-term costs of inaction. But what was true in the long run is now true in the short run too, at least in some areas. If you take my area, the area I talked about, our clean power mission, renewables are cheaper than fossil fuels. They're not just more secure, but they are cheaper. Last summer, they were 9 times cheaper. They're still significantly cheaper, even with the rise in offshore wind. This isn't a climate versus cost of living choice. This is tackle the climate crisis and the cost of living choice. Insulating homes is that the same goes for that. So I think the way I often talk about this is I say this is about lower bills, energy security, more jobs, and climate leadership, because you need to do all of those things. So. And I think that, and lastly, sorry, it's a long answer, but just on the public, I think the best work actually has been done by Luke Trill from More in Common on this. It's just not true that there is a sort of culture war waiting to happen among the British public on climate. Whether you're a Red Wall voter, a Tory voter, Brexit voter, okay, it's different priorities for people, but people get this as a problem. People in my constituency get this as a problem. And in a way, I think it's sort of a bit insulting of Rishi Sunak to say, well, I can sort of try and create a culture war over climate. That's not what my constituents want.
I mean, I agree with you. I think they've misjudged public opinion, but there are going to come points, and we saw it with you, Leslie, that's not about climate change, that's about air pollution, where there is a trade-off to be made between something that will affect the public and your agenda. I mean, if you look at your 2030 goal around electricity net zero, it's very hard to see how you can upgrade the grid without some additional cost to energy bills. So how are you going to manage those trade-offs when you get to them?
Okay, that's a good question. So, look, first of all, just on the grid, there is a cost to building the new grid, and that's sort of National Grid has set that out, and the government notionally wants to get there. But any cost of building a new grid is massively outweighed by the reductions in costs from having the renewables on the system. I mean, these delays of 12 years are literally driving up bills. Just to give you one quite sort of, just one simple fact, the onshore wind ban in England has cost every family in the country £180 on their bills, is costing £180 on their bills annually. If we'd had all that onshore wind, bills would have been £180 lower. Now, then on your point about where there are upfront costs, so for example, the transition to heat pumps, for example. So this is why I think conservatism has a problem in addressing this, because the obvious answer is you've got to collectivize the costs in some way. Our insulation plan, helping people with heat pumps, which to be fair, the government's done in a very modest way. If you say to people, you're going to have to bear these costs alone, people aren't going to come with us, But if you say, look, we recognize that in some areas, and by the way, home heating is the sort of, home heating and homes, I think is the biggest single area of cost. Look, we think there is a role for public investment because this is a way to make the transition fair, and it is in our economic interests as a country to do it, then I think you can take people with you.
Well, but within that, there's another trade-off, isn't there? Because the reason we haven't had wind farms being built in England is because people don't like things being built near their houses. We have this big problem with planning in this country now. Obviously, Keir Starmer has talked, Rachel Reeves has talked about taking on the planning system. Lots of politicians have said that and then found it was very difficult to do. You know, when you've got every morning in the papers stories about people saying we don't want pylons next to us, we don't want wind turbines next to us, how are you going to push through the planning change necessary?
Okay, so good question. I mean, on onshore wind, the polling figures are fascinating because, I don't know who. I mean, the government DESNES produces their own opinion polls. And by 20-1, people support onshore wind. And even when you live near onshore wind, because they asked this question, there is majority support for it. It's just not the case that people, of course, there are some people in a community who oppose onshore wind. The problem is that the government introduced a planning rule in England which said if one person objects, literally one person, then it can't go ahead. Well, developers have just given up on onshore wind in England. Look, on the grid, the pylons, this is a big challenge. This is definitely a big challenge for the coming years, whoever is in government. My sort of answer to this is, one, you've got to make sure there is proper community benefit. It should be compulsory, not optional. So communities and people who have pylons near them need to get benefit from it. Secondly, obviously we need to hear people's voices and people need to be consulted with. But thirdly, we are going to have to build. I mean, if we don't build, then we're going to remain, it's often underestimated. We only imported 5% of our gas from Russia at the beginning of the crisis when Russia invaded Ukraine, but we were the worst hit country in Western Europe. Well, how does that figure? Well, because we're so dependent on fossil fuels, and whether fossil fuels come from the North Sea or imported from abroad, we pay the same price for them. And so that's the choice, really. We can carry on being... And the OBR has been brilliant on this, the OBR and the Infrastructure Commission in their reports. We can either carry on being exposed in that way, leave it even aside climate change, or we can have a more secure way forward.
Let's get on to this sort of catalytic investment that you talked about in your speech. You mentioned right at the end the sort of vexed 28 billion, the sort of Schrodinger's 28 billion that exists or doesn't exist depending on which newspaper briefing you read. It sounded from what you were saying it does exist, which is good.
Of course.
But also, it would be good to hear a little bit about what you actually want to spend it on rather than just the sort of figure itself.
So what we've said so far, and we've been deliberately cautious in our commitments because, clearly we're working on our plans, and we said it's going to ramp up to 28 billion a year in the second half of the Parliament, of the coming Parliament. If there's a Labour government. So what we said so far is 8 billion on our National Wealth Fund. That's 8 billion, sorry, not a year, 8 billion over the period. And that's for things like the port infrastructure, which is a big deal because it is kind of underestimated in public debate in this. There is huge anger in communities because they see these enormous, particularly true in Scotland, but elsewhere, they see these enormous offshore wind farms going up, and none of the manufacturing is done in that community. This is just off the coast. Now, why is that? Partly because our ports haven't been fit for purpose, partly because there haven't been proper incentives. So we've said there'll be this £2.5 billion British jobs bonus, £500 million a year to incentivise companies to invest. Things like the steel that I talked about, the partnership with the steel industry, electric vehicles. So that's the National Wealth Fund with the British Jobs bonus on top. Secondly, we've said that we will ramp up to 6 billion a year of the 28 in insulation and home energy. And that's because when you look at we look at the lowest heat pump take-up in the whole of Europe, I think. If you look at that challenge to make it affordable for people, you've got to both have you've got to both insulate homes, but otherwise the heat pumps won't be as effective. Certainly in the case of some homes, and you've got to make them affordable for people. Now, hopefully the costs will come down over time, but I think the National Infrastructure Commission said we need to spend about 2 billion a year on subsidising the cost of heat pumps, and obviously we haven't committed to that figure, but that's a sort of important thing in our thinking. So they're the main commitments we've made. In addition, we've said, and this is something that happens on the in Germany and Denmark a lot, and I think we could do a lot more here on this. We've said that GB Energy, over the course of a parliament, will spend about invest about 3 billion through a combination of grants and loans in community energy, because this is a way to get communities to feel a real benefit from this renewable power revolution. And I think this is a way actually of doing genuine levelling up. The largest onshore wind turbine in England is in the Lawrence Western estate in Bristol. It's owned not by a private company, but by the local community, which has, this is community wealth building, but through renewables, which has the money flowing back to it. So that gives you a flavour of what we've committed to. But then as we set out our plans, this is a whole economy transformation we're talking about. So everything from nature to transport, to public buildings, things like schools. So all of that, at least are candidates to be part of this change that we're talking about. And this is necessary to get the economic change I talked about, to meet our decarbonisation goals, and to get energy bills down.
So, I think what you've sort of committed to there sounds like about 6 or 7 billion a year towards the end of the Parliament. Are you not worried? You used to work in the Treasury. Are you not worried the Treasury are going to say, OK, we'll have the rest of that, please, to manage our spending review figures, given how tight...
No, because we're going to set out, by the time of the election, how we're going to ramp up to 28 billion a year. And honestly, I read some of the reports about this with bemusement. Rachel and Keir and I have worked on this plan together over 2 and a bit years now. It was first announced by Rachel at the party conference in October 2021. It is an absolutely crucial part of our growth story. I think Nick Stern is brilliant on this. Lord Stern, he always says this is the growth story of the 21st century. And so, for us, this is an absolutely crucial part of it. And I genuinely believe that if we are in government, we will have in Keir and Rachel people who are, with no disrespect to the previous Labour government, and my former boss Gordon, we'll have the most committed Prime Minister and Chancellor that we've had on this agenda.
I guess the reason I think people get a bit confused about it is there's this tension between what you're saying in terms of all this investment you want to do for growth and this sort of ironclad fiscal rule rhetoric. And we don't know what's going to happen to the public finances over the next couple of years. They're not in a great place at the moment after sort of the last 13 years. So there's got to be a chance that we'll be in such a difficult position on the public finances that to meet the fiscal rules as they've been set out, you won't be able to go ahead with what you're talking about, even though everyone would love to do it.
Well, look, we are confident, and this is why we announced the phasing in. We are confident that we can both meet the 28 billion a year in the second half of the Parliament and our fiscal rules, and Rachel's absolutely clear about this. The fiscal rules are non-negotiable. We're confident we can meet both. And also Rachel said something very important, which is good chancellors know when to say, and indeed shadow chancellors know when to say no and when to say yes. And, she has been incredibly sparing about, and rightly so, about the priorities that she has. But given that this is our growth mission, and it's such an important mission for our party and indeed for the country, it's absolutely fundamental.
Do you think the way, I'm getting into quite nerdy territory, but I'm guessing the audience will go with it.
Yeah, sure.
It's a good audience for these questions. You were involved in spending reviews in the Treasury. Do you think the way spending reviews work now allows for the kind of conversations you're talking about? Or do you think a Labour government is actually going to need to rethink the way it does spending reviews and the way it sets these kinds of priorities as you're thinking about your first year in government should you win the election?
I think, we instituted, I was an advisor in the Treasury many moons ago under Gordon, and we instituted 3-year spending reviews. Up to that point, spending reviews had been annual, which was a kind of hopeless way of operating, really, because it gave no ability to plan. So I think, once you have a sort of spending review, multi-year spending reviews are important, not just in this area, but across the board. I think, though, there is a wider point to your question, which is, and maybe this is implicit, which is the role of the Treasury in meeting this agenda. And I don't think this is a sort of criticism in any way of Treasury civil servants, but I think, how the Treasury becomes a sort of ally of this agenda, which is obviously what it's obviously essential to Rachel's mission, is a sort of really important question. And also, look, frankly, and again, this audience will know these questions very well, and you will from the Institute for Government. How you genuinely this is why I think the missions thing is a real insight. How you sort of break down the silos, a sort of cliche, but how you break down the silos. The agenda I've talked about can't be delivered by my department. If I'm the Secretary of State on my own, it requires DLUP and the Treasury and the business department, and there's lots and lots of departments that are involved in this. And in a way, there's a sort of family of departments that are relevant to the whole net zero transition. I mean, every department in a way, but a department like DEFRA, DFT, absolutely fundamental to this. So we are, as part of our sort of preparing for the eventuality of being in government, thinking about how do you, what is the way to deliver this? And I actually also take quite a lot of inspiration from, if you take 2030, from the vaccine task force model, because that was a way of bringing, of if you like, breaking down those silos. So we're thinking about those questions.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to come on to the missions because I can see that they are a big part of Labour's thinking at the moment, but they are so antithetical to the way government works at the moment, which is part of the reason you want to sort of bring that way of thinking into government. But how do you, beyond spending rules, how do you start to get a government which is built around individual departments, which does have quite a weak centre, which is very unused to sort of long-term thinking, let alone sort of 10, 15-year thinking? How do you get them to think in kind of way, in missions, in a missions-oriented way?
I'm sort of tempted to say that's Sue Gray's job, but I think it's something Sue and I have talked about actually. It is obviously sort of work in progress for us. But my sense from being a Secretary of State is, the civil service is incredibly responsive. I think this is a sort of why public debate is so, frankly, off the wall, because the civil service is incredibly responsive to the demands of a government, particularly a new government. And so I think there is an opportunity, and I think there's also an opportunity for people who've not been Secretaries of State before, a new government, to think, how are we going to do this differently? And, different people have proposed different things. There's a family of departments that are most relevant to this area. Are there ways of collaborating? There was an Office of Criminal Justice Reform where some of those, you probably know about this better than I do, where some of those departments work together. So there are models, I think, that we can draw on, not to sort of reshape government and throw it all in the air, but to find ways in which you can, the individual departments obviously continue to play their role, but there is much more of a coming together well beyond a sort of cabinet committee system, which is, as Maura Wallace, my former permanent secretary, always said to me, was a sign of failure, not of success.
Indeed. I'm going to come to the audience just in 1 minute. I wanted to ask one final question, which is going back to this idea about catalytic investment. US, as you say, put in huge amounts of money through IRA. EU are in a slightly slower fashion trying to figure out a large investment of their own. China is obviously putting huge amounts of money into electric vehicles. Where is our area of competitive advantage, given our economy is sort of smaller than those three? Where can we fit into this picture?
I mean, I would identify, there are a number of areas. I mean, first of all, offshore wind, partly because of what we did in the last Labour government, sort of setting this off early, partly because of, frankly, of the North Sea and our geographical advantages. The stalling of the recent offshore wind auction was really disappointing, but floating offshore wind is the next sort of frontier. We're still the second largest generator of offshore wind in the world after China, so there is huge opportunity in that. And then also to do with our seas, hydrogen, the hydrogen economy, carbon capture. I mean, carbon capture in particular has massive potential. We were at the so-called Acorn project in Scotland, Keir and I, last week, looking at just some of the possibilities there. So, I mean, there's other possibilities. I'll probably have offended people in the room. I mean, tidal is something that Britain is strong in. There's obviously nuclear, which is, SMRs offer potential. So I think there's a lot of areas, but I think they're the main areas that I would identify.
Great. I'm going to take one round of questions, 3 or 4 questions, and then I'm going to ask you to answer them all together, if that's okay. We've got a man in a purple jumper just here, if we've got mics around. Thank you. Just say who you are as well, that would be helpful.
My name's Gareth Jones. Thank you so much for outlining such a hopeful vision. It's very welcome. But a couple of things. Do you deny the recent report that the 28 billion is going to get watered down even further? That came out at the weekend from a senior Labour source, we're told. And bigger picture, with industrial policy like this, you throw a lot of money at things and there is inevitably waste. You might regard that as a price worth paying, but what if Labour instead regulated the hell out of the market, regulated its way to the same outcome by forcing private investment to happen rather than spending public money?
Okay, there were some questions at the back. A man just behind you there. Just with his hand up. Yep, still there. Yeah.
Thank you. Mark from the Centre for Inequality and Levelling Up. We're conducting a research right now looking at the role of businesses in tackling inequality. And what we've found is that businesses are not only keen to get involved in issues of inequality and fair growth as a partner with government, but actually as a leader. And that they have a lot of initiatives in this space. And actually they sometimes argue that government can act as a barrier to some of their initiatives in tackling inequality. So what would an upcoming Labour government do to support businesses wanting to tackle
Are you thinking of a particular example, Mark, when you say a government acting? I mean, I can think of many ways in which government acts as a barrier, but are you thinking of particular examples?
Yeah, so the primary route that we identified in terms of how businesses want to tackle inequality is through skills and education, and they often said, for instance, that apprenticeship levy was a strong barrier because they could not use it and therefore provide skills opportunities for people that were looking for jobs or people that wanted to grow their skills.
I'm going to take one more, and then I'm going to allow Ed to answer. There's one just there, just behind, yeah, at the back row there. That row there.
Roland Storty from Minfo. A one-sentence question. How will you combat the impending misinformation that'll be targeting the green growth initiatives in the upcoming election period?
Maybe you're coming to give me advice on that. Is that right, Ron?
I'd love to.
Okay, maybe that's my answer. You've probably got better answers than I have. Okay, so I think it was Gareth. Look, I couldn't be clearer that, and Keir Starmer's office were absolutely clear. We're absolutely committed to the 28 billion. Rachel set out the position in June. The position hasn't changed. It's going to ramp up to 28 billion a year in the second half of the Parliament. I'm old enough to have experience of these things. You don't believe everything you read in the newspapers or online or whatever. On your question about regulation, so regulation is an incredibly important tool in the box. But I think the question one has to confront is it enough on its own? And I think if it had been enough on its own, we would have done better. I mean, let me give you an example. We've had a 60% domestic content requirement in offshore wind licenses, but it hasn't really worked. I mean, it hasn't delivered the domestic content, not the right kind of domestic content, and the system has been in part gamed, and in part the companies felt it hasn't worked properly. I think, we often talk about the burning platform that we face in relation to the climate crisis, but I think we also face a burning platform into these industrial policy opportunities and challenges. And obviously government doesn't get everything right, but look, I think that you can do this in a sensible way, and it's not going to be me as a Secretary of State making sort of arbitrary decisions about which companies to support. We will find ways of doing this, and I think it's actually a very important lesson that I take. When I talked about the Boris Johnson conversation, I don't think it should be the government minister wakes up one morning and thinks X, and then X happens. There needs to be a sort of proper process to make sure that any investments you make are value for money, and as you think about the energy mix, it's based on proper hard evidence. Mark, on your question about private business, I mean, I think it's a really important point, and I think if you think about business leadership and business enthusiasm for this agenda, business is so often ahead of government, actually, on these questions. And the skills and apprenticeship levy is a problem that Bridget Phillipson, our Shadow Education Secretary, has talked about, and we've got plans to get round or sort of deal with many of these problems. But I think your point about barriers is sort of broader than skills. I mean, it's about uncertainty. So if you don't know from one day to the next what the policy on onshore wind is going to be or on net zero, I mean, this net zero thing that Sunak did has been so damaging because it's sent a message around the world to investors that Britain's going slow on the transition. Britain's giving up any leadership role. I mean, if you're an investor or you're the head of country in Britain trying to argue for investment, your board is going to say, as many businesses say this to me, your board is going to say, well, I'm really not sure about investing in Britain. We've heard all this stuff from Sunak. These signalling devices, the signalling is just terrible. So I think you need a sense of mission, a sense of certainty, and then government needs to undertake to break down these barriers, skills, supply chains, grid, planning, some of the things we've talked about. And I don't have a good answer to the question about disinformation, but happy to discuss.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to wrap up this session now. We don't have time for any more, and I'm sure we could go on for a lot longer. So please join me in saying a big thank you to Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Sam. Fantastic stuff. It's been a long day, but I think it's been pretty productive. I hope we've managed to answer some of those questions we posed at the beginning of the day. I took down copious notes and lots of required thinking for me to try and distill when I appear on Times Radio next time and try and answer some of those questions in a way that people will understand, because we're trying to broadcast and we're trying to help people really understand the questions that face this country and provide honest answers. Look, some of the things, we've talked about the need for growth, what's been holding it back, austerity, Brexit. Look at how things can be done at a local level. Examples, Bradford, York, Liverpool, the studies and reviews that have been done time and again. We know what works, but we don't implement it. It's an implementation crisis. Industrial strategy, are we inching towards one? What will Labour's look like in government? So many things, consistency and continuity. People are appealing for that, especially the business community. Do we need to be less grandiose and more maybe like Denmark or Holland instead of trying to outcompete Germany and France? We've got a lot to do. Are we in a Potemkin fantasy world? I think you said that earlier, Sam. So much to discuss, but it's been really good. I think we've made a decent fist of it. So for those able to stay on a little longer, do join us for a drinks reception in rooms opposite where lunch was served over there. And before leaving this room, I want to give a huge thanks to all the speakers who have generously shared their time and insights today, to all CPP staff who brought together such a memorable event, and to the Royal Society Events and AV team for facilitating the Inclusive Growth Conference 2023. Please take your belongings and tote bag with you, and do share your feedback with us on the event survey. The Power Test podcast will be recording in this lecture hall during the reception. So if you need or want to return to this room, please be very, very quiet. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of the evening and see you sometime, someplace very soon. Thank you very much.